Welcome to Daily Story, where real experiences from real people come to life. We appreciate you spending your time with us. If today's experience resonates with you, feel free to subscribe, leave a comment, or share the episode. It helps others discover these real stories. Let us get into the story. I forced myself to breathe, to push back the tidal wave of panic, threatening to drown me. My lungs burned, my throat raw from screaming, but the silence outside remained absolute. Alex was gone. The horrifying truth settled over me like a shroud. This was not a joke, it was an abduction. I pushed off the door, my hands throbbing, and stumbled backward into the suffocating darkness. My eyes, still adjusting, tried to make sense of the tiny space. It was barely bigger than a walk-in closet, maybe 6 feet by 8, with no windows. The air was thick, heavy with dust, an acrid, chemical tang, and a cloying sweetness that made my stomach churn. It smelled like decay and something industrial, a combination that felt utterly wrong in a farmhouse. My gaze fell back on the grimy mattress shoved against one wall. Its faded floral pattern was almost entirely obscured by layers of dirt, and what I now recognized as old, dried stains. They were not just dirt, they were dark, irregular splotches, some almost black, others a rusty brown. My imagination, already running wild, conjured images of what those stains might be, and my gorge rose. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. "You will be comfortable here." Alex's words echoed in my mind, flat and devoid of emotion. What did he mean by comfortable? And for how long? The questions were a fresh wave of terror, colder and more intense than anything I would felt before. This was not just about being trapped. It was about what came next. I forced myself to move, to assess my prison. My fingers trailed along the rough, splintered wood of the walls. It felt old, dry, almost brittle in places. High above, near the ceiling, was a single, bare bulb, unlit. The switch must have been outside. The floor was equally rough, cold concrete, partially covered by what felt like old, tattered linoleum. Every surface seemed to hum with neglect and a sinister history. I ran my hands over every inch of the door, searching for a latch, a bolt, anything. Nothing. It was solid, sturdy, and utterly unyielding. I pounded again, a desperate, futile rhythm against the unfeeling wood. "Alex, let me out, please." My voice was hoarse, a pathetic whisper of its former strength. The silence was my only answer. He was not coming back. Not yet, anyway. Hours bled into an eternity. My phone was gone, probably still in my purse in the car, or taken by Alex. I had no concept of time, no way to tell if it was day or night. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of my smartwatch, which I quickly turned off to conserve battery and avoid drawing attention. The hunger pangs started, dull at first, then sharpening into a gnawing ache. Thirst was worse, my mouth dry and coated with the foul taste of dust and that awful chemical smell. I sat on the floor, huddled in a ball, knees drawn to my chest, trying to conserve what little warmth my body had. My mind raced, replaying every moment of the date, searching for a warning sign I would miss. Alex had been charming, handsome, a little quiet, but in a way I would found endearing. He would talk about his family farm, a place he was renovating. I would seen pictures rustic, yes, but not dilapidated like this. He would seem genuinely interested in my life, my job, my hobbies. He would even make me laugh. How could someone switch so completely, so terrifyingly? The transformation from charming stranger to cold-eyed captor was a chasm I could not comprehend. The only sounds were my own ragged breathing and the frantic beat of my heart. Occasionally, the old farmhouse would creak, a groan of settling wood, a whisper of wind through unseen cracks. Each sound sent a jolt of adrenaline through me, making me flinch, my eyes darting into the impenetrable blackness. Was that him? Was he coming back? Then, I heard it. A faint, distant thud. It sounded heavy, muffled, like something being dragged across a floor, or maybe dropped. My breath hitched. I pressed my ear against the door, straining to hear more. Silence again, then another thud. Closer this time, followed by a low, guttural murmur. A man's voice, but not Alex's. It was deeper, rougher. My blood ran cold. He was not alone. The chemical smell intensified, growing sharper, more acrid, making my eyes water and my throat burn. It was a sterile, metallic tang mixed with something sickly sweet, like formaldehyde and rotting fruit. What was that smell? And what were they doing out there? The silence returned, even heavier than before, laden with unspoken threats. I imagined them out there, discussing me, their plans for me. The thought was unbearable. I choked back a sob, clamping my hand over my mouth again. I could not let them hear me. I could not give them the satisfaction. I must have drifted in and out of consciousness, lost in the abyss of fear and exhaustion. When I finally became fully aware again, a sliver of light was visible under the door. It was faint, a pale yellow glow, but it was there. Someone was out there. A key scraped in the lock. My entire body tensed, every muscle coiling. This was it. My heart hammered, a drum solo of pure terror. The click of the lock, this time unlocking, was agonizingly slow. The door creaked open, just a crack at first, then wider. Alex stood there, illuminated by a single, bare bulb hanging from the ceiling of the room beyond. The light cast harsh shadows on his face, making his eyes seem even deeper set, more devoid of life. He held a small plate with a sandwich and a plastic cup of water. He did not look angry or even triumphant. Just flat. Empty. "You must be hungry," he said. His voice is calm and even as if he were offering me a snack at a coffee shop. And thirsty. My voice caught in my throat. I could not speak, could not move. I just stared at him, my mind a blank slate of horror. He stepped into the closet, placing the plate and cup on the dusty floor near my feet. He did not look at me, his gaze sweeping over the grimy mattress, the bare walls. "I told you it would be comfortable," he murmured, almost to himself. "It is not much, but it is dry. And safe. Safe." My gaze flickered to the dried stains on the mattress, then back to him. What do you want?" I managed to croak, my voice barely a whisper. He finally looked at me, and in his eyes, I saw not malice, but a kind of detached, unsettling purpose. "We have to prepare you," he said, his voice low, almost gentle. "You are perfect, strong, healthy. It is important to be prepared properly." Prepared. My blood ran cold. "Prepared for what?" I whispered. Dread. Twisting my stomach. He did not answer directly. Instead, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, amber-colored vial. "This will help you rest," he said, uncorking it. A sweet, cloying smell, similar to the chemical tang in the closet, wafted towards me. My instincts screamed, danger. No. I scrambled backward, pressing myself against the far wall, away from him, away from the vial. "Stay away from me. What are you doing?" He sighed, a sound of mild exasperation. "It is for your own good, to keep you calm. The process is taxing." He took a step closer. Panic surged through me, giving me a burst of adrenaline. I lunged forward, not at him, but past him, aiming for the open door. It was my only chance, but he was faster. His hand shot out, grabbing my arm with surprising strength. His grip was like iron, his fingers digging into my flesh. I struggled, twisting, kicking, screaming, but he held fast. He moved with an unsettling efficiency, pulling me back, pushing me down onto the grimy mattress. The impact sent a jolt of pain through my back, and the dust rose in a choking cloud. He straddled me, pinning my arms with his knees. His face was inches from mine, his eyes still dead, but now with a flicker of something else, a cold, clinical determination. He brought the vial to my nose. The sickly, sweet odor filled my nostrils, making my head spin. I tried to turn away, to hold my breath, but he held me firmly. "Just breathe," he murmured, his voice a chilling lullaby. "It will be over soon." The world started to swim. My limbs felt heavy, my thoughts sluggish. The chemical smell was overwhelming, burning my throat, searing my brain. I fought him, but my struggles grew weaker, my vision blurring. The last thing I saw before darkness claimed me was Alex's impassive face, framed by the single bare bulb, and the faded floral pattern of the mattress, now swimming with dark, dried stains. I woke to a throbbing headache and a profound sense of disorientation. My mouth was dry, my tongue thick. The chemical smell was still there, but now it was accompanied by a new, even more disturbing odor, something distinctly metallic and organic, like a butcher shop. I was no longer in the closet. My eyes fluttered open, struggling to focus. I was lying on a cold, hard surface. My wrists and ankles were bound, tightly, with thick leather straps. Panic, cold and sharp, pierced through the lingering fog of the drug. I was in a different room. This one was larger, concrete walls, no windows, bare bulbs hung from the ceiling, casting a harsh, sterile light. The air was frigid, making my breath mist. My teeth chattered. But it was not just the cold. This was not a living space. It was a workshop, a lab. Stainless steel tables gleamed under the harsh light, covered with an array of tools, scalpels, clamps, saws, tubes, glass beakers. My stomach lurched violently. This was what the chemical smell was: disinfectants, preservatives, and the metallic tang. Blood. My gaze darted around the room, fear seizing every fiber of my being. In the corner, a large, industrial-looking freezer hummed. Near it, a set of shelves held rows of jars, each containing something opaque and disturbing. My mind refused to process what I was seeing. Then I saw them. There were two of them. One was Alex, dressed in a pristine white lab coat, his face still devoid of emotion, meticulously cleaning a bloody scalpel. The other was an older man, stout, with a thick beard and eyes that held a chilling, almost jovial gleam. He was wiping down another stainless steel table, humming a tuneless, unsettling melody. My eyes widened in horror. The older man turned, his gaze falling on me. A slow, predatory smile spread across his face, revealing stained, crooked teeth. "Ah, our guest is awake," he rumbled, his voice deep and gravelly, the same voice I would heard murmuring through the closet door. Good. We were just about to begin the final preparations. Alex looked up, his movements fluid and efficient as he placed the scalpel on a tray. He walked over to my table, picking up a clipboard. "She is a prime specimen. Father," he said, his voice flat, "excellent health, no prior issues. We can start with the preservation protocol immediately." Father, my mind reeled. This was a family business. Preservation protocol, I whispered, my voice hoarse, raw with terror. What are you doing?" The older man chuckled, a chilling, guttural sound. "Why? Making sure you last, dear. We can't have our valuable contributions spoiling, can we? It is a delicate process, but my boy here is a master." He gestured proudly at Alex. Alex ignored his father, his focus entirely on me. He picked up a syringe, its needle glinting menacingly under the harsh lights. "First, a sedative to ensure you remain still," he explained, his tone clinical, as if he were addressing a medical student. "Then, the arterial flush. We replace the blood with our proprietary embalming fluid. It is a specialized formula, developed over years, ensures perfect preservation of tissue and organs." My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Embalming fluid, organs, preservation. The words clicked into place, forming a picture so grotesque, so utterly depraved, that my mind struggled to accept it. They were not just keeping me, they were preparing me for what to be sold, to be displayed, to be eaten. No. I screamed, struggling against the straps, my muscles straining, but they held fast. Please, do not do this. Let me go. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging, but they did not elicit a flicker of emotion from either man. It is a great honor, child, the father said, his voice softening, but his eyes remained cold, to contribute to science, to the advancement of our understanding of the human form. Alex approached, the syringe held steadily in his hand. He swabbed a patch of skin on my arm with an alcohol wipe, the coldness a stark contrast to the searing terror in my veins. You will feel a slight prick, he said, his voice devoid of any empathy. I thrashed, screamed, begged, but it was useless. The needle pierced my skin. I felt a cold liquid enter my vein, spreading quickly through my arm. My vision blurred again, the edges of the room darkening. My screams turned into choked gasps as my body began to give out. No, please. The last thing I saw was Alex's impassive face, bending over me, his father watching with a satisfied grin, and the glint of the scalpel on the stainless steel table. The chemical smell filled my head, a final, suffocating embrace as the darkness swallowed me whole. This time, I feared, for good. My eyes snapped open. The room was dark, utterly silent. The chill was still there, seeping into my bones, but the harsh lights were off. I was still bound, still on the cold table. But the men were gone. Panic warred with a sliver of desperate hope. Had they left, was this my chance? I strained against the leather straps, twisting my wrists, gritting my teeth against the burning pain. The leather was thick, unyielding. My fingers were numb, stiff. I could not feel anything. I was alone, trapped, and slowly, surely, my body was giving up. Then, a faint sound. A drip, drip, drip. It was coming from somewhere behind me. I tried to crane my neck to see, but my head was firmly held by a strap across my forehead. I could only move my eyes. My gaze flickered to the side, trying to catch a reflection, anything. My heart leaped into my throat. On the stainless steel table next to mine, something was lying there. Something, recognizable, was a human arm. Severed at the shoulder, pale, cold, and utterly lifeless. A scream tore through my throat, but it was soundless, choked by the terror that constricted my vocal cords. The arm was perfectly preserved, almost waxy. And on its wrist, a small silver bracelet glinted in the faint ambient light. It was a charm bracelet with tiny, delicate charms, a heart, a star, a tiny ballet slipper. It was my bracelet, the one Alex had complimented earlier that day. My own arm. No, it could not be. I tried to move my left arm, to feel it, but it was just a dull ache, a phantom limb. I looked down at my body, as much as I could see. My left sleeve was gone. The skin exposed. It was pale, unnaturally smooth, and unblemished. There was no wound, no blood, but then I felt it. A cold, hard lump, where my bicep should be, and the distinct, horrifying realization that my arm felt wrong. Stiff, unresponsive. The drip, drip, drip continued. My head swam with nausea, with a terror so profound it threatened to shatter my sanity. They had not just sedated me. They had replaced my blood. My left arm, the one I would try to move, was already embalmed, was not mine anymore. It was a preserved specimen, still attached to my living body, but dead. The thought was so utterly monstrous, so incomprehensible, that my mind rebelled. I thrashed violently, screaming now, a raw, guttural sound that tore from my chest. I screamed until my throat was raw, until my vision went black, until I could feel nothing but the cold, hard table beneath me. and the unbearable horror of what was happening. I do not know how long I screamed. Eventually, my voice gave out, replaced by ragged, desperate gasps. The darkness was absolute, but the images burned behind my eyelids. The stainless steel tools, the jars, Alex's dead eyes, his father's chilling smile, and my own severed arm. Then, a faint creak of a door, a sliver of light appeared. Cutting through the darkness, Alex. He walked into the room, silent, efficient. He did not turn on the main lights, but carried a small, bright flashlight, its beam sweeping across the room, briefly illuminating the horrors within. He stopped at my table, shining the light directly into my face. My eyes were wide, bloodshot, filled with tears and terror. I stared at him, unable to form words, unable to do anything but tremble. He reached down, and with a surprising gentleness, wiped a tear from my cheek with his thumb. His touch was cold, clinical. "You are doing well," he said, his voice a low, calm murmur. "The first stage is always the hardest, but you are strong. You will adjust." Adjust to this, to being slowly, systematically turned into a preserved corpse while still alive. "We just have a few more sections to go," he continued, as if discussing a mundane chore. "The legs, then the torso. We work carefully, section by section, to ensure minimal trauma to the neural pathways. You will remain aware for most of the process. It is important for the data." My breath hitched. Aware. I would be aware. I would feel it. All of it. He smiled then, a small, almost imperceptible curve of his lips. It was not a smile of warmth or joy, but of a collector admiring a prized acquisition. "You really are perfect," he repeated, his gaze sweeping over my body, a look of profound satisfaction in his dead eyes. "A truly exquisite specimen." He turned, the flashlight beam dancing across the room, then extinguished it. The door creaked shut, plunging me back into absolute darkness. I was left alone again, bound to the table, in the suffocating cold, with the knowledge that I was slowly being dissected, preserved, and that I would remain conscious for the horrific journey. The chemical smell, the metallic tang, the coldness in my veins, it all merged into a single, overwhelming reality. This was not just a nightmare. This was my new existence. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that I would never truly be able to scream again. Not with my own voice. Not with my own lungs. They would be preserved too. The next story begins right now. The car lurched, then shuddered to a halt. The engine died, plunging us into a silence. So profound it felt like a physical weight pressing down. Only the frantic thumping of my own heart, a terrified drum solo in my chest, dared to break it. The air, thick with the smell of damp earth and decay, was colder than I remembered it being just moments ago. I shivered, not from the cold, but from the raw, primal fear that had taken root deep in my bones. I stared out the window, but there was nothing to see. Just an oppressive, impenetrable blackness that seemed to swallow the gnarled silhouettes of trees. It was like we were driven off the edge of the world. Then, as my eyes adjusted, a faint, sickly yellow glow pierced the gloom. It came from a single, bare bulb hanging precariously from what looked like a porch, illuminating a small, miserable patch of ground. The structure itself was a nightmare made real. An old farmhouse, probably, or what was left of one. It sagged, exhausted, under the weight of decades of neglect. Boards were missing from its sides, gaping maw-like holes where windows should have been. The roof was caved in on one side, a testament to time and abandonment. The porch steps were broken, splintered wood jutting out like broken teeth. This was not just dilapidated, it was dead. And now, I was here. Alex did not say a word. He just opened his door, the creak echoing unnaturally loud in the suffocating silence. He got out, and for a split second, I thought of trying to scramble into his seat and drive away, but my body was still frozen, a statue of terror. He walked around to my side, his silhouette a dark, menacing shape against the faint glow of the porch light. He opened my door. The sudden rush of cold, stagnant air hit me, carrying with it a new smell. Something metallic, something vaguely organic, mixed with the pervasive scent of mold and rot. My stomach churned. He did not need to pull me. My legs, though still shaky, finally remembered how to move. I stumbled out, my eyes darting around, searching for anything. A sign of life, a way out. There was nothing, just the skeletal trees, and the looming, decaying house. He put a hand on my arm, not gentle, not rough, just firm. A possessive grip. He guided me up the broken steps. Each creak of the wood, a fresh jolt of terror. I nearly tripped, my vision swimming. The interior was worse. The air was thick and heavy, laden with dust and the stench of decay. Cobwebs, thick as shrouds, hung from every corner, glistening faintly in the anemic light. Peeling wallpaper, stained with what looked like water damage, and something darker, flaked from the walls. The floorboards groaned under our weight as he steered me down a narrow, dark hallway. My heart hammered, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. Every instinct screamed at me to fight, to scream, to run, but my voice was stuck in my throat, and my legs felt like lead. He pushed open a door at the end of the hall. It revealed a small, windowless room, barely bigger than a closet. A single, grimy mattress lay on the floor, covered in what looked like an old, stained sheet. The air in here was even heavier, completely devoid of any fresh oxygen. It smelled like stale sweat and something vaguely chemical, like old cleaning supplies, but with a deeper, more unsettling undertone. "You will be comfortable here," he finally said, his voice flat, devoid of any warmth or sincerity. He was not looking at me, but around the room, as if admiring his handiwork. My voice, when it finally came, was a pathetic croak. "Alex, please. What is this? Why are you doing this?" He turned his head slowly, his eyes, those dead, empty eyes, fixing on mine. There was no flicker of recognition, no hint of the charming man from Tinder. This was a stranger, a monster wearing a familiar face. He did not answer. Instead, he just stepped out, pulling the door shut with a heavy thud. The click of the lock, loud and final, echoed in the sudden, absolute darkness. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed its way up my throat. I was alone, trapped, in the dark. I stumbled backward until my legs hit the mattress, then I collapsed onto it, gasping for air that felt too heavy to breathe. My hands flew to my face, pressing against my eyes, as if I could squeeze the reality of this nightmare away. Tears streamed down my cheeks, hot and useless. I sobbed, silent and desperate, until my throat was raw and my chest ached. After what felt like an eternity, the sheer exhaustion of terror began to set in. I forced myself to take slow, shuddering breaths. Panic would not help. I had to think, had to get out. My hands began to explore the small room in the pitch black. The walls were rough, plaster crumbling under my fingertips. No windows, just as I would seen. The door felt solid, thick wood. I ran my hands over it, searching for a weak spot, a loose hinge, anything. The doorknob was smooth, cold metal. The lock felt sturdy, embedded deep in the wood. No chance of jimmying it open. I dropped to my knees, feeling along the floorboards. They were old, splintered, some slightly raised, but nothing that looked like it could be pried up. No hidden compartments, no loose tiles, just cold, hard wood. The mattress was thin, lumpy, and smelled faintly of mildew. Underneath it, just bare floor. This room was a tomb. I listened intently. The house was silent, oppressively so. No creaks, no footsteps, no distant hum of appliances. It was as if the entire structure held its breath, waiting. My imagination, however, was not silent. Every shadow, every imagined sound, painted a new picture of horror. Was he still out there, watching? What was he doing? preparing for what? My phone. I would forgotten about my phone. I fumbled in my pocket, pulling it out. The screen was still stubbornly dark. One pathetic bar. No service. A cruel joke. I tried 911 again, just in case. Nothing. Just a dead line. My last hope. A dead weight in my trembling hand. Sarah. I told Sarah, but she would not know where I was. I would only told her I was meeting Alex. She would not know the car, the route, anything. Time stretched. Endless and agonizing. My mind raced, replaying every moment of the date, searching for a clue, a warning sign I would miss. His quick, charming smile, his easy laughter, the way he would look at me across the restaurant table, it all felt like a carefully constructed lie, a mask that had only slipped at the last possible moment. He was a predator and I had walked right into his trap. Suddenly, a faint scraping sound. From outside the room, I froze, my breath catching in my throat. It was subtle, like something being dragged across a floor. Then a soft clinking, like metal on metal. My heart rate shot up again. He was out there. He was doing something. My mind conjured images of knives, chains, instruments of torture. I squeezed my eyes shut, trying to block out the terror, but it only intensified. After another stretch of suffocating silence, the lock on the door suddenly clicked. I flinched, my whole body tensing. The door creaked open, letting in a sliver of that sickly yellow light from the hallway. Alex stood there, a dark figure framed in the doorway. He carried a small, tarnished metal tray. On it sat a plate with a few pieces of what looked like dry bread and a plastic cup of water. He stepped into the room, placing the tray on the floor near the mattress. He did not look at me directly, his gaze drifting around the room as if inspecting it. His eyes, when they finally met mine, were still cold, still devoid of any recognizable human emotion. "You should eat," he said, his voice as flat and emotionless as before. I stared at the food, my stomach churning. There was no way I could swallow anything. But the thought of refusing, of angering him, was even more terrifying. I reached out a trembling hand and picked up a piece of bread. It was stale, tasteless, but I forced myself to chew, to swallow. He watched me, his silence more unnerving than any threat. Then he spoke again. Not to me, but as if to the air or to someone I could not see. "She will be so happy to have you here. We will be together soon." My blood ran cold. "She... Who are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. His eyes snapped to mine, a flicker of something annoyance. In their depths. "You know who," he said, his voice hardening slightly. "Do not play games." "She has been waiting." He took a step closer, his hand reaching out. I flinched back, pressing myself against the wall. His fingers brushed my hair, a horrifyingly intimate gesture. "You are perfect." Just like her? My mind reeled. He thought I was someone else. Or he wanted me to be someone else. A replacement. A chill, colder than any fear I would felt so far, swept through me. This was not about money or random attack. This was something far more twisted, far more personal. He lingered for a moment, his hand still poised near my head, then slowly withdrew it. He turned and walked out, closing and locking the door again. I slumped back onto the mattress, my mind racing. She... He kept saying she... Who was she? Was she real, or a figment of his deranged imagination? And why me? Was there a resemblance? I tried to remember Alex's Tinder profile, the photos, the details. Nothing jumped out. But then, my mind was a fog of terror. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time had lost all meaning. I must have drifted off, because I woke with a jolt, my heart pounding. A faint light filtered in from under the door, indicating it was probably morning. My mouth was dry, my body stiff and aching. I decided to try again. I had to find something, anything. I returned to the door, pressing my ear against the cold wood. Silence. Absolute, unnerving silence. He was gone, or at least not nearby. I ran my hands over the frame again, more carefully this time. My fingers brushed against something rough, metallic. A small, rusty nail, barely protruding from the door frame just above the lock plate. It was embedded in the wood, but it was not fully hammered in. It was loose. Could it be a weak point? I tried to wiggle it. It resisted, but with a persistent, trembling effort, it moved. My heart leaped with a desperate surge of hope. It was just a nail, but it was something. I needed a tool. I scanned the room again, my eyes more accustomed to the dimness now that a sliver of light was coming from under the door. Nothing. The mattress, the bare floor, the crumbling walls. It was empty. But wait. What was that? In the far corner, almost hidden by shadows, a small, dark shape. I crawled towards it, my fingers brushing against cold, damp concrete where the floorboards ended, and a small patch of bare, cracked foundation began. There was a piece of metal, rusted and sharp. A shard of something, maybe from a broken pipe or an old tool. It was about 6 inches long, with a jagged edge. Not ideal, but it was all I had. I carefully picked it up, testing its sharpness. It was enough. I went back to the door, my hands shaking with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. I tried to wedge the metal shard under the nail head, but it was too thick, too clumsy. I needed something thinner. My gaze fell on the mattress, the stained sheet. I tore a strip from it, then another. I twisted the fabric into a thin, tight cord. It would not pick the lock, but maybe I could use it to create leverage. I worked tirelessly, trying to get the fabric under the nail head, then using the metal shard to push and pry. The nail was stubborn, rusted in place. My fingers ached, raw from the effort. Sweat beaded on my forehead despite the cold. Each tiny movement of the nail felt like a monumental victory. Suddenly, a floorboard creaked outside. Close. I froze, my hand still clutching the metal shard. My breath hitched. He was coming back. I scrambled back to the mattress, shoving the shard under it, covering it with the sheet. I lay down, pretending to be asleep, my eyes squeezed shut, my heart hammering against my ribs. The lock clicked. The door opened. I could feel his presence, the cold air he brought with him. He stood there for a long moment, watching me. I held my breath, praying he would not notice the slight disturbance around the doorframe, the faint scratches I would made. He did not say anything. I heard a soft thud, like he would place something on the floor. Then, after another agonizing moment, he left, the door locking behind him. I waited, rigid, for several minutes before daring to open my eyes. He would left another plate of food, a piece of something that looked like cold, congealed stew, and another cup of water. But that was not what caught my attention. Next to the tray, on the bare floor, was a small, dusty photo album. My breath hitched. This was it. The why. I crawled over, my hands trembling as I reached for the album. It was old, its cover faded and peeling. I opened it. The first few pages were filled with old, sepia-toned photographs. A family, smiling. A younger man, who bore a striking, unsettling resemblance to Alex, but with kinder eyes. A woman, beautiful, with long, dark hair. And then, a little girl. My blood ran cold. The little girl, she had my hair color, my eye color, a similar facial structure. Not identical, not a twin, but enough of a resemblance that a deranged mind could twist it, could make it identical. I flipped through the album, my fingers shaking. More pictures of the girl, growing up, birthday parties, school photos, and then a gap. A section of empty pages, followed by a sudden jarring shift. The next photos were of me. Not photos of me, but photos with me. Pictures from my Tinder profile, screenshots from my social media. He had been stalking me. He had found me, not just on Tinder, but online. He had planned this meticulously. And then, a picture of the girl again, but this one was different. It was a newspaper clipping, yellowed with age, tucked into a sleeve. The headline was blurry, but I could make out a few words. Local girl missing. Search continues. The date was years ago. He thought I was her. He wanted me to become her. His missing daughter. A lost love. The first Alex I would seen, the one from Tinder, must have been a construct, a bait. This man, the one with the dead eyes, was something else entirely. He was a broken man, a twisted reflection of grief and obsession. A chill, deeper than any fear, settled over me. This was not just about escape anymore. This was about escaping a ghost. Suddenly, I heard footsteps again. This time, they were heavy, purposeful. He was coming back, and he was not just leaving food. I shoved the album under the mattress, scrambling to my feet. The door burst open. He stood there, his eyes fixed on me, a strange, almost serene smile on his face. In his hand, he held something, a dress, an old-fashioned, frilly white dress, yellowed with age, like something from a child's baptism, and next to it, a small, worn doll. "It is time," he said, his voice soft, almost tender, but carrying an undercurrent of terrifying certainty. "She had been waiting so long. We need to make you ready." My stomach dropped. This was it. The ritual, the transformation, the final, horrifying step in his delusion. "No," I whispered, my voice trembling. "Please, I am not her. My name is..." He took a step closer, his smile widening, becoming grotesque. "Of course, you are. You just need to remember..." He held out the dress. "Put this on..." I shook my head, backing away until I hit the wall. "No. I won't." His eyes, which had been almost gentle, hardened instantly. The smile vanished. "Do not make this difficult," he said, his voice a low growl. "She does not like it when you are difficult." He dropped the dress and the doll, then lunged. My survival instincts, dormant for so long, finally kicked in. I screamed, a raw, primal sound that tore from my throat. I ducked under his arm, scrambling past him towards the open door. Adrenaline surged through me, lending me a strength I did not know I possessed. He spun around, grabbing at me, his fingers brushing my hair. I could feel the cold, metallic shard still clutched in my hand. Without thinking, I swung my arm wildly, the jagged edge connecting with something solid. A grunt escaped his lips. I did not stop to look. I burst out of the room, into the dimly lit hallway. The air outside was just as stale, but the sight of the open space, however dingy, was a spark of hope. I ran, my bare feet pounding on the dusty floorboards. Behind me, I heard a roar of rage. "You should not have done that." He was right behind me. I could hear his heavy footsteps, his ragged breathing. I did not look back. I just ran, blindly, towards the front door, the one I would have been led through hours ago. The main room was a mess of old, dust-covered furniture, draped in white sheets like ghosts. I tripped over something, sprawling to the floor, pain shooting up my leg. I scrambled back up, my heart a frantic drum. He was gaining on me. The front door was old, heavy wood, secured with a rusty deadbolt. I fumbled with it, my fingers clumsy with terror. The bolt slid back with a grating screech. I yanked the door open, the hinges groaning in protest. Outside, the world was still shrouded in a sickly dawn light. The air was cold, damp. I burst onto the rickety porch, leaping over the broken steps, not even feeling the impact as I landed on the muddy ground. I ran into the woods, towards the faint, distant hint of gray in the sky that promised the sun Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes, but I did not care. I just ran, my lungs burning, a desperate, animalistic flight. I could hear him crashing through the undergrowth behind me, his shouts echoing through the trees. "Come back. You are not leaving. Not again." His voice sent shivers down my spine, fueling my desperate sprint. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, and kept going. My legs screamed in protest, but the fear was stronger. I had to get out. I had to live. The trees began to thin. I could see a faint, winding track ahead, the same gravel road we had driven down. Hope, raw and agonizing, surged through me. I pushed harder, ignoring the pain, ignoring the burning in my chest. I burst out of the tree line, onto the gravel road. My eyes darted left, then right. No car, nothing. Just the endless, winding track stretching into the dim, gray dawn. Then, in the distance, a faint hum, a car engine. My heart leaped. I started running towards it, waving my arms wildly, screaming, my voice hoarse and raw. "Help, please. Help me." The hum grew louder. Headlights appeared. Cutting through the gloom, it was a truck, old and battered, coming towards me. I ran faster, stumbling, my legs threatening to give out. Behind me, I heard him emerge from the woods, his footsteps, closer now. I did not look back. I just kept my eyes fixed on the approaching headlights. The truck driver, a burly man with a surprised look on his face, slowed down, then stopped. I scrambled to the passenger door, tearing it open, collapsing into the seat. "Drive, please. Drive," I gasped, pointing back at the woods. "He is coming. He is crazy." The driver, seeing my disheveled state, my bleeding face, the raw terror in my eyes, did not hesitate. He slammed the door shut and floored it. The truck lurched forward, tires spitting gravel. I risked a glance back. Alex stood at the edge of the woods, a dark, menacing figure, watching us go, even from this distance. I could feel the intensity of his gaze, the chilling, possessive anger radiating from him. He did not pursue. He just stood there, a silent, terrifying promise of lingering horror. The truck sped down the road, leaving the nightmare behind. I huddled in the seat, shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. The driver, bless his heart, did not ask questions, just kept driving until we reached a small gas station many miles down the road. The police came. I told them everything, my voice hoarse, my body still trembling. They found the farmhouse, just as I described. They found the room, the mattress, the old dress, the doll, the photo album, but they did not find Alex. He was gone, vanished into the woods, swallowed by the darkness he seemed to embody. They searched for weeks, months. They found records of the missing girl, years ago, and confirmed the identity of the man as her father, a man who had disappeared shortly after her case went cold. He was deeply disturbed, obsessed with his lost daughter, and I, somehow, had become the focus of his twisted delusion. I never fully recovered. The charming smile from Tinder, the cold, predatory baring of teeth, the dead eyes they haunt my dreams. Every shadow holds a threat. Every unexpected sound sends a jolt of terror. Through me. I changed my name, moved to a different state, but the fear, the chilling certainty that he is still out there, searching, waiting, never truly leaves me. I never went on a Tinder date again. I never will, because sometimes the monster is not under your bed. Sometimes he's just a swipe away. And sometimes he is wearing a face you thought you knew, a face that smiled at you just hours before he dragged you into the suffocating darkness of your worst nightmare. On to the next one. I have always been pretty careful online. I mean, who is not these days? But after a string of bad luck and even worse dates, I found myself back on Tinder, swiping through profiles with a mix of hope and dread. That is when I matched with Alex. He had a great smile, a few pictures of him hiking, and his bio mentioned a love for classic rock and trying new restaurants. all things that sounded good to me. We chatted for a week, and he seemed genuinely nice, funny even. We finally decided to meet up for dinner at a new Italian place downtown. The date started out fine, but as the evening wore on, Alex's eyes kept darting around the restaurant, and he asked strangely specific questions about my daily routine, like when I usually left for work. Then he suggested we go for a short drive to a scenic spot he knew, despite it being late and dark. I should have said no. I really should have, but he had this way about him, a charm that was hard to resist. Even if it felt a little forced, he would complimented my dress, listened intently to my stories, and even made a few jokes that genuinely made me laugh. My gut was telling me something was off, but my brain, desperate for a good connection, kept trying to rationalize it away. Maybe he was just nervous. I thought maybe he was just really observant. "It is a great view of the city lights," he would said, leaning across the table, his voice a low, persuasive rumble, perfect for a late-night chat. "It is not far, just a little out of the way." I hesitated, looking at my watch. It was already past 10. I should probably get home soon. "Alex, I have work tomorrow." He smiled, a wide, almost too perfect smile that did not quite reach his eyes. "Oh, come on. Chloe, live a little. It will only be for a few minutes. I promise to have you back before midnight. Unless you do not want to spend more time with me." He raised an eyebrow, a playful challenge in his gaze. That last part hit me. It felt like a test, and I did not want to fail. I did not want to seem boring or uptight, so against my better judgment, I relented. "Okay," I said, trying to sound more enthusiastic than I felt. "Just for a little while." His smile widened, and he seemed to practically glow. "Excellent. My car is just around the corner." Walking out of the restaurant, the cool night air was a welcome change from the stuffy warmth inside. Alex led me to a sleek dark sedan, a model I did not recognize but looked expensive. He opened the passenger door for me, a gentlemanly gesture that again made me question my earlier unease. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I slid into the passenger seat. The interior of the car was immaculate, almost sterile. There was a faint, cloying scent, something like a cheap air freshener trying to mask another smell, but I could not quite place it. I tried to push the thought away. He got in, started the engine, and the car purred to life. So, I began, trying to make light conversation. "Where is this secret spot?" Alex just chuckled, a low, humorless sound. "You will see. It is a surprise." He pulled out of the parking spot and onto the main road. At first, we drove through familiar streets, past the usual late-night traffic and neon signs of bars and convenience stores. I felt a little better, thinking maybe it really was just a quick drive to a local viewpoint. But then, he took a turn I did not recognize, heading away from the city center, deeper into the residential areas. The streetlights grew sparser, the houses further apart. "Are we going the right way?" I asked, a nervous laugh escaping my lips. "It feels like we are heading out of town." He glanced at me, his eyes briefly reflecting the faint glow of the dashboard lights. "Trust me, Chloe. It is worth it." His voice was calm, almost soothing, but it did nothing to calm the growing knot in my stomach. The roads became darker, narrower. The houses gave way to open fields, then dense tree lines. The last vestiges of city glow faded behind us, replaced by the oppressive blackness of the countryside. My phone, which I would pulled out to check the time, showed a rapidly diminishing signal bar. "Alex, seriously, where are we going?" My voice was tighter now, laced with genuine concern. "I am not comfortable. I need to get back." He did not answer immediately. He just kept driving, his hands gripping the steering wheel a little too tightly. The speedometer needle seemed to creep higher than it should have on these winding, unlit roads. The trees on either side of the car seemed to lean in, their branches clawing at the sky. "Alex," I said, my voice rising. "Pull over. I want to go home now." He finally spoke, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. almost there. Chloe. Just a little further. His tone was flat, devoid of the charm he would displayed all evening. It was a different voice, colder, harder. Panic began to bloom in my chest. A cold, thorny flower. I reached for the door handle, but it felt stiff. I tried again, pushing harder. It would not budge. My heart hammered against my ribs. The doors are locked, I said, my voice barely a whisper. Unlock them. Alex. He finally turned his head, a slow, deliberate movement. His eyes, in the dim light, looked black, devoid of any warmth. His mouth was set in a grim line. No, Chloe. Not yet. We are not finished. My breath hitched. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, any explanation, for this sudden, terrifying shift. This was not the Alex from Tinder. This was not the charming man I would had dinner with. This was someone else entirely. What are you talking about? I forced out, trying to keep my voice steady, but it trembled uncontrollably. Where are you taking me? He let out a soft, almost amused sigh. You are so naive. Chloe, did you really think it was just a random match? Did you think I just found you? He shook his head. A slow, mournful gesture. I have been watching you, Chloe, for a long time. My blood ran cold. The faint scent in the car suddenly seemed much more sinister, like something trying to cover up the smell of fear, or something worse. What do you mean? I stammered, my eyes darting around the dark interior of the car, then out at the impenetrable blackness of the woods flying past. I mean, he said, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. I know where you live. I know what coffee you drink every morning. I know your work schedule. I know you like to binge watch old sitcoms on Tuesday nights with a bowl of ice cream. I know about your ex, Mark, and how he broke your heart. I know everything. Chloe. He paused, letting his words hang in the air, each one a hammer blow to my fragile sense of safety. He knew about Mark. He knew about my Tuesday night ritual. These were not things on my Tinder profile. These were not things I would ever told him. How do you know all that? The words were a desperate croak. He finally turned off the main road, onto an even narrower, unpaved track. The car bumped and jostled, throwing me against the seat. Branches scraped against the sides of the vehicle, a harsh, grating sound. It was pitch black now, no streetlights, no houses, just the powerful beams of the headlights cutting a path through the dense, silent forest. I told you, he said, a hint of something dark and twisted in his voice. I have been watching. You post so much online. Chloe, even the things you think are private, they are not, and you leave so many little doors open, do not you. He pulled the car to a sudden stop. The engine died, plunging us into an unnerving silence broken only by the chirping of crickets and the frantic pounding of my heart. We were in a small clearing, surrounded on all sides by towering, ancient trees. In the center of the clearing stood a dilapidated, single-story cabin, its windows dark and gaping like empty eyes. It looked abandoned, desolate, utterly terrifying. Welcome home, Chloe, Alex said, turning to face me fully. The charming mask was completely gone now. His face was a hard, unreadable mask, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. This is not my home. I screamed, my voice raw with terror. I yanked on the door handle again, harder this time, frantically pressing the lock button on the armrest. Nothing. The car was a cage. Alex simply watched me, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. Oh, it will be. We are going to make a beautiful life here, you and I. Away from all the noise, all the distractions. He reached into his jacket pocket and slowly pulled something out. My eyes fixed on it, wide with dread. It was not a knife or rope or tape. It was a single silver key, a house key. My house key, the spare one, I kept hidden under the fake rock by my back porch, the one I thought only I knew about. "How did you get that?" I whispered, the air leaving my lungs in a ragged gasp. "You are surprisingly careless, Chloe," he said, twirling the key on his finger. "Leaving your little treasures in plain sight. It was not hard to find. Just like it was not hard to find you. You are such an open book, are not you? All your hopes and fears, right there for anyone to read." He leaned closer, his breath hot against my cheek. I could smell something sweet, sickly sweet, like decaying flowers. "And now, we can finally be together. No more swiping, no more waiting." I recoiled, pressing myself as far back into the seat as I could. "You are insane." "Let me go. I will scream." He chuckled, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Go ahead. Chloe. Scream. No one can hear you out here. No one will ever find you." He reached for me then, his hand snaking out, surprisingly fast, to grab my arm. His grip was like iron. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me, overriding the paralyzing fear. I was not going to let this happen. I was not going to be another victim in a horror story. With a desperate cry, I pulled back, thrashing violently. My elbow connected with something hard. "His jaw," he grunted, his grip momentarily loosening. It was just enough. In that split second, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror, I lunged across the center console, aiming for the driver's side door. My fingers fumbled for the lock. Alex roared, grabbing at my hair, pulling me back. Pain exploded in my scalp, but I ignored it. I found the lock button, slammed my thumb down, and heard the faint click of the mechanism. I yanked the driver's door handle. It opened. The cold night air rushed in, a blast of freedom. I scrambled out of the car, tripping over my own feet, falling to my knees on the rough dirt track. "Chloe, get back here." Alex's voice was a snarl, right behind me. I did not look back. I did not dare. I scrambled to my feet and ran, blindly, into the darkness of the woods. Branches whipped at my face, tearing at my clothes. Twigs snapped under my feet. The ground was uneven, covered in roots and rocks, and I stumbled repeatedly, but I kept going. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but the image of Alex's face, of that key, spurred me onward. I could hear him behind me, crashing through the undergrowth. He was bigger, stronger, and probably knew these woods better than I did, but I had a head start, and the adrenaline was giving me a superhuman burst of energy. "You can't escape." "Chloe!" he yelled, his voice echoing through the trees. "You are mine." Tears streamed down my face, mixing with the sweat and the scratches from the branches. I did not know where I was going, just away. Away from him, away from that cabin, away from the nightmare he was trying to drag me into. My foot caught on something, and I went down hard, hitting my head on a tree root. Stars exploded behind my eyes, and a wave of nausea washed over me. I lay there for a second, disoriented, my body screaming in protest. I could hear Alex's heavy footsteps getting closer. No, I could not stop. I pushed myself up, my head throbbing, and forced myself to run again. The trees seemed to close in, forming a suffocating tunnel. I could barely see anything, relying on instinct and the sheer will to survive. Then, through a gap in the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant glow. A light. It was not the city, but it was something. Hope, fragile but potent, surged through me. I veered towards it, pushing through thorny bushes, ignoring the pain as they tore at my skin. The light grew stronger, steadier. It was not a house, not exactly. It was the distinct, rhythmic flash of a yellow hazard light. A car. A road. With a final, desperate burst of speed, I burst out of the tree line and onto a paved road. It was narrow, unlit, but it was undeniably a road. And there, pulled over on the shoulder, was a car with its hazard lights blinking. I did not care who it was. I ran towards it, screaming, waving my arms. "Help me. Please, help me." The car was an old pickup truck. A man was standing beside it, looking at a flat tire. He turned, startled by my sudden appearance, a wild-eyed, disheveled mess stumbling out of the woods. "What the my?" he started, his voice rough. "He is after me. He is crazy. Please, you have to help me." I gasped, pointing back towards the darkness of the woods. Just then, Alex emerged from the tree line, his silhouette stark against the faint glow of the truck's lights. He stopped, seeing me, seeing the truck, seeing the man. For a moment, he just stood there, a dark, menacing figure. The man in the truck, a burly guy with a beard, took one look at Alex, then at me, then back at Alex, who started slowly walking towards us. He did not hesitate. "Get in," the man yelled, yanking open the passenger door of his truck. "Get in now." I did not need to be told twice. I practically threw myself into the truck. Fumbling with the lock, the man quickly got into the driver's seat, slammed his door shut, and hit the central locking button. Alex broke into a run, but the truck engine roared to life. The man, without a second thought, floored it. The tires spun on the gravel shoulder, spitting rocks before gaining traction on the pavement. We sped away, leaving Alex standing alone in the middle of the dark road, shrinking in the rearview mirror until he was swallowed by the night. I collapsed against the seat, sobbing, shaking uncontrollably. The man, whose name I later learned was Frank, was quiet for a long time, just driving. He eventually handed me a crumpled tissue from his glove compartment. "You okay, kid?" he asked, his voice softer now. I could only nod, tears still streaming. He drove me to the nearest town, to a gas station that was still open, and called the police. Explaining it to the officer felt surreal, like recounting a nightmare that had somehow bled into reality. They took down my statement, and a patrol car went back to the clearing, but they found nothing. No Alex, no cabin, just an empty, overgrown patch of woods. It was like he had vanished into thin air. I went home that night, but it did not feel like home anymore. The police changed the locks, and I bought every security device I could find. I deleted all my social media, my dating apps, trying to erase every digital footprint I had, but the feeling of being watched never left me. Every shadow, every unexpected sound, every unfamiliar car on my street sent a jolt of terror through me. I never saw Alex again, but sometimes, when I am alone, late at night, I swear I can still smell that sickly sweet scent, hear his chilling whisper, and see that single silver key twirling in his hand, and I wonder, with a cold dread that never truly fades, if he is still out there, watching, waiting for me to leave another door open. After a brief pause, the next story takes over. Okay, so listen, I am telling you, this is not some made-up story, this is real. Every breath, every smell, every terrifying second is burned into my memory. And it all started with a swipe, right? A simple, stupid swipe, right? The last thing I remembered before the door creaked open again was the silence. That heavy, suffocating silence after the generator hum had died down, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the lingering stench of whatever horrific chemicals permeated that room. But then, that sliver of yellow light, the scrape of the key, and Alex, his eyes were still just as empty as before, like someone had scooped out his soul and left two black holes behind. But this time, he was not alone. Behind him, a hulking silhouette, tall and broad, filled the doorway. It was too dark to make out features, but the sheer size of the figure was enough to send a fresh wave of ice through my veins. It just stood there, unmoving, a silent, monstrous guard. Alex stepped into the room, not bothering to close the door behind him. The hulking figure followed, slowly, deliberately, and as it moved into the faint light from the hallway, I could finally see it. Or him. He was enormous, not just tall, but incredibly wide, with shoulders like a linebacker. His head seemed to be perpetually slumped forward, and he moved with a strange, shuffling gait, almost like a zombie. He wore dark, stained overalls, the kind you would see a mechanic or a farmer wear, but these were caked with something that looked suspiciously dark and crusty. His face was something else. It was broad and flat, with a low forehead and eyes that seemed too small for his head, set deep in their sockets. He had a thick, unkempt beard, matted with God knows what, and his mouth hung slightly open, revealing a few crooked yellow teeth. He did not speak, did not make a sound, just stared, his gaze vacant, unsettling. This was not just some big guy. This was a creature. Alex did not say a word either. He just gestured with his chin towards me. The hulking man, I just started calling him the brute in my head, shuffled forward. Every step he took, the floorboards groaned under his weight. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. I scrambled back, pressing myself against the far wall, kicking out my legs, desperate to create some distance, but there was nowhere to go. The room was small, and he was massive. He reached me in 2 strides. His hand, huge and calloused, shot out and grabbed my arm. Not gently, not even roughly, but with an unfeeling, vice-like grip that instantly bruised. I yelped, a pathetic strangled sound, and tried to pull away, but it was like trying to move a brick wall. He lifted me effortlessly, like I weighed nothing, and began to drag me towards the door. No. Let me go. I screamed, my voice raw and cracking. I kicked and thrashed, my feet scrabbling against the dusty floor, but it was useless. Alex just watched, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk playing on his lips. That smirk, man, that was worse than any snarl. It was the smirk of a predator, enjoying its prey's terror. The brute dragged me out of the room and into a dimly lit hallway. The air here was even worse than in my cell. The acrid chemical smell was stronger, biting at my nose and throat, making my eyes water. But beneath it, there was that cloying sweetness again, now mixed with something metallic, like old pennies and something else. Something indescribably foul, like decaying meat. It was a smell that burrowed deep into your sinuses and made your stomach churn. The hallway was narrow, lined with doors, all closed and identical, made of dark, heavy wood. The walls were peeling, stained with what looked like water damage, but also with darker reddish-brown splotches that made my blood run cold. As the brute dragged me past them, I tried to glance into the gaps under the doors, desperate for any clue, any glimpse of what this place truly was, but it was just darkness, or the faint glint of stainless steel. Stainless steel in a farmhouse? No, this was not a farmhouse. This was something else entirely. We turned a corner, and the hallway opened up into a larger, more open space. It was still dark, but I could make out shapes, large, boxy structures, covered with tarps, and what looked like industrial shelving units, loaded with crates and containers. The floor here was concrete, stained and uneven, and the air was thick with dust and that sickening cocktail of smells. The generator hum, though not as loud as before, was faintly audible again. A low, persistent thrumming that vibrated through the floor, a constant reminder of the machinery that powered this nightmare. The brute continued to drag me, his grip unwavering. I was still kicking and screaming, but my voice was getting hoarse, and my strength was rapidly fading. Alex followed a few paces behind, his presence a chilling shadow, his silence more terrifying than any threat. Suddenly, the brute stopped. We were in front of a heavy metal door, unlike the wooden ones in the hallway. It looked like something you would find in a walk-in freezer or a secure vault. He released my arm, and I crumpled to the floor, gasping for air, my arm throbbing where he would held me. For a split second, I thought I might have a chance, but before I could even think of scrambling away, Alex stepped forward. He bent down, not to help me, but to grab a handful of my hair, yanking my head back so I was forced to look at him. His empty eyes bore into mine. "You are going to be a good girl," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion, "and you are going to cooperate. Understand?" I tried to nod, but the pain in my scalp was excruciating. Tears streamed down my face, hot and stinging. He let go, and I slumped forward, coughing. The brute, meanwhile, had opened the metal door. It swung inward with a heavy, metallic groan, revealing a new room, bathed in a harsh fluorescent light. This was not dim or dusty. This was bright, too bright, and what I saw inside that is when the real terror began. The room was clinical, sterile, in a terrifying way. The walls were tiled, white and gleaming, but splattered with crimson stains that looked disturbingly fresh. The floor was also tiled, a light gray, and it sloped slightly towards a drain in the center. In the middle of the room there was a long stainless steel table, the kind you see in a morgue or an operating room. Straps, thick and leather, hung from its sides. Above it, a large articulated lamp, like a surgeon's light, cast a brilliant, unforgiving glare. On one side of the room there was a large glass-fronted refrigerator, humming softly. Through the glass, I could see various plastic containers, bottles and bags, some filled with clear liquids, others with viscous, cloudy substances. And then there were the shelves. They were lined with glass jars of various sizes, filled with formaldehyde, and inside them were things that looked like organs, suspended in the amber fluid, a heart, unmistakably, lungs, something that looked like a kidney, and then a human hand, pale and lifeless, floating eerily in a jar. I gagged, a wave of nausea washing over me, so intense that I thought I would vomit. The metallic smell was overwhelming here, mixed with the sharp, pickling scent of formaldehyde and something else, something fleshy and sweet like overripe fruit, but rotten. It was the smell of death, processed and preserved. "Get her on the table," Alex commanded, his voice barely above a whisper, but it cut through the buzzing in my ears. The brute grabbed me again, this time by both arms, and dragged me towards that gleaming steel table. I screamed, thrashing wildly, but my struggles were pathetic against his brute strength. He lifted me and threw me onto the table. The cold steel shocked my skin, and the impact knocked the wind out of me. Before I could even catch my breath, he had me pinned, quickly securing the leather straps around my wrists and ankles. They were tight, digging into my skin, cutting off circulation. I was completely helpless, spread-eagled on that cold, hard slab. My eyes darted frantically around the room. On a smaller wheeled cart beside the table, there was an array of surgical instruments, scalpels, clamps, retractors, gleaming wickedly under the harsh light. They were not just for show, they were used. They were clean, but there were faint, dried, reddish-brown stains in the crevices of some of them. Alex walked over to the cart, picking up a long, slender scalpel. He tested its edge with his thumb, a slow, deliberate motion that made my blood run cold. He did not look at me, his gaze fixed on the blade. "You know," he said, his voice still flat, almost conversational, "it is always a shame. Such potential, such vitality." He finally looked at me, and his empty eyes seemed to bore right through me. But then, that is what makes it so valuable, is not it. "What are you talking about?" I whispered, my voice trembling, barely audible. "What do you want?" He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. "What do I want? I want to make the world a better place. To advance understanding, to contribute." He gestured vaguely around the room with the scalpel. "And for that, we need resources. Fresh resources." My mind raced, trying to put the pieces together. The formaldehyde, the organs in jars, the surgical tools, the cold, sterile room, the smell, the generator, the farmhouse facade. It all clicked into place with a horrifying, sickening thud. They were not farming plants or animals here. They were farming people. You are harvesting organs." I choked out, the words tasting like ash in my mouth. Alex's smirk returned. Just a flicker, but it was there. A crude term, but yes, in a way. But it is so much more than that. We study, we learn, we perfect. And sometimes, when the specimens are particularly prime, we share the bounty. He ran the tip of the scalpel along the edge of the table, making a faint scraping sound. You, for instance, are quite a specimen. Healthy, untouched, excellent condition. Tears streamed down my face again, but these were tears of pure, unadulterated terror. This was not a random attack. This was methodical, cold-blooded, and scientific. I was just a commodity, a resource. Alex, the charming Tinder date, was a monster, a butcher. Please. I begged, my voice cracking. Please do not do this. I have family. People will look for me. He sighed, a sound of mild annoyance. They always say that, and they always look. For a while, but people forget, and we are very, very good at what we do. He stepped closer, the scalpel glinting. Besides, you agreed to come to the farmhouse. You walked right in. You made your choice. He leaned over me, his face close, and I could smell the faint scent of coffee on his breath, a sickening reminder of our first, normal conversation just hours ago. Do not worry, he whispered, his voice almost gentle, a horrifying parody of comfort. It will be quick and painless. Mostly, my eyes squeezed shut. This was it. This was how it ended. Kidnapped by a Tinder date, dissected on a cold steel table in some hidden rural slaughterhouse. The thought was so absurd, so horrific, it felt like a nightmare I could not wake from. Just then, a loud, insistent buzzing sound filled the room. It came from a small, wall-mounted intercom near the door. Alex straightened up, a flicker of irritation crossing his face. He walked over and pressed a button. Yes, he said, his voice sharp. A muffled, tinny voice responded from the intercom, too indistinct for me to understand. Alex listened, his expression growing tighter. He glanced back at me, then at the brute. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. He pressed the button again. Fine, I will be right there. Keep an eye on her. He turned to the brute, who was still standing motionless by the table. Stay here. Do not let her go anywhere. The brute gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Alex gave me one last cold look, then strode out of the room, the metal door swinging shut behind him with a heavy thud, plunging me back into relative silence, save for the hum of the refrigerator and the distant thrum of the generator. I was alone with the brute. He stood there, a silent, hulking shadow, his vacant eyes fixed on me. My heart was still racing, but a tiny spark of something else ignited within me. Desperation. This was my chance. Maybe not a good chance, but the only one I was going to get. I tested the straps. They were tight, but perhaps I focused on my left wrist. The leather was thick, but it was old, cracked in places. I pulled, straining every muscle, grinding my wrist against the rough material. It chafed, tearing at my skin, but I did not care. The pain was a distraction from the terror. The brute did not move. He just watched. Was he even fully aware, or was he just a programmed automaton? I had to find out. I pulled harder, gritting my teeth. A tiny tear, a thread, came loose from the strap. It was barely anything, but it was something. I kept at it, twisting my wrist, sawing it back and forth against the strap, ignoring the burning sensation and the warm trickle of blood that started to run down my arm. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The brute remained unmoving, like a grotesque statue. Had Alex underestimated his intelligence? Or was he just incredibly patient? I did not know, and I did not care. I just needed to get free. Finally, with a soft snap, a section of the leather strap gave way. It was not completely broken, but it was loose enough for me to wiggle my hand. I pulled with all my might, my wrist screaming in protest, and with a final, agonizing lurch, my hand slipped free. Freedom. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me. I quickly undid the other wrist strap, then the ankle straps. My legs were stiff, my body aching, but I did not hesitate. I scrambled off the table, hitting the cold floor with a soft thud. The brute finally reacted. His head snapped up, those small eyes widening slightly. He let out a low, guttural growl, a sound that rumbled deep in his chest. He took a step towards me. I did not wait. I bolted for the metal door. My bare feet slapped against the tiled floor, slick with something I did not want to identify. I fumbled for the handle, pushing down, pulling, but it was locked. My heart sank. No, no, no. The brute was closer now, his heavy footsteps thudding behind me. I could hear his ragged breathing. I glanced around frantically. The small cart. With the instruments. Maybe I grabbed a scalpel, the sharpest one I could find, its cold handle slippery in my sweaty palm. It was a pathetic weapon against a man his size, but it was all I had. I spun around as he lunged. He was fast for his size. I dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding his massive hand as it swiped through the air, where I would been a second before. He crashed into the stainless steel table, making it clatter violently. This was my chance. I did not try to fight him. I just needed to get out. I scanned the room again. The intercom. Maybe there was a way to open the door from there, or at least call for help. I darted to the intercom panel, frantically pressing buttons. Nothing. Just a static hiss. The brute was recovering from his collision, with the table turning slowly, his face contorted in a silent snarl. My eyes landed on the refrigeration unit. The glass front, it was thick, but maybe... I took a deep breath, clutching the scalpel. This was insane, but what choice did I have? I swung the scalpel, not at him, but at the glass door of the refrigerator. It was a desperate, wild swing. The tip of the blade hit the glass with a sharp crack. A small spider web of cracks appeared, but the glass held. The brute was almost on me. I saw his shadow loom. I had to create a distraction. I screamed, a primal, guttural scream of pure terror and defiance. Then, with renewed strength, I slammed my elbow into the cracked glass. It shattered, sending shards flying, and the bottles and jars inside tumbled out, crashing to the floor with sickening splatters. The smell of formaldehyde and rotting organs instantly intensified, making me gag. The brute paused, his small eyes momentarily distracted by the sudden noise and the grotesque mess. That was all I needed. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran to the metal door, not bothering with the handle this time. I kicked it, again and again, with all the force I could muster, screaming for help. The door shuddered, but it remained stubbornly shut. Then I heard it, a familiar scrape of a key in a lock. Not the one I was kicking, but the one I would been kept in. Alex was coming back. Panic surged through me. Had to get out. I turned, looking for another way. The brute was advancing, slowly, inexorably, towards me. There. A small, narrow vent, high up on the wall, near the ceiling. It looked too small for me to fit, but it was the only other opening in the room. I dragged a rolling stool from under the surgical cart, pushing it under the vent. Stop her! I heard Alex's voice, sharp and urgent, from behind the metal door. The brute lunged, but I was already scrambling onto the stool. It wobbled precariously under my weight. I reached up, my fingers scraping against the cold metal grate of the vent. I pulled, twisted, desperate. It was screwed in tight. The metal door burst open, and Alex stood there, his face contorted in a furious snarl, a stark contrast to his earlier calm. He saw me, perched on the stool, desperately clawing at the vent. "You little bitch!" he roared, and for the first time his mask of cold indifference completely shattered. He rushed forward. The brute was right behind him, reaching for my leg. I kicked out, catching his huge arm, but it was like kicking a tree trunk. He grabbed my ankle, his grip like iron. I screamed, pulling myself upwards, my fingers finding purchase on the edge of the vent. The brute pulled, trying to drag me down. The stool tipped, sending instruments clattering to the floor. I felt a searing pain as my ankle twisted, but I ignored it. With a final, desperate surge of adrenaline, I pulled, tearing the vent cover from the wall with a wrenching sound of metal on metal. It came loose, clattering to the floor. The opening was small, dark, but it was an opening. I squeezed, pushing myself headfirst into the dark shaft. My shoulders scraped painfully against the rough metal, but I kept pushing. The brute was still holding my ankle, trying to drag me back. Alex was screaming, his voice echoing in the tiled room. "Let go!" I shrieked, kicking wildly with my free leg. I connected with something soft, and the brute grunted. His grip, for a split second, loosened. That was all I needed. I pulled myself free, my skin tearing, my clothes snagging, but I was in. I scrambled forward, blindly crawling through the narrow, dark tunnel. It smelled of dust and stale air, a welcome relief from the horrors of the room behind me. I could hear Alex's furious shouts, the brute's heavy thuds, echoing behind me. They were trying to follow, but the vent was too small for them. I could hear them banging on the metal, trying to force it open. I crawled on, the darkness absolute, the air thick and oppressive. I did not know where I was going, but it had to be better than where I had been. I could feel the cold metal floor of the vent under my hands and knees, occasionally scraping against something sharp. My body was a mass of aches and pains, but the terror fueled me. After what felt like an eternity, I saw a faint glimmer of light ahead. Hope surged through me. I pushed faster, ignoring the burning in my lungs, the throbbing in my ankle. The light grew stronger. It was another vent cover, this one much flimsier, held in place by only a few rusty screws. I kicked at it again and again until it fell away with a soft clang. I tumbled out of the vent, landing with a grunt on a concrete floor. I was in another room, but this one was different. It was dark, dusty, and filled with old crates, tarps, and what looked like discarded farm equipment. Rusty plows, broken machinery. It smelled of earth and old metal, and through a grimy window, I could see the faint silvery light of the moon. I was outside the main building, maybe, or at least in an outbuilding. My heart hammered against my ribs. I scrambled to my feet, my ankles screaming in protest. I limped towards the window, my eyes scanning for any sign of escape. There was a door, a wooden one, half rotted, at the far end of the room. I stumbled towards it, my body screaming for me to stop, to rest, but the image of Alex's empty eyes and that cold steel table spurred me on. I threw my weight against the door. It groaned, the hinges protesting, but it held. I tried again, and this time, with a splintering crack, the rotten wood gave way. I burst out into the cool night air. The moon was high, casting long, eerie shadows across a desolate, overgrown field. The farmhouse was behind me, a dark, silent silhouette against the starlit sky. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran across the field, over uneven ground, through tall, rustling grass that lashed at my bare legs. My lungs burned, my ankle throbbed, but I just kept going, fueled by a primal, desperate need for survival. I ran until I could not run anymore, until my legs gave out and I collapsed, gasping, in a ditch by the side of what looked like a gravel road. I lay there, shaking, sobbing, the sounds of the night crickets, wind in the trees slowly replacing the phantom screams, and the hum of the generator in my ears. I did not know where I was, or how far I would run. But I was out. I was alive. Eventually, after what felt like hours, I heard the distant rumble of an engine. A car. Hope, fragile but fierce, surged through me. I pushed myself up, limping onto the road, waving my arms frantically. A pickup truck, old and rusty, slowed down, its headlights blinding me. A grizzled farmer, his face etched with concern, peered out the window. "Hey there, miss," he said, his voice slow and kind. "You all right? You look like you have seen a ghost." I could not speak. The words were stuck in my throat, tangled with fear and relief. I just pointed back towards the dark, silent fields, towards the horror I had just escaped. He eventually drove me to the nearest town, to a small, sleepy police station. I told him everything. The Tinder date, Alex, the farmhouse, the smells, the brute, the operating room, the organs in jars, everything. They listened, their faces skeptical at first, then slowly, grimly, turning to concern, they sent officers out to the location I described. They found the farmhouse. It looked deserted, abandoned. They found the outbuildings, but the metal door to the operating room was locked, and when they forced it open, it was clean. Spotless. No instruments, no jars, no bloodstains, no signs of anything I described. The vent I escaped through was resecured, as if it had never been touched. It was like it had all been a dream, a horrific, vivid nightmare, but it was not a dream. I know it was not. I have the scars on my wrists and ankles from the straps, the bruises on my arm, the memory of the cold steel, the smell of formaldehyde and decay, the look in Alex's empty eyes, and the lingering, terrifying knowledge that somewhere out there, Alex and the Brute are still operating, still finding new resources, still making the world a better place. I never use Tinder again, obviously. I barely leave my house now. Every new face I see, every kind smile. I wonder, is it real? Or is it just another mask waiting to drop, revealing the monster underneath? The world feels different now, tainted. And I know with chilling certainty that I will never truly feel safe again. Because some nightmares you do not just wake up from, you carry them with you every single day for the rest of your life. And now we move to the next step. He finally turned his head slightly. Just enough for me to catch a glimpse of his face in the dim glow of the dashboard. It was not the charming, boyish smile I would seen an hour ago. The one that had made me swipe right on Tinder. It was not even the flat, emotionless mask he would have been wearing for the last 10 minutes. No, this was something else entirely. His lips were curved upwards, just slightly, in a smile that did not reach his eyes. It was a cold, predatory baring of teeth, like a wolf enjoying the scent of its prey. And his eyes. They were utterly devoid of light, reflecting nothing but the inky blackness outside the window. They held a chilling, calculating glint, a spark of something truly unsettling that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. "You will see," he said, his voice a low, gravelly whisper that sent a shiver down my spine. It was the first time he would spoken since that chilling no, and it was even worse. There was no anger, no panic, just a chilling certainty in his tone. He turned his gaze back to the road, and the predatory smile vanished, replaced by that blank, unreadable expression. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. My mind was a whirlwind of terror, trying desperately to grasp at any shred of reality. This was not happening. This could not be happening. Not to me. I would always been careful. I would told my friend Sarah where I was going, who I was with. I would even sent her a picture of Alex at the restaurant, laughing, looking perfectly normal. But now, all of that felt like a distant, irrelevant memory. The reality was this suffocating darkness, this speeding car, and this stranger who looked like Alex but was clearly someone else entirely. Every instinct screamed at me to fight, to scream, to do something, but my body felt paralyzed, heavy with dread. I tried the door handle again, just in case, my fingers fumbling. Slick with sweat. Still locked. Of course. I pressed my palm against the window, hoping to find a latch, a button, anything. Nothing. This smooth, cold glass. The windows were down a crack earlier, letting in the cool night air. When had he rolled them up? When had he locked the doors? I did not remember hearing the telltale click of the central locking system. It was as if he would done it so subtly, so seamlessly, that it had slipped past my awareness, already dulled by the growing unease. The gravel road became rougher, the car jostling violently, throwing me against the door. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, trying to regain some composure, some semblance of control over my spiraling fear. When I opened them, I stared out into the oppressive darkness. The trees here were different. Not just tall, but ancient, gnarled things, their branches interwoven so tightly overhead that they formed a thick, impenetrable canopy. No moonlight, no starlight, not even a glimmer of distant city lights could penetrate this natural barrier. We were truly swallowed whole. The hum of the engine and the crunching of tires on the loose stones were the only sounds. A monotonous rhythm that was both hypnotic and terrifying. My breath hitched in my throat. I had to think. I had to act. What could I do? My phone, still clutched in my hand, was utterly useless. A dead weight. One pathetic bar, blinking in and out, a cruel, mocking joke. It had been full signal in the city, but here it was a paperweight. I tried to dial 911 again, just on the off chance, but the call failed immediately. No service. Alex. I tried again, my voice barely a whisper, a stark contrast to the desperate sob from moments before. I was trying to sound calm, rational, hoping to appeal to whatever shred of humanity might still reside in him. Alex, please. Let us just talk. What do you want? Is it money? I have money. I can get you money. Just let me go. He did not respond. His eyes remained fixed straight ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel with an almost unnerving stillness. It was like talking to a mannequin. This silence, this absolute void of communication, was far more terrifying than any shouting or threats could have been. It meant he was not angry, he was not emotional, he was just executing a plan that involved me. My gaze darted around the car's interior. The glove compartment, maybe a map or something I could use as a weapon, but I could not reach it without leaning far over, putting myself even closer to him. The back seat, empty, save for a worn-out blanket folded neatly on one side. Nothing. My eyes fell on the rearview mirror. I could see my own reflection, pale and terrified, but I also saw the road behind us. Nothing. Just the dark tunnel of trees. No cars, no headlights, nothing following. We were completely alone out here. Suddenly, the car swerved sharply to the left, throwing me against the door again. I cried out, a small, involuntary sound. We were no longer on a gravel road, but a barely discernible track, overgrown with weeds and grass. Even narrower than before, it felt less like a road and more like an animal trail. The car bumped and jostled, the branches scraping against the sides with a harsh, scratching sound that made me flinch. It sounded like fingernails dragging across a blackboard, a truly awful noise that seemed to echo the desperate clawing feeling inside my chest. Then, through a brief break in the trees, I saw it. A faint, flickering light in the distance. A house. A cabin. My heart leaped with a desperate, foolish hope. Maybe it was just his remote cabin, and he was playing some kind of twisted joke. Maybe he just wanted to scare me, to prove a point before dropping me off. The thought was absurd, utterly irrational, but I clung to it like a drowning person to a piece of driftwood. As we got closer, the hope evaporated, replaced by a fresh wave of dread. It was not a cozy cabin. It was an old, dilapidated structure, barely visible through the dense foliage. The light I would seen was coming from a single, grimy window, a sickly yellow glow that seemed to seep rather than shine. The house itself was a skeleton, its porch rotting, windows boarded up, save for that one. It looked like something out of a horror movie, a place where bad things happened, where people disappeared. Alex slowed the car, finally bringing it to a halt in front of the rundown house. The engine died, and the sudden silence was deafening, amplified by the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The air grew colder, carrying with it the damp smell of earth and decay. I could hear my own ragged breathing, loud and shallow in the oppressive quiet. He turned to me then, slowly, deliberately. His face was still blank, but his eyes, they held that same cold, calculating glint I had seen before. "We are here," he said, his voice flat, devoid of any emotion. My stomach churned, and I felt a surge of nausea. This was it. This was the moment. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, any escape. I could scream. I could kick. I could bite. But what good would it do out here, in the middle of nowhere? He reached across me, slowly, and I flinched, pressing myself against the door, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. He was not reaching for me, though. He was reaching for the glove compartment. He clicked it open, revealing a sparse interior. My eyes widened in terror as he pulled out a roll of thick gray duct tape. "No!" I shrieked, finally finding my voice, a raw, primal sound that ripped from my throat. I lunged, my hand shooting out, trying to grab the tape to stop him, but he was quicker. He seized my wrist, his grip surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands around my arm. I struggled, twisting and pulling, but he held me fast. "Do not make this difficult," he said, his voice still unnervingly calm, a terrifying contrast to my panic thrashing. He did not raise his voice, did not even seem to exert himself much. He simply held me, his strength, absolute. I kicked, my foot connecting with his leg, but he barely reacted. He was like a rock. Tears streamed down my face now, hot and desperate. This was not a joke. This was not a scare. This was real. This was happening. He released my wrist for a second, and I thought I had an opening. I tried to claw at his face, to scratch, to fight, but he caught my hand easily, twisting my arm behind my back. The pain shot through my shoulder, a sharp, searing agony that made me gasp. He held me still, my back pressed against the seat, my head forced back against the headrest. With my arms pinned, he quickly unwound a length of tape. Before I could even react, he slapped it over my mouth, pressing it down firmly, sealing my lips shut. The sudden loss of my voice was terrifying, a suffocating blow. I could still make muffled sounds, desperate grunts and whimpers, but no words, no screams. My eyes wide with terror. I watched as he tore off another piece, then another. He bound my wrists together, tightly, efficiently, behind my back. I struggled against the tape, twisting and pulling, but it was too strong, too adhesive. My hands were trapped, useless. My chest heaved, my breath coming in short, shallow gasps through my nose. He leaned back, surveying his handiwork with a detached, almost clinical gaze. "Good," he said, a faint, satisfied hum in his voice. He reached over, grabbing the keys from the ignition. "Now, let us go inside." He got out of the car, and I watched, my heart sinking as he walked around to my side. I pressed myself against the door, praying it would not open, that somehow, miraculously, it would stay locked. But he simply reached for the handle, pulled it, and the door swung open with a soft click. A blast of cold, damp air hit me, carrying with it the smell of decay and something else. Something metallic and sickly sweet. Blood? No, it could not be. My imagination was running wild. He grabbed my arm, pulling me roughly from the car. My legs were numb, stiff from fear and being cramped in the car. I stumbled, almost falling, but he held me upright, his grip unyielding. I tried to resist, dig my heels into the dirt, but he was too strong. He dragged me towards the house, towards that single, sickly yellow light. The ground was uneven, covered in tangled roots and sharp stones. I stumbled again and again, my bare ankles scraping against the rough terrain. The house loomed larger as we approached, its silhouette a jagged, menacing shape against the slightly less dark sky. The air grew heavier, colder, and I could hear the distinct sound of flies buzzing around something unseen. He pushed open the front door with a creak that sounded like a scream. The interior was even worse than I would imagined. The air inside was thick and stagnant, heavy with the smell of mildew, dust, and something else. Something metallic and cloying that made my stomach lurch. The single light source was a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling, casting long, dancing shadows that made the room seem to writhe and contort. The room was sparse, almost empty. A rickety wooden table stood in the center, covered in a thin layer of dust. 2 mismatched chairs were pushed up against it. Cobwebs hung like tattered curtains from every corner, swaying slightly in the draft. But it was not the dust or the cobwebs that made my blood run cold. It was the floor. It was dirt, packed earth, not wood or concrete. And in the center of the room, directly under the bare bulb, there was a patch of freshly disturbed earth, darker than the rest, as if someone had recently dug there. My eyes widened in horror. A grave. He brought me to a grave. He dragged me further into the room, towards the table. I thrashed violently, making muffled cries of protest, but he ignored me. He pushed me down onto one of the chairs, forcing me to sit. The chair creaked ominously under my weight, feeling flimsy and unstable. He then used another piece of tape to secure my legs to the chair legs, ensuring I could not kick or run. He stood back, his hands on his hips, surveying me with that same unsettling detachment. "There," he said, almost to himself. "Much better." I stared at him, my eyes pleading, desperate, trying to convey the sheer terror that was consuming me. My mind raced, searching for any explanation, any reason for this nightmare. Why me? He walked over to the table, picking up something I had not noticed before. It was a small, leather-bound journal. He ran his fingers over the cover, a faint, almost tender gesture that made my skin crawl. He then looked up at me, a flicker of something, perhaps pride, in his otherwise blank eyes. He began, his voice surprisingly conversational now, as if we were just having a casual chat. "I have been looking for someone like you for a long time. Someone perfect." My muffled cries were the only response. Perfect for what? For this. For that freshly dug patch of earth. He opened the journal, flipping through a few pages. "It is all in here, you see. My journey. My purpose?" He looked up at me again, and this time there was a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. "I tried a few before you. They just did not fit. Too loud. Too clumsy. Not the right spirit." He paused, his gaze sweeping over me, lingering on my face, my bound hands, my trembling body. "But you have a certain vulnerability, a quiet desperation. It is quite beautiful, actually." My heart was a jackhammer in my chest. He was not just a random kidnapper, he was a collector, a serial killer who meticulously documented his victims. The implication hit me like a physical blow, stealing what little air I had left. He closed the journal, placing it carefully back on the table. Then he walked over to a dark corner of the room, disappearing into the shadows for a moment. My eyes darted around, searching frantically for anything, any tool, any weapon, anything to help me. But the room was empty, save for the table and chairs and the terrifying patch of earth. He reappeared, holding something in his hand. It was a small, ornate silver dagger, its blade glinting wickedly in the dim light. It was not a practical knife. It looked ceremonial, ancient. My breath hitched. This was not just murder. This was something ritualistic. He walked back towards me, his movements slow and deliberate, almost graceful. He did not seem to be in any hurry. He was savoring this moment. "It is a cleansing," he said, holding up the dagger, admiring its blade. "A purification. The world is full of so much ugliness. I am simply making it beautiful again." He reached out, his hand brushing a stray strand of hair from my face. I flinched, but I could not pull away. His touch was cold, clinical, utterly devoid of warmth. "Do not worry," he whispered, his voice dangerously soft. "It will be quick, and then you will be part of something truly magnificent." My eyes darted to the dagger, then to his face. There was no reasoning with him. No pleading. He was utterly detached, utterly insane. This was not a person I could appeal to. This was a force of nature, a twisted, broken thing that saw me not as a human being, but as a component in his horrific ritual. As he raised the dagger, a sudden, desperate surge of adrenaline coursed through my veins. It was now or never. I could not just sit here and let him do this. I had to fight, even if it was futile. I had to try. I braced my feet against the dirt floor, pushing against the chair with all my might. The rickety chair groaned, wobbled, and then, with a splintering crack, one of its legs snapped. I fell backwards, the chair collapsing beneath me, sending me tumbling to the ground with a grunt. Alex paused, startled, the dagger momentarily forgotten in his hand. It was a split second, but it was all I needed. My hands were still bound, but my legs were free from the broken chair. I scrambled, desperate, crawling backwards on the dirt floor, trying to put distance between us. He recovered quickly, his eyes narrowing, that blank expression hardening into something truly menacing. "Naughty, naughty," he said, his voice losing its calm, a hint of irritation creeping in. He stalked towards me, dagger still in hand. I kicked out, my foot connecting with his shin. He grunted, stumbling back a step. It was not much, but it bought me another precious second. I scrambled to my feet, my bound hands making it clumsy, difficult. I was still tied to the broken chair, which now dragged behind me like a grotesque tail. My eyes swept the room again, searching, desperate. My gaze fell on the front door, still ajar from when he would pushed it open. It was my only chance. I took a deep, ragged breath through my nose, ignoring the frantic pounding of my heart, ignoring the pain in my shoulder, ignoring the taste of fear in my mouth. I launched myself towards the door, hobbling as fast as I could, dragging the broken chair behind me. "Hey," Alex yelled, his calm facade finally cracking. He lunged after me, his heavy footsteps thudding on the dirt floor. I burst through the doorway, stumbling out into the oppressive darkness of the night. The cold air hit me again, sharp and bracing. I could hear Alex's footsteps right behind me, gaining. The trees were a dense, impenetrable wall. Which way? I did not know. My mind was a blur of panic. I just ran, blindly crashing through bushes and low-hanging branches, the broken chair still clattering behind me, snagging on everything. A branch whipped across my face, stinging. I cried out, a muffled sound of pain and fear. The ground was uneven, roots and rocks threatening to trip me at every step. I could hear Alex crashing through the undergrowth behind me, his heavy breathing getting closer. He was fast, too fast. I glanced over my shoulder, catching a glimpse of his silhouette, the glint of the dagger in his hand. It was just a few feet behind me, closing the distance. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I could not stop. I could not. Suddenly, my foot caught on something, a thick root hidden in the darkness. I pitched forward, falling hard, my face hitting the damp earth with a sickening thud. The broken chair snapped off completely, leaving me sprawled on the ground, my hands still bound behind me. A gasp escaped me as I tasted dirt and blood in my mouth. My head reeled. I tried to push myself up, but my bound hands made it impossible. I was helpless, exposed. Then, I heard his footsteps stop right behind me. A shadow fell over me. I squeezed my eyes shut, bracing for the inevitable, my body trembling uncontrollably. "Gotcha," he whispered, his voice now a low, triumphant growl. I felt a hand grab my hair, yanking my head back, forcing me to look up at him. His face was a dark silhouette against the barely lighter sky, but I could still see the glint of his eyes, filled with a terrifying, insane glee. The dagger was raised, its silver blade catching what little ambient light there was. This was it. My final moment. My life flashed before my eyes in a chaotic jumble of images. Sarah laughing, my parents, faces, a sunset over the ocean. I closed my eyes again, a single tear escaping. wishing I had never swiped right. Then, just as the dagger began its descent, a piercing sound ripped through the night. Not a human scream, but something else, something loud and mechanical. A siren. Alex froze, his body rigid above me. The sound grew louder, closer, cutting through the oppressive silence of the woods. Red and blue lights began to flash through the trees, a beacon of impossible hope. His eyes, which had been fixed on me with murderous intent, now darted around, filled with a sudden, frantic fear. He hesitated for only a second. Then, with a guttural curse, he dropped the dagger. It clattered to the ground next to my head. He turned and bolted, disappearing into the dense undergrowth, swallowed by the darkness. I lay there, utterly still, my heart still pounding, trying to process what had just happened. The siren wailed closer, the flashing lights painting the trees in an eerie, pulsing glow. I could hear voices now, shouting, calling out, "Hello. Anyone out here?" Police. Tears streamed down my face, not of fear anymore, but of an overwhelming, dizzying relief. I was alive. I was actually alive. It felt like an eternity before the first flashlight beam cut through the darkness, finding me lying on the ground, bound and bruised. A police officer, a woman with a stern but kind face, knelt beside me, her eyes wide with concern. "Oh my God," she breathed, her voice filled with shock. "Are you okay, honey? We got a tip about a disturbance out here." A tip. Someone knew. Sarah. She must have known something was wrong. She must have called. As the officer carefully cut the tape from my mouth and wrists, the relief was so profound it almost made me pass out. My lips were raw, my wrists chafed, but I was free. I tried to speak, but only a hoarse, broken sob escaped. They helped me up, leading me out of the woods towards the flashing lights and the other officers. The house, that terrifying, dilapidated house, was now illuminated by a dozen flashlights, its secrets exposed. I did not look back at it. I could not. I was taken to the hospital, checked for injuries, given sedatives to calm my shaking body. Sarah arrived, her face pale with worry, throwing her arms around me, holding me tight. She had called the police after I had not responded to her texts for an hour. She knew something was off. She had saved my life. The police searched the house, finding Alex's journal, filled with chilling entries, meticulously detailing his purification rituals, his search for the perfect spirit. They found the freshly dug earth, confirming my worst fears. I was supposed to be the next entry. They never found Alex that night. He had vanished into the dense woods, a ghost disappearing into the darkness he had emerged from. The police launched a massive manhunt, but he seemed to have melted away, leaving no trace. Months passed. I went to therapy, tried to piece my life back together. The nightmares were constant, vivid, replaying the cold smile, the blank eyes, the glint of the dagger. Every shadow seemed to hold his silhouette. Every rustle of leaves sounded like his footsteps. I moved to a different city, changed my number, tried to erase the memory of that night. But some things you can never erase. The fear, the trauma, the chilling knowledge that there are monsters walking among us, hiding behind charming smiles and innocent Tinder profiles. I still check every lock, every shadow. I avoid dating apps like the plague. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is silent and the darkness presses in, I wonder if he is still out there, still searching, still looking for his next perfect spirit. And I know, with a cold certainty that chills me to my core, that I was just one swipe away from becoming another entry in a madman's chilling journal. Another forgotten story in a freshly dug grave in the middle of nowhere. The next chapter begins here. I locked the deadbolt, then the chain, then leaned my forehead against the cool wood of the door, breathing hard. My apartment, my sanctuary, felt like a glass house. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind rattling the window pane, sounded like an approaching threat. Sarah. Her name was a whisper of ice in my mind. How could she know? I stumbled through the dark living room, my hands clamoring for light switches. The sudden brightness was a shock, but it was better than the suffocating shadows. My eyes darted around, scanning every corner, every piece of furniture. Was she here? Had she been here? The thought was a venomous snake coiling in my gut. My father's mug. Barnaby. These were not just details, they were fragments of my soul, carefully guarded, hidden away from the world, and she had plucked them out like loose threads. I went straight to the kitchen. My hands trembled as I opened the cupboard. There it was, sitting on the shelf, just as I had left it that morning. The chipped ceramic mug, a faded picture of a lighthouse on its side, a gift from my dad years ago. I picked it up, feeling its familiar weight, and for a second, a wave of comfort washed over me. Then, the terror returned. It was there. She knew it was there. It was not just a guess. She would seen it. My gaze drifted to the window above the sink. My apartment was on the 3rd floor. No fire escape. No easy way in, but the possibility, however remote, gnawed at me. I walked through every room, flicking on lights, checking under the bed, peering into closets. My heart thudded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It was ridiculous. I knew she could not be in here, not physically, but the feeling of being watched, of having my most sacred spaces violated, was overwhelming. Finally, I made it to my bedroom. My eyes immediately went to my pillow. Barnaby, my worn-out teddy bear, patched up countless times, a silent confidant since I was 5. He was tucked exactly where I always left him, half hidden beneath the pillow, his single-button eye staring out into the room. I reached out, my fingers brushing his soft, matted fur. This was the one, the absolute line in the sand. No one knew about Barnaby. Not my closest friends, not even my last serious girlfriend. He was a secret, a comfort, a part of my private history that I never, ever shared. And Sarah knew. I sat on the edge of my bed, the adrenaline crash leaving me weak and shaky. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. A hidden camera? No, that was too much. A private investigator? Why? I barely knew her. We would matched on Tinder a week ago, exchanged a few pleasant messages, and this was our first date. It was supposed to be a casual dinner, a chance to see if there was any chemistry. Instead, it had turned into a psychological ambush. I tried to tell myself it was a prank. A really, really messed up, cruel prank. But the coldness in her eyes, the unwavering smile, the way she savored my panic that was not a prank, that was something far more sinister. You are an open book. Alex, more than you realize. Her words echoed, chilling me to the bone. Sleep was impossible. Every shadow danced. Every creak was a footstep. Every distant siren a warning meant for me. I spent the night huddled on my couch, a baseball bat within reach, staring at the locked door, convinced she was just outside, waiting. Waiting for what? To finish listing my secrets, to tell me what interesting parts she had discovered. The next morning, exhaustion was a heavy cloak, but the paranoia was still a sharp, buzzing wire. I called in sick to work. I could not face the outside world. Not yet. Not when I felt so exposed. I spent hours online, searching for Sarah. Her name was common enough. Sarah Miller, Sarah Johnson, Sarah Davies. I had forgotten her last name in my panic. Or maybe she never even told me. All I had was her Tinder profile, but it was generic. A few smiling photos, a vague bio about loving travel and good food, nothing that gave away any clues about her. I deleted the Tinder app from my phone. It felt like a small, futile act of self-preservation, but it was all I could do. Then I changed all my passwords, email, banking, social media. I even put tape over my laptop camera, a move I would have laughed at a day ago. The world fell hostile, and I was suddenly aware of every digital footprint I would ever left. Days blurred into a hazy cycle of checking locks, staring out windows, and jumping at every unexpected sound. I barely ate. My phone, usually a constant companion, now felt like a direct line to whatever horror Sarah represented. I kept it on silent, checking it obsessively for unknown calls or messages. There were none. Just the usual spam and texts from concerned friends wondering where I was. I gave them vague excuses about a stomach bug. I could not tell them the truth. Who would believe me? My date knew about my teddy bear and my dead dad's mug, so now I think she is stalking me. They would think I was losing my mind. Then maybe I was. The lack of any direct contact from Sarah was almost worse than if she had sent a creepy text. It was the silence, the unknown, that amplified the dread. It felt like she was just watching, waiting. One evening, about a week after the date, I was trying to force down some instant ramen. The apartment was oppressively quiet. I had not opened the blinds in days, preferring the dim, shadowed interior to the perceived threat of the outside world. I was halfway through a spoonful when I heard it. A faint scratching sound, coming from the bedroom. My breath hitched. I froze, ramen bowl suspended in mid-air. It was not a mouse. It was too deliberate, too rhythmic. Scratch, like fingernails dragging slowly across wood. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor, and grabbed the baseball bat I now kept by the couch. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. Every muscle in my body was tense. I crept towards the bedroom, the bat held high, my knuckles white. The scratching stopped as soon as I reached the doorway. The room was dark, illuminated only by the faint light filtering in from the living room. I flipped the light switch. Nothing. Just my messy bed. My clothes piled on a chair. The familiar chaos of my personal space. Hello. My voice was a croak, barely audible. Is anyone here? Silence. I took a shaky step inside, my eyes scanning every inch. Under the bed, in the closet, behind the curtains, nothing. I was alone. It must have been my imagination, or the building settling, or a branch scraping against the window. I tried to rationalize, but the chilling certainty that I had heard something deliberate, persisted. Then I saw it. On my pillow. Barnaby. He was not tucked under the pillow anymore. He was sitting upright, propped against the headboard, his button eye staring directly at me. And pinned to his chest, with a small rusted safety pin, was a single, withered rose petal. My blood ran cold. I dropped the bat with a clatter that echoed in the sudden silence. No. This was not possible. I had checked the apartment. I had locked everything. I had been home all day. How could someone have gotten in, and why leave a rose petal? It was not threatening, not explicitly, but the sheer audacity, the invasion, the clear message that she had been here, in my most private space, right next to Barnaby. It was a violation beyond words. My mind reeled. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on Barnaby, or rather, on the rose petal. It was a dark, almost black dried petal. It looked ancient, brittle. I remembered Sarah's smile, how it never wavered, how she had seemed to enjoy my panic. This was her way of telling me she was still watching, still present. I fled the apartment. I did not grab anything, not my wallet, not my phone. Just ran down the stairs, out the front door, into the cool night air. I did not know where I was going. My car was still parked outside. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I dropped them. I scrambled to pick them up, my eyes darting around the street. Every parked car, every darkened window seemed to hold a pair of watching eyes. I finally got the car started and drove. I drove aimlessly, the city lights blurring into streaks. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town, paid cash, and locked myself in the room. I felt a fleeting sense of safety, but it was quickly replaced by the horrifying realization she knew where I lived. She knew my apartment. And now, she knew I was gone. The next few days were a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid days. I did not go back to my apartment. I could not. The thought of stepping back into that violated space, of finding what else she might have left, was unbearable. I called my landlord, told him about a plumbing emergency, and asked if he could check on my place. He reported nothing unusual, which only amplified my terror. She was too good, too careful. I started thinking about what she said, "You are an open book." Alex, more than you realize, what did that mean? Was it just a metaphor, or was there something literal about it? Had she been watching me for a long time? Had she somehow gotten access to my life long before our Tinder match? I remembered a few strange occurrences over the past few months. Small things I would dismiss as forgetfulness or coincidence. My mail being slightly out of order in the mailbox. A window I could have sworn I would locked, found unlatched. A faint scent of perfume in my apartment, even though I did not wear any. I would brush them off, blaming my own absent-mindedness. Now, they all clicked into place, forming a terrifying mosaic. Sarah had not just found my secrets, she had been living them with me. The motel room, despite its anonymity, started to feel just as unsafe. I felt exposed, vulnerable. I could not shake the feeling that she knew where I was, that she was just letting me run, enjoying the chase. I needed to do something. I could not live like this. I had to confront her, or at least try to understand. I had no contact information, no last name. All I had was the memory of her face, her smile, and the terror she instilled in me. I decided to go back to the bistro where we had our date. Maybe the staff remembered her. Maybe there was a security camera. It was a long shot, but it was the only lead I had. I drove back into the city, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and desperate resolve. The bistro looked the same, warm and inviting, completely oblivious to the nightmare it had spawned. I parked down the street, my eyes scanning for any sign of her. I walked inside, trying to appear calm, but my hands were clammy. The same soft jazz played, the same flickering candlelight. I approached the hostess stand. "Excuse me," I began, my voice a little shaky. "I was here about a week ago for a date. I was hoping you might remember the woman I was with." Sarah. She had dark hair, a really striking smile, the hostess. A young woman with a friendly face frowned. "Sarah, I am not sure. We have a lot of customers. Do you remember the day?" "Yes, last Tuesday," I said, trying to recall the exact date. "Around 8 p.m., we were at that table, by the window." I pointed to the very table where our nightmare had begun. The hostess glanced over. "Oh, that table. I do not recall seeing anyone there last Tuesday night, sir. It was actually booked by a regular Mr. Henderson who always sits there alone." My blood ran cold. "What? No, that is impossible. I was there with Sarah." She gave me a polite, confused smile. "I am sorry, sir. I have been working that shift for months. I am sure I would have remembered. Are you sure you have the right place?" "Yes. This is it. The jazz, the candles, everything." I felt a wave of dizziness. Was I losing my mind? Was this some elaborate gaslighting? "Perhaps you were here on a different night," she suggested gently, clearly thinking I was mistaken or unwell. I shook my head, my mind racing. No, I was not mistaken. I remembered the conversation, the dread, the escape. It was too vivid, too real. "Thank you," I muttered, turning away, my hope crumbling into dust. As I walked towards the exit, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck, that familiar sensation of being watched. I glanced back, my eyes sweeping the room, and then I saw her, not Sarah, but a woman sitting alone at a small table in the corner, nursing a glass of red wine. She had long dark hair, but her back was to me still. Something about her posture, the way she held herself, sent a shiver down my spine. As if sensing my gaze, she slowly turned her head. And there it was. That smile. Sharp, predatory, unwavering. It was Sarah. My heart leaped into my throat. She was not just here, she was sitting in the same bistro, watching me, and the hostess had not seen her, or pretended not to. Our eyes locked across the room. She raised her glass in a slow, deliberate toast, a silent acknowledgement, a silent threat. I bolted, again, out the door, into the street. My car was still there. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking even worse than before. I could not get the key into the ignition. My breath was coming in ragged gasps. Then, a tap on the window. I screamed, a strangled animal sound, and spun around. It was a homeless man, tapping for change. I shoved a crumpled bill at him, my eyes darting back to the bistro. Sarah was gone from the window. The corner table was empty. I finally managed to start the car and sped away. This was not just stalking. This was something else entirely. She could appear and disappear at will. She could make people not see her. Or she could manipulate reality itself. The thought was terrifying, pushing me. Another part of today's stories begins now. The bare bulb above Alex cast harsh shadows, making his face a mask of angles and darkness. His eyes, though, were the emptiest things I had ever seen. He held the plate out, a sandwich and a plastic cup of water, and that single sentence hung in the stale air between us. You must be hungry. My throat was raw, my tongue a dry, useless thing in my mouth. I could not speak, could not even nod. My body felt like a statue, frozen in a tableau of pure, unadulterated terror. He stepped into the tiny room, the floorboards groaning faintly under his weight. He did not come close, just bent slightly, and placed the meager offering on the dusty floor, a few feet from where I was huddled against the wall. The sandwich looked like something you would get at a gas station. Pale bread, a slice of mystery meat, a single piece of lettuce. The water, in its flimsy cup, looked like liquid salvation. He straightened up, his gaze sweeping over me, devoid of any warmth, any recognition of the person he had charmed just hours before. This was not Alex. This was a shell, a puppet being operated by something cold and calculating. He said nothing else, just turned. The door creaked again, and then the familiar, sickening scrape of the key turning in the lock. Darkness swallowed the sliver of light, plunging me back into the suffocating black. The silence that followed was heavier than before, thick with the weight of my own pounding heart. He was gone. I was alone again. But the food had sat there, a stark reminder of my predicament, and a horrifying choice. Eat and acknowledge my captor's twisted generosity, or refuse and slowly starve. My stomach answered for me, a painful, hollow ache that had been building for hours, maybe days. I had no idea how long I would have been trapped here. My hands trembled as I crawled towards the plate. The mattress was grimy, the floor even worse, but the food was clean, or at least it appeared to be. I picked up the sandwich. It was cold, tasteless, but I forced myself to chew, to swallow. Each bite felt like a betrayal, but the primal urge to survive was overwhelming. The water was metallic, but it soothed my parched throat. I drank it all, then slumped back against the wall, the empty plate and cup, a grim testament to my surrender. The hours that followed blurred into an agonizing eternity. My mind, fueled by the meager calories, raced in frantic circles. I replayed every moment of the date, every word Alex had spoken. He had been so charming, so attentive. We would met on Tinder, of course. His profile picture showed a kind smile, eyes that crinkled at the corners. He would seemed normal, maybe even a little shy. Our first coffee date had been easy, full of laughter. He would suggested a second, dinner at a quaint farmhouse restaurant a bit out of town. I foolishly had agreed. The drive had been pleasant enough, the conversation flowing. I remember the turn off the main road onto a gravel path. The farmhouse had looked idyllic in the fading light, a warm glow spilling from its windows. But inside it had been empty, cold, and then Alex had changed. The smile had vanished, replaced by that dead-eyed stare. The last thing I remembered before the darkness was a sharp, acrid smell, like bitter almonds, and his chilling words, "You will be comfortable here." Comfortable, the words still echoed, a cruel mockery in this dusty, chemical-laced tomb. The air in the room was a constant assault on my senses. The dust, thick and gritty, coated everything, but beneath it, the other smells persisted. The acrid chemical tang, like industrial cleaner mixed with something far more sinister, and that cloying sweetness, a wrong combination of decay and something sickly artificial. It made my stomach churn, even after the sandwich. My imagination, a cruel master, conjured images to match the smells, the rusty stains on the mattress, the faint thuds I would heard earlier. What were they doing out there? What was this place? I tried to focus, to find an escape. I ran my hands over the rough wooden walls, searching for a loose board, a crack, anything. Nothing. The door felt solid, immovable. The floorboards were old, but secure. It was a box, designed to hold. My hands throbbed from earlier efforts. My throat was still raw from screaming. The silence was absolute, broken only by the frantic beat of my own heart. Then, a new sound. Faint at first, a low hum, almost imperceptible. It vibrated through the floor, a deep thrumming that slowly grew louder. It was not the distant thuds from before. This was mechanical, a steady, rhythmic pulse. It sounded like a generator, or some kind of heavy machinery, running in the distance, and with it, a new intensification of the smells. The chemical tang sharpened like formaldehyde, cutting through the sweetness, and the sweetness itself became more defined. More like rotting fruit, yes, but mixed with something else, something metallic like old blood. My breath hitched. My mind screamed questions. What kind of farm uses formaldehyde? What kind of decay smells like that? This was not a farmhouse. It was a front for what? The hum continued, a relentless background drone to my terror. I huddled in the corner, pulling my knees to my chest, trying to make myself as small as possible. I must have drifted off again, exhaustion finally claiming me, because the next thing I knew, the hum was gone. The silence was back, even more oppressive than before. And then, a sliver of pale yellow light under the door. My entire body tensed. The keys scraped in the lock, agonizingly slow, each metallic shriek a spike of ice in my veins. The door creaked open. Alex stood there again, illuminated by the bare bulb from the hallway. His face was still harsh with shadows, his eyes still empty. But this time he was not alone. Behind him, a hulking figure stood, silhouetted against the dim light. Taller than Alex, broader. I could not make out any features, just the sheer bulk of him. The air in the hallway seemed thicker, the smell of formaldehyde and that sickly, sweet decay almost overpowering now. Alex held another plate, another sandwich, another cup of water. He stepped in, placing it on the floor without a word. My eyes darted past him, trying to catch a glimpse of the other man, trying to see beyond the doorway. All I saw was a stretch of dark hallway, and then a wall, painted a dingy institutional cream color. No windows, no other doors visible from my angle. Just endless, oppressive gloom. The hulking figure shifted, and a low, guttural murmur rumbled from his throat. It was not a language I recognized, more like a grunt, a sound of impatience. Alex flinched almost imperceptibly, a flicker of something, maybe fear, in his otherwise dead eyes. He did not look at the other man, but hurried his movements. He placed the food, backed out of the room, and the door swung shut, the key turning with a final, sickening click. They were gone. But the fear had a new dimension now. The other man, Alex was not in charge. He was just a pawn, a collector. My stomach churned, not from hunger, but from pure dread. Who was that man? What were they doing? The chemical smell seemed to cling to the food now. I could not bring myself to touch it. Hours passed, or maybe it was just minutes. Time had lost all meaning. The hunger returned, a gnawing beast. But the image of the hulking figure, the intensified smell, kept me from the food. I curled into a ball, trying to disappear, trying to make myself invisible. Then, a new sound. It started as a faint scraping, rhythmic, like something being dragged across a rough surface. It seemed to come from directly above me, or perhaps just beyond the wall to my right. Scrape drag. Scrape drag. It was slow, deliberate, accompanied by the occasional soft thud. And then, a wet, squelching sound. My blood ran cold. The chemical smell, already so strong, seemed to permeate the very air I breathed. It was like I was drowning in it. I pressed my ear against the wall, straining to hear. The scraping continued, punctuated by the squelching, and then a muffled groan. Not a human groan, not exactly, more like an animal, in pain or something being processed. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. The farmhouse, the chemical smell, the decay, the other man, the scraping, the squelching, the groans. A horrifying mosaic began to form in my mind. The rusty stains on the mattress, the industrial grime and rotting fruit smell. It all pointed to one thing, something I did not want to name, could not bear to articulate. They were not farming crops here. They were farming something else. I scrambled back from the wall, my heart hammering against my ribs. My breath hitched, a desperate gasp for clean air that was not there. I suddenly felt like I was suffocating, not from lack of oxygen, but from the sheer weight of the implied horror. I scanned the room again, my eyes wide and frantic. There had to be something, a loose floorboard, a crack, anything. My gaze fell on the grimy mattress. I would have avoided it, repulsed by the stains. But now, a desperate thought sparked. I pulled at the corner of the mattress, the old fabric groaning under my hands. It was heavy, surprisingly so. I managed to lift one side, revealing the wooden slats beneath. Dust, cobwebs, and something else. Tucked between two slats, almost completely hidden, was a small, crumpled piece of paper. It looked old, yellowed. My fingers trembled as I reached for it, pulling it free. It was a faded photograph, taken years ago. A young woman, smiling, her arm around a man who looked vaguely familiar. It took me a moment, the dim light making it hard to see, but then it hit me like a punch to the gut. The man was Alex, younger, happier, but unmistakably him, and the woman, she looked a lot like me. Same hair color, same general build. My stomach lurched. This was not his first time. He had a type, and I was it on the back of the photo. Scrawled in faint, spidery handwriting were a few words. My eyes struggled to focus in the dimness. Do not trust him. He takes the sweetness, the cloying, sickening sweetness that permeated the air. Rotting fruit, formaldehyde, metallic tang. The sweetness, what did that even mean? What was he taking? A sudden, sharp clang echoed from outside, followed by a grunt and the distinct sound of something heavy being dropped. The scraping and squelching stopped abruptly. Then, silence. An unnerving, anticipatory silence. I quickly tucked the photo back under the mattress, pushing the heavy thing back into place. My mind was reeling. A previous victim. A warning. Alex, the innocent-looking man in the photo, was a monster, and the sweetness it had to be related to whatever gruesome process was happening in this building. The light under the door appeared again. This time, I did not flinch. A cold resolve had begun to set in, replacing the paralyzing fear. I was going to die here. I knew that now, but I was not going to go down without a fight. The key scraped. The door creaked open, but it was not Alex this time. It was the hulking figure. He filled the doorway, a mountain of a man, his face obscured by shadows, but his sheer presence was terrifying. He was wearing a blood-stained apron, dark and sticky, and in one massive hand, he held a cleaver. It gleamed dully in the dim light, a horrifying razor-sharp edge. The smell of formaldehyde and that cloying sweetness was overwhelming now, emanating directly from him, from his clothes. He grunted, a low, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. He stepped into the room, and I saw his eyes, not empty like Alex's, but small, beady, and full of a chilling, predatory intelligence. He took another step, the cleaver hanging loosely by his side, but his gaze was fixed on me. My heart hammered, a frantic drum against my ribs. This was it. This was the end. But the warning, the photo, the thought of that other woman, gave me a desperate surge of adrenaline. "What do you want?" I croaked, my voice barely a whisper. But it was a voice. I was speaking. He did not answer, just took another step, the cleaver now held slightly higher. He was not speaking because he did not need to. His intent was terrifyingly clear. I scanned the tiny room, my eyes darting from wall to wall, floor to ceiling. There was nothing, no weapon, no escape route. Just the grimy mattress, the dusty floor, and the hulking figure advancing on me, the cleaver glinting. He was close now, close enough for me to see the dark, matted hair on his arms, the thick, calloused fingers wrapped around the cleaver's handle. He raised the cleaver slightly, testing its weight. A slow, chilling smile spread across his face, revealing stained, uneven teeth. "The sweetness," he rasped, his voice like gravel, the first words I would heard him utter. He gestured vaguely towards me with the cleaver. "Alex, he gets the pretty ones. I get the rest." My blood ran cold. The rest. The scraping, the squelching, the groans. The formaldehyde, the rotting fruit, the metallic tang. The sweetness was not just a smell. It was a product, and I was about to become part of it. He lunged. My scream tore through the stale air, a primal sound of pure terror and defiance. I scrambled backward, desperately trying to put distance between us, but there was nowhere to go. I hit the wall with a sickening thud, my head cracking against the rough wood. Stars exploded behind my eyes, pain lancing through my skull. The cleaver came down, missing my head by inches, embedding itself in the wall beside me with a sickening thwack. Splinters rained down. He grunted, pulling the cleaver free, his eyes never leaving mine. This was not just about survival anymore. This was about fighting back, about making him work for it, about denying him the easy kill. My hand instinctively darted out, grabbing a handful of the dust and grime from the floor. As he raised the cleaver again, I flung it directly into his face. He roared, a sound of surprise and fury, staggering back, his hands flying up to shield his eyes. It was a desperate, foolish move, but it bought me a fraction of a second. I lunged forward, not towards the door, but towards him, aiming for his legs. He was large, powerful, but maybe I could knock him off balance. My shoulder slammed into his knee. He grunted, stumbling, the cleaver clattering to the floor as he fought to regain his footing. This was my chance. A tiny, impossible chance. I did not hesitate. I scrambled past him, my bare feet slapping against the dusty floor, my eyes fixed on the open doorway. The hallway was dark, but it was freedom. Or at least, a step towards it. I burst out of the room, my lungs burning, the smell of formaldehyde and decay, now a suffocating cloud. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to run. Behind me, I heard a furious roar and the heavy thud of his boots on the floorboards as he gave chase. The hallway was long, unlit, stretching into oppressive darkness. I could only make out vague shapes, other doors, all closed, all silent. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat in my ears. I could hear him gaining on me, his heavy breathing, the enraged grunts. Then, a flicker of light from an open doorway at the very end of the hall. It was not the bare bulb that lit Alex's face. This was a brighter, harsher light, a sickly yellow glow that pulsed faintly, and from that room, the smells were even stronger, almost unbearable. The chemical tang, the cloying sweetness, the metallic tang, all blended into a horrifying symphony of decay and processing. I did not care. It was light. It was a direction. I sprinted towards it, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I burst through the doorway, stumbling into a scene that would forever be etched into my nightmares. It was not a farmhouse. Kitchen. It was a makeshift laboratory, or perhaps a slaughterhouse. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, casting a sterile, sickening glow on stainless steel tables. There were various tools laid out: scalpels, saws, tubes, glass jars, and the smell, it was overwhelming. A thick, sweet, metallic stench that made my gorge rise. On one of the tables, laid out beneath a clear plastic sheet, was a human body, or what was left of one. It was a woman. Her eyes were open, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, and the sweetness, it was coming from her, but from the various tubes and machines connected to her. My eyes widened in horror. This was not just a murder. This was harvesting. They were extracting something sweet. Alex stood by another table, his back to me, meticulously cleaning a large syringe. He turned at the sound of my gasp, his empty eyes fixing on me. He did not look surprised, just resigned. "You should not have come in here," he said, his voice as calm as ever, almost a sigh. Behind me, the hulking figure filled the doorway, his face contorted in a snarl. He no longer held the cleaver. His hands were empty, but his intent was clear. He was going to finish what he started. My gaze flickered between Alex, the horrifying tableau on the table, and the hulking man blocking my only exit. There was nowhere to run, no escape. The full, horrifying truth slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. This was not just an abduction. It was a factory, and I was the next ingredient. The hulking man took a step into the room, his eyes glinting with malice. Alex, still calm, picked up a small, empty glass vial from his table. He looked at me, then at the vial, a flicker of something almost like pity in his dead eyes. "It is not so bad," he said, his voice strangely gentle. "The sweetness it sells for a lot." And then, the hulking man was on me. The last thing I felt was a crushing blow to the back of my head, and the world dissolved into a sickening, sweet darkness. The smell, though, lingered, the cloying, sickening sweetness of what they took. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that it would be the last thing I ever truly smelled. The next story adds more to our time together. My heart still felt like a trapped bird, beating a frantic rhythm against my ribs as I huddled in that dingy motel room. The cheap synthetic blanket did little to ward off the chill that had settled deep in my bones, a cold that had nothing to do with the thermostat. It was the icy grip of pure, unadulterated fear. I had fled my apartment, my sanctuary, after seeing that photo of my father's chipped ceramic mug sitting on my kitchen counter, with my apartment window reflecting the blurred, ghostly image of my stalker. She had not just been outside, watching. She had been inside. My blood had turned to ice, and the world had spun. The locks, the windows, all secure. It was like she would apparated, a phantom given flesh, leaving behind only the chilling proof of her violation. Clutching Barnaby, my childhood teddy bear, like a desperate lifeline. I would stumbled out, grabbed the backpack, and driven until the city lights blurred into the anonymity of the highway. This motel, a forgotten relic on the outskirts, was the only place I could think of. It was cheap, nondescript, and hopefully off her radar. But even here, the shadows danced with unseen threats, and every creak of the floorboards above sounded like her footsteps. I called the police. My voice was a shaky whisper, barely audible even to myself. I tried to explain everything: the drawing on the window, the word Barnaby, the text with a photo from inside my home. The officer on the other end was polite, but distant. "Madam, I understand this is distressing, but without forced entry or a direct threat of violence, our hands are tied." It sounds like a civil matter, maybe a disgruntled ex-friend or an obsessed fan. We can file a report, but there is not much we can do right now. A civil matter? My sanctuary had been invaded, my deepest secret unearthed, and I was being hunted like prey. But to them, it was just another crazy call. The helplessness was a suffocating weight, pressing in on me from all sides. I was utterly alone, adrift in a sea of terror. Sleep was a cruel joke. Every time my eyes fluttered shut, I saw that crude stick-figure teddy bear, the word Barnaby scrawled next to it, burning into my retinas. I saw the reflection in my window, the blurred outline of her. I jumped at every shadow, every distant siren, every rustle of the cheap curtains. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation, a reason, a name. But there was nothing. Only the chilling certainty that she knew me, knew my secrets, and was enjoying every second of my terror. Days bled into nights. I barely ate, barely left the room, venturing out only for necessities, always looking over my shoulder, always feeling her unseen gaze. The walls of the motel room, once a temporary refuge, now felt like the walls of a cage. I needed a distraction, something, anything, to pull me out of this suffocating vortex of paranoia. I craved a shred of normalcy, a connection, a reminder that the world outside this nightmare still existed. That is when I made the mistake. The really, truly stupid mistake. I picked up my phone, my thumb hovering over the Tinder app icon. It felt ridiculous, almost sacrilegious, to even think about dating amidst this living hell. But the loneliness was a tangible thing, a heavy cloak draped over my shoulders. Maybe, just maybe, a brief, normal interaction with another human being could offer a temporary escape from the psychological torture, a chance to feel seen, not as a victim, but as a person. I swiped aimlessly for a while, my mind still half consumed by the stalker. Then, I saw him, Mark. His profile picture showed a kind smile, intelligent eyes, and a ruggedly handsome face. His bio was witty, charming, and seemed genuinely interested in connecting. He was not overtly muscled or flashy, just normal. And in my current state, normal felt like a life raft in a stormy sea. I swiped right. A few minutes later, the notification popped up. It is a match. We started chatting. His messages were thoughtful, engaging. We talked about books, movies, our favorite hiking trails. For a few precious moments, the fear receded. I found myself smiling, genuinely smiling for the first time in what felt like an eternity. He asked if I wanted to grab coffee sometime. A public place. A simple, low-pressure date. It sounded perfect. Safe. Or so I thought. We agreed to meet at a bustling coffee shop in a different part of town. Far from my apartment, far from the motel. I convinced myself it was a good idea. A step towards reclaiming my life, however small. I dressed carefully, trying to look presentable, to hide the dark circles under my eyes and the constant tremor in my hands. I even managed to leave Barnaby tucked away in my backpack, a small victory against my irrational need for his comfort. When I walked into the coffee shop, Mark was already there, waving from a small table near the window. He was even more charming in person, taller than I would expect it, with a warm, easygoing demeanor. We fell into conversation effortlessly, talking about our lives, our aspirations, even a few lighthearted anecdotes. I found myself laughing, a genuine, unforced sound that felt foreign and wonderful. For the first time since this nightmare began, I almost forgot. Almost? We were halfway through our second cup of coffee, discussing a documentary we would both seen, when my phone buzzed in my pocket. A text message. My heart gave a familiar lurch, but I dismissed it as a work email or a spam notification. I did not want anything to interrupt this fragile moment of normalcy. But then, another buzz. And another. A cold dread began to creep up my spine. "Excuse me for a second," I said, offering Mark a nervous smile. "Probably just work." I pulled out my phone, trying to keep my hands steady. The message was from an unknown number. My breath hitched in my throat. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, what it was going to be. I tapped to open it. The picture filled my screen. It was me, and Mark, right here at this very table, laughing. The photo was taken from a slightly obscured angle, perhaps through the window from outside, or from behind one of the large potted plants near our table. Just a few feet away. It was clear, crisp, and terrifyingly intimate. Below the photo, a single line of text. He is not Barnaby. You know that, do not you? The world tilted. The bustling coffee shop, the warm aroma of coffee, the pleasant hum of conversation, it all twisted into a cacophony of mocking sounds. The laughter I would just shared with Mark felt like a cruel joke. My throat tightened and a wave of nausea washed over me. She was here. She was here. Watching. Always watching. Hey, everything. Okay. Mark's voice, warm and concerned, cut through the buzzing in my ears. He must have seen the color drain from my face. I tried to speak, but my voice was stuck. My eyes darted around the room, searching frantically for a face in the crowd, a pair of eyes that might be watching me with a sinister amusement. Every stranger suddenly seemed like a potential threat. Every casual glance felt like a knowing stare. I have to go, I stammered. Scrambling to my feet, my chair scraped loudly against the floor, drawing a few curious glances. I am so sorry. Mark. Something just came up. An emergency? Mark stood up too, his brow furrowed with genuine concern. Is there anything I can do? You look really shaken. No. I am fine. Really? Just. A family thing. The lies tumbled out, clumsy and unconvincing. I grabbed my bag, clutching it to my chest like a shield. My eyes were still scanning the room, my heart hammering against my ribs. I felt exposed, vulnerable, utterly violated. I will text you, I mumbled, already backing away, desperate to escape. I did not wait for his reply, did not even look back. I just fled, pushing past bewildered customers, bursting out of the coffee shop, and into the cool evening air. The streetlights seemed to mock me, casting long, distorted shadows that danced and twisted with my fear. I fumbled for my car keys, my hand shaking so violently I almost dropped them. Every car that passed, every person on the sidewalk, felt like a potential threat. Was she in that car? Was she walking behind me? The paranoia was a suffocating blanket, smothering every rational thought. I sped back to the motel, breaking every speed limit, my eyes constantly darting to the rearview mirror. The motel room, once a dingy but safe haven, now felt like a death trap. I burst through the door, slamming it shut and fumbling with the deadbolt. My breath came in ragged gasps, my chest heaving. I threw my backpack onto the bed and pulled Barnaby out, clutching him tightly against my chest. He was just a stuffed animal, a childhood comfort, but in that moment, he felt like the only solid thing in my crumbling world. My phone buzzed again. Another text from the unknown number. You should not have left him like that. He seemed nice. You always run, do not you. Barnaby never ran. A cold sob escaped my lips. She knew everything. Not just about Barnaby, not just about my apartment, but about my attempts to escape, my desperate reach for normalcy. She was inside my head, anticipating my moves, orchestrating my terror. How did she know about Mark? How did she get that picture? Was she following me? Or worse, was she somehow linked to him? No. Mark's confusion had been too genuine. He was just an unwitting pawn in her cruel game. My phone buzzed again. This time, it was a picture. It was a photo of my motel room door, taken from the hallway, subtly angled to show the room number. Sweet dreams. Barnaby. My blood ran colder than ever before. She was not just watching me, she was here, in this motel, right outside my door. A flimsy wooden door, the thin walls they offered no protection. I was trapped. I stumbled backward, my legs giving out, collapsing onto the bed. My mind raced, frantically trying to piece together the puzzle. Who was she? Why was she doing this? What did she want? The Barnaby connection was the key. I knew it. But Barnaby was just a teddy bear, a secret comfort from my childhood. No one knew about him, except me. And now, I pulled myself up, my body trembling. I pushed the rickety dresser against the door, then dragged the small armchair in front of it, a futile barricade against an unseen enemy. I peered through the peephole but saw nothing but the empty, dimly lit hallway. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. I could not stay here. I could not go back to my apartment. I could not trust anyone. I was a ghost, haunted by a ghost. Hours passed in a terrifying haze. I sat on the floor, huddled in the corner, Barnaby clutched to my chest, my eyes fixed on the barricaded door. Every creak, every distant cough, every murmur from another room sent a jolt of pure adrenaline through me. I did not sleep. I could not. Around 3 a.m., my phone buzzed again. I flinched, almost dropping it. It was another text from the unknown number. Remember the treehouse? The one where you hid Barnaby after it happened? My breath hitched. The treehouse. The old, decaying treehouse in the overgrown backyard of my childhood home. A place I had not thought about in decades. A place where I would spend countless hours. Where I would confide my deepest secrets to Barnaby. In the after it happened part, a specific, painful memory buried deep in the recesses of my mind, one I rarely allowed myself to revisit. It involved a childhood friend, a misunderstanding, and a feeling of profound guilt. This was not just a random stalker. This was someone who knew my history, my forgotten past, my deepest vulnerabilities. This was not just about terror. It was about something far more personal, far more twisted. A new text immediately followed. Meet me there. Alone. Tomorrow, at dusk. If you do not, Mark will wish he never swiped right. The threat against Mark solidified my decision. I had to go. I could not let an innocent person get caught in this nightmare. The police were useless. Running was futile. This was personal, and it had to end. I had to face her. For Mark, for my sanity, for Barnaby. The next evening, with the sun dipping below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of bruised purple and orange, I drove back to my old neighborhood. The familiar streets felt alien, warped by the weight of my fear. The houses were older, the trees taller, but the memories clung to every corner like cobwebs. I found the abandoned house easily. It was overgrown, windows boarded up, paint peeling like sunburnt skin. The backyard was a jungle of weeds and tangled vines. But through the dense foliage, I could make out the skeletal remains of the old oak tree, and nestled within its gnarled branches, the decaying planks of the treehouse. My heart hammered a frantic drum against my ribs as I pushed through the rusty gate. The screech echoing unnaturally in the quiet evening. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decay, and a wave of nostalgia, laced with dread, washed over me. This place, once a haven of childhood imagination, was now a monument to a forgotten past, and a potential tomb. I approached the oak tree, its ancient branches reaching like skeletal fingers towards the darkening sky. The rope ladder, long rotted away, was gone, but there were still sturdy footholds carved into the trunk from years ago. With a deep breath, I began to climb, each ascent a step deeper into the nightmare. The treehouse floor creaked ominously under my weight, dust motes dancing in the last rays of sunlight filtering through the gaps in the planks. It was smaller than I remembered, filled with the ghosts of laughter and whispered secrets. I sat down, Barnaby still clutched tightly in my hands, and waited. The silence was deafening, broken only by the rustle of leaves and the frantic pounding of my own heart. Minutes, stretched into an eternity. My nerves were frayed, stretched taut like violin strings, ready to snap. Then a sound, a rustle in the undergrowth below. My breath hitched. A figure emerged from the shadows, stepping into the fading light. She was a woman, of average height, dressed in dark, unassuming clothes. Her face was obscured by the dim light and the brim of a baseball cap, but as she looked up, I saw her eyes. They were fixed on me, intense and unwavering. And then she smiled. It was not a warm smile. It was a slow, deliberate curve of her lips that sent a shiver down my spine. "Hello." "Barnaby," she said, her voice surprisingly soft, almost gentle, yet laced with an unsettling familiarity. I stared down at her, my voice caught in my throat. Who are you?" She took a step closer to the tree, her gaze never leaving mine. "You really do not remember, do you? After all this time, all those years, you just forgot." As she spoke, she slowly reached up and pulled off her baseball cap. The last light of day illuminated her face, and a gasp escaped my lips. Her features, though older, were undeniably familiar. The same wide-set eyes, the same slightly crooked nose, the same faint scar above her eyebrow from a childhood tumble. My mind reeled, sifting through decades of forgotten memories. "Sarah," I whispered, the name feeling foreign on my tongue, yet undeniably right. Sarah, my best friend from elementary school. The girl I would shared secrets with, built forts with, and spent countless hours in this very treehouse with. The girl I would lost touch with after my family moved away. A friendship that had slowly faded into the hazy background of childhood. Her smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. Only a deep, unsettling satisfaction. "Finally, it only took me breaking into your apartment, stalking your every move, and threatening your Tinder date for you to remember my name." My blood ran cold. "Why, Sarah, why are you doing this?" Her eyes dropped to Barnaby, clutched in my hands. "Barnaby, he remembers, does not he remembers our Barnaby." "Our Barnaby?" I frowned, confused. "I only had one Barnaby." "You really blocked it out, did not you?" she said, a hint of bitterness in her voice. "The day we were playing hide and seek in the park, you found me, remember? I was hiding behind the big oak with my Barnaby, and then you took him." A flicker of a memory, hazy and indistinct, began to surface. A sunny afternoon, a game of hide and seek, a playful tug of war over a teddy bear. My Barnaby was at home. This was a different bear, a smaller, darker brown one. I do not remember taking your bear." "Sarah," I stammered, a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. "You did," she insisted, her voice growing sharper. "You wanted him. You said he was cuter than your Barnaby. We argued. You ran off, laughing, with him. I chased you, but you were faster, and then you dropped him." The memory slammed into me with the force of a physical blow. The busy street, the sudden screech of tires, the tiny, dark brown teddy bear tumbling from my grasp, rolling into the path of an oncoming car, the sickening crunch, my horrified scream, Sarah's heartbroken wail. I had forgotten, or rather, I had suppressed it. The guilt, the shame, the horror of that moment had been too much for my young mind to bear. I had pushed it down, buried it deep, until it became nothing more than a vague, uncomfortable blur. "I am so sorry," I whispered, tears welling in my eyes. The weight of that forgotten sin crushed me. I was so young. I did not mean to. I tried to apologize, but you would not talk to me. Then my family moved, and you just moved on, she cried, her voice cracking with raw emotion. You moved on, you got a new life, a new Barnaby, and you forgot all about my Barnaby. You forgot all about me. But I never forgot. I never stopped seeing that car, never stopped hearing that crunch. My Barnaby was gone, and you were the one who took him from me. Her eyes, still fixed on me, were now filled with a mixture of pain and chilling resentment. I just wanted you to remember, to feel what I felt, to know what it is like to have your sanctuary violated, your secrets exposed, your life turned upside down, all because of Barnaby. How did you find me? Social media, old records. It is amazing what you can find when you are determined enough, she said, a chilling pride in her voice. And when I saw your old childhood photo with your Barnaby holding him just like I used to hold mine, I knew I had to make you remember. The revelation was a hammer blow to my soul. My stalker was not a faceless monster, but a ghost from my past, twisted by a forgotten childhood trauma. Her torment was not random. It was a carefully orchestrated revenge, fueled by decades of unresolved grief and resentment. I did not know. I choked out, tears streaming down my face. I swear, I truly did not remember the full extent of it. I am so sorry. Sarah. She just stared at me, her expression unreadable in the deepening twilight. The satisfaction was still there, but now a flicker of something else. Perhaps a glimmer of the pain that had driven her to this extreme. You remembered now, she said, her voice softer, almost a whisper. That is all I wanted. And then she turned, without another word. She melted back into the shadows of the overgrown garden, disappearing as silently and mysteriously as she had appeared. I called out her name, but there was no answer. Only the rustle of leaves and the chirping of crickets, slowly reclaiming the silence. I sat there for a long time, clutching Barnaby, the cold evening air raising goosebumps on my skin. The fear had not vanished, but it had changed. It was no longer the terror of the unknown, but the chilling horror of a past I had tried to bury, resurfacing with a vengeance. I eventually climbed down from the treehouse, my legs unsteady. I drove back to the motel, the world still feeling off-kilter. Sarah was gone, for now. I did not know if she would ever bother me again, or if her twisted sense of justice had been satisfied. The police would still be useless. A new moment is ready to unfold. Okay, so the last thing I remember clearly was stammering, my voice catching in my throat, trying to deny what Sarah had just said. The words tasted like ash. No, I would whispered, that mug, it is very specific to me. And her smile, man, it just widened. Not a warm, friendly smile, but something sharp, something predatory. Is it Alex? Or do you just think it is? The casual tone, the way she said it, it was not a question, it was a declaration, a challenge. And that is when my fight or flight response screamed. My blood did not just run cold. It felt like it froze solid in my veins. The quaint little bistro, the soft jazz, the flickering candlelight, it all just evaporated. All I could see was her face, her eyes glinting with a knowing cruelty. My mind was racing, trying to find any logical explanation. Had I posted it on an old, forgotten social media account? A blurry background and a photo? No. I was meticulous about my online presence, especially after a few bad experiences. That mug was private, sacred, even... It was a comfort item, a piece of my late father, tucked away in my kitchen, used only by me. How do you know about that? I finally managed, my voice still a ragged whisper. My palms were sweating, my heart hammering against my ribs like it wanted to claw its way out. Sarah just tilted her head slightly, her smile unwavering. Oh, I know a lot of things about you. Alex. She took another slow sip of her wine, watching me over the rim of the glass. Her movements were so deliberate, so calm, it only amplified my panic, like how you always start your day with a double espresso. Black, or how you have a slight scar just above your left eyebrow from falling off your bike when you were 7, or how you still sleep with the same worn-out teddy bear you have had since you were a kid, tucked under your pillow. Each word was a fresh punch to the gut. The double espresso was true, but I did not think I would ever mention it to anyone outside my closest friends. The bike scar, that was ancient history, barely visible now, something only my family would remember. But the teddy bear, that was it. That was the line. That was something so profoundly private, something I was almost embarrassed about. A comfort relic from childhood that no one knew about. Not my friends, not old girlfriends, certainly not a Tinder date I would just met an hour ago. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was not just creepy, this was a full-blown invasion. My entire carefully constructed sense of security, my personal bubble, had just been popped with a pinprick of pure malice. You are messing with me. I tried, but the words lacked conviction even to my own ears. My voice shook. This is not funny. Her smile softened, but her eyes remained cold, calculating. Oh, I assure you, Alex, I am not messing with you. And I find it quite amusing, actually. The look on your face, priceless. She leaned forward slightly, her voice dropping to a low, conspiratorial tone, but it felt more like a snake's hiss. You are an open book. Alex, more than you realize. I pushed my chair back, the harsh scrape of metal on tile, momentarily cutting through the jazz music. I did not care how rude it looked. I needed to get out. My body was screaming at me to run. I need to go. She did not try to stop me. She just watched, that chilling smile still plastered on her face. Running already? Such a shame. We were just getting to the interesting parts. I fumbled for my wallet, pulling out a wad of bills and throwing them onto the table. It was probably too much, but I did not care. I just needed to escape. I practically bolted out of the restaurant, the cool night air, doing little to calm the fire in my gut. Every shadow seemed to twist into Sarah's face. Every sound made me jump. I glanced back once, impulsively, and saw her still sitting there, facing the door, her silhouette framed by the restaurant's warm light. She was not looking at her phone or her wine. She was looking at me, or at least in the direction I would just fled. I did not stop running until I reached my car, fumbling with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I locked the doors, started the engine, and peeled out of the parking lot, not caring about speed limits or traffic laws. I just wanted to be home, in my safe place. But even as I drove, the thought hit me, was my home even safe anymore? She knew about my mug, my scar, my teddy bear. What else did she know? What else had she seen? The drive home was a blur of paranoia. Every car behind me, every pedestrian on the sidewalk, felt like a potential threat. I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see her car, or her face, following me. My chest felt tight, my breath shallow. This was not just a bad date. This was something else entirely. Something sinister. When I finally pulled into my apartment complex's parking lot, I practically sprinted to my door. I unlocked it, slammed it shut, and threw the deadbolt. Then another, smaller lock. Then the chain. My heart was still pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I leaned against the door, trying to catch my breath, trying to process the sheer, suffocating terror of what had just happened. I walked through my apartment, flicking on every light. The bright, sterile glow did little to dispel the gloom that had settled over me. I went straight to the kitchen, my eyes immediately drawn to the mug rack. There it was, my world's best dad mug, an old, chipped ceramic piece, sitting innocently among the others. I picked it up, my fingers tracing the faded lettering. It felt heavier, somehow, imbued with a new, terrifying significance. It was not just a mug anymore. It was a symbol of my shattered privacy. Then I went to my bedroom. My eyes darted to my pillow. And there, tucked neatly, just as I would left him that morning, was Barnaby, my ancient, faded teddy bear. I stared at him, a cold, hard knot forming in my stomach. How could she possibly know? I spent the next few hours in a frantic, desperate search. I checked every social media account I would ever had, even dormant ones. YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn, even an old MySpace profile I would forgotten existed. I scrutinized every photo, every post, every comment. Nothing. Not a single image of the mug, not a mention of Barnaby, not even a hint of the scar. My online footprint was clean, or so I thought. I checked my privacy settings, made sure everything was locked down tighter than a drum. I started to feel like I was going crazy. Was I just imagining things? Was this some elaborate prank? But the look in her eyes, the sheer confidence in her voice, it felt too real, too menacing to be a joke. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the old building, every distant siren sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I kept seeing her face, her eyes, that knowing, predatory smile. I finally drifted off around dawn, only to be jolted awake by a nightmare where Sarah was standing at the foot of my bed, holding my mug, her smile stretching impossibly wide. The next day, I was a wreck. I called in sick to work, claiming a stomach bug. I could not focus. All I could think about was Sarah. I started looking over my shoulder constantly, even inside my own apartment. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like someone was always watching. That afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number. My heart leaped into my throat. I stared at it, my thumb hovering over the answer button. It rang 4 times before going to voicemail. A few seconds later, a notification popped up, new voicemail. I played it, my hand shaking. It was not a voice. It was a song, a lullaby, soft and haunting, sung by a woman with a slightly off-key, breathy voice. It was Twinkle. Twinkle, Little Star. The very lullaby my mom used to sing to me when I was a child, the one I would hum to Barnaby when I could not sleep. My blood ran cold. This was no prank. This was Sarah. And she was not just watching me, she was inside my head. She was playing with me, tormenting me. I deleted the voicemail, blocked the number, but the damage was done. The song echoed in my mind, a chilling reminder of her reach. I decided I could not stay in my apartment. I needed to clear my head, to feel safe again. I packed a small bag, intending to drive to my friend Mark's place a few towns over. Maybe a change of scenery, a friendly face, would help as I was locking my apartment door. I noticed something tucked into the crack between the door frame and the wall, barely visible, was a single, withered rose petal. It was a deep, velvety red, almost black at the edges. I stared at it, a fresh wave of dread washing over me. Sarah had been wearing a red rose in her hair on our date. She had been here, in my building, at my door. I yanked the petal out, my fingers trembling. It felt like a direct message, a taunt. I got into my car and drove, fast. I did not look back. The drive to Mark's was tense. Every car that passed me, every car that pulled up behind me made my heart race. I kept checking my mirrors, my eyes darting around. I felt like a hunted animal. When I finally arrived at Mark's, I burst through the door, a mess. It was surprised to see me, but quickly saw the panic in my eyes. I tried to explain, stumbling over my words. The story sounding more insane with each retelling. The mug, the scar, the teddy bear, the lullaby, the rose petal. Mark, bless his heart, tried to be understanding, but I could see the skepticism in his eyes. He tried to offer logical explanations. Maybe you mentioned it once and forgot. Alex. Or she found an old yearbook, or a distant relative posted something. But I knew it was not any of that. The details were too specific, too personal. It felt like she had somehow peered directly into my soul. I stayed with Mark for a few days, but the paranoia did not subside. I kept checking my phone, convinced Sarah would find a way to contact me. I started jumping at shadows, unable to relax. I could not shake the feeling that she knew exactly where I was, what I was doing. One evening, Mark and I were watching a movie. My phone, which I would deliberately left on silent and face down, suddenly vibrated. I picked it up, my hands clammy. It was a text from an unknown number. The message was simple. Chilling, missing your world's best dad, mug, Alex. It is lonely without you. And attached was a photo of my kitchen, my mug rack, and sitting right in the middle, perfectly centered, was my world's best dad mug. But it was not just a photo of my kitchen. It was a photo taken from inside my apartment, from an angle only someone standing in my kitchen could have captured. I dropped the phone, a guttural cry escaping my lips. Mark looked at me, startled. "What is it, man? What is wrong?" I could not speak. I just pointed at the phone, lying face down on the carpet. Mark picked it up, looked at the screen, and his face drained of all color. He saw the mug, he saw my kitchen. He saw the undeniable proof that someone had been in my apartment. Holy cod. "Alex," he whispered, his voice laced with genuine fear now. This is not right. We need to call the police." We did. The police came, listened to my frantic story, looked at the photo, and took a report. They went to my apartment, found no signs of forced entry, no broken windows, no picked locks, nothing. They dusted for prints, but told me it was likely a waste of time. She probably wore gloves. Mr. Miller, or she is just careful. They suggested changing my locks, installing a security system. All logical, practical advice, but it felt utterly useless. How do you lock out someone who can get in without a trace? Someone who knows your deepest secrets? I felt a profound sense of despair. The police could not help me. No one could. Sarah was not just a stalker. She was something else, something far more insidious. She was not breaking in. She was just there. I moved out of my apartment a few days later. I did not even bother packing much. Just grabbed the essentials, threw them in my car, and left. I could not bear to be there, knowing she had been inside, knowing she could still be inside. I did not even go back for the mug. I left it there, a trophy for her. I stayed with Mark for another week, then found a new place in a different city, miles away. I changed my phone number, deleted all my social media accounts, and tried to disappear. I became a ghost. I got a new job, a new routine, trying to rebuild a life free from the chilling shadow of Sarah, but it did not work. The fear never truly left me. Every new person I met, every stranger I passed on the street, I scrutinized. Was it her? Was that the same subtle glint in their eyes? I became a paranoid recluse, constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at shadows. A few months later, I got a new coffee machine. I needed a new mug. I went to a local store, trying to find something simple, unassuming, and there, on a shelf, tucked away behind a display of novelty mugs, I saw it, a brand new world's best dad mug, identical to mine. Even the font was the same. My breath hitched. My heart hammered. I stared at it, my blood turning to ice. It was not chipped, it was not old. It was pristine, and it was waiting for me. I backed away slowly, my eyes fixed on the mug. It felt like a trap, a message, a subtle, terrifying reminder that no matter how far I ran, no matter how many layers of security I put between myself and the world, Sarah was still out there. She was still watching. She was still waiting. I ran out of that store, leaving my shopping cart abandoned. I did not buy a mug. I have not had a proper cup of coffee at home since. I drink tea now from a plain chipped ceramic cup I found at a thrift store, something she could not possibly know about. Or could she? Sometimes, late at night, when the city is quiet and the only sound is the frantic beating of my own heart, I swear I hear it. A faint, breathy hum, just on the edge of hearing. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that she is still out there. Always watching, always knowing, and I am, forever, an open book to her. And to this day, I still do not know how she knows. And that, I think, is the most terrifying part of all. The next chapter begins here. My foot hovered over the brake pedal, a silent scream building in my throat. This was not just a bad idea, this was a terrible idea. Every primal instinct I had was yelling at me to stop, turn around, get out. But then Serafina's hand, cool and slender, rested lightly on my arm. "Do not worry," she murmured, her voice a low, soothing hum that seemed to cut through the rising tide of my panic. "It is just a little bumpy here." Almost there. Her eyes, those dark, captivating eyes, met mine in the rearview mirror. They held a strange, knowing glint that made the hair on my arm stand up. It was not a reassuring look, it was possessive, like she knew exactly what I was thinking, and she found it amusing. I swallowed hard, a metallic taste of fear coating my tongue. I wanted to argue, to demand we turn back, but the words would not come. My foot, almost of its own accord, eased off the brake. The car lurched forward, tires crunching onto the barely discernible path. The track was a nightmare. Branches, thick and gnarled, scraped against the sides of the car, sounding like skeletal fingers dragging across a blackboard. The headlights, once a beacon, now seemed to shrink, swallowed by the oppressive darkness that pressed in from all sides. The trees here were different. Taller, older, their trunks twisted and scarred, their branches interwoven like a monstrous, thorny canopy that blotted out the last slivers of twilight sky. It felt like driving into the mouth of some ancient, hungry beast. The silence inside the car was deafening, broken only by the incessant scratch of branches and the occasional distant hoot of an owl, which now sounded less like a nocturnal bird and more like a mournful cry from the depths of the forest. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum solo of pure dread. Every bump, every creak of the old suspension sent a fresh jolt of adrenaline through me. "We are really out here, huh?" I tried to sound casual, but my voice came out thin and reedy, a pathetic squeak against the vastness of the woods. Serafina chuckled, a soft, musical sound that did nothing to soothe my nerves. If anything, it made them worse. It was the sound of someone who was perfectly at ease in this suffocating wilderness, someone who belonged here. "I told you it was a bit of a drive," she said, turning slightly in her seat to face me, her profile stark against the faint glow of the dashboard lights. Her eyes were fixed on the winding path ahead, but her smile was for me. The best stargazing spots are always the hardest to reach. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But the rational part of my brain, the part that had not been completely overridden by the primal fear, was screaming that this was not about stargazing. This was about something else entirely. The track grew narrower, the trees closer, until it felt like we were tunneling through a solid wall of wood and shadow. The air grew colder, heavy with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something faintly metallic, like old blood or rust. I shivered again, despite the heater blasting. "How much further?" I asked. My voice barely a whisper this time. My hands were clamped to the steering wheel, knuckles white. Serafina did not answer right away. She just leaned back, her head tilting slightly, as if listening to something I could not hear. Then she pointed ahead, a long, slender finger cutting through the dimness. "Just past that grove of pines. There is a clearing. A perfect spot." Sure enough, through a particularly dense cluster of towering pines, I saw a faint, almost imperceptible glimmer of open space. Relief, hot and sudden, washed over me. A clearing. Okay, maybe she was just an eccentric nature lover. Maybe I was overreacting. The thought was a desperate plea to my own terrified mind. But as we broke through the pines, the clearing was not what I expected. It was not a wide, open space. It was more like a small, circular hollow, surrounded by an even denser wall of trees. And in the very center, bathed in the pale, ghostly glow of the distant moon that was just beginning to peek through the canopy, stood something that made my stomach lurch. It was a structure, or what was left of one, A collapsed stone well, its rim overgrown with moss and ivy sat crookedly in the middle. Beside it, two ancient gnarled trees, their branches devoid of leaves, reached up like skeletal arms, their twisted forms casting long, dancing shadows in the faint moonlight. And scattered around the well, almost completely reclaimed by the undergrowth, were several large dark stones arranged in a rough circle. They looked like ancient markers, or perhaps gravestones. This was not a stargazing spot. This was a place where things died. I slammed on the brakes, the car skidding slightly on the damp earth. The sudden stop threw us forward, and Serafina let out a small, surprised gasp. "What is this place?" I demanded, my voice raw with a fear that was quickly turning to anger. "This is not a clearing. This is creepy." Serafina turned to me, her eyes wide, but there was no fear in them. Only a strange, almost childlike wonder. "Is not it beautiful?" she whispered, her gaze sweeping over the macabre scene. "So old, so untouched, beautiful." I stared at her, genuinely bewildered. The moonlight caught her face, highlighting the sharp planes of her cheekbones, the slight curve of her lips. She looked utterly serene, completely at home in this desolate, terrifying place, and that is when a new, colder wave of fear washed over me. The fear was not just of the place anymore, it was of her. "I think we should go," I said, my voice firmer now, despite the tremor in my hands. I reached for the gear shift, intending to reverse out of this nightmare hollow, but Serafina's hand shot out, grabbing my wrist with surprising strength. Her grip was cold, like marble, and utterly unyielding. "Not yet," she said, her voice dropping to a low, guttural tone I had not heard before. It was no longer soft and hypnotic. It was commanding, almost predatory. "We just got here." I tried to pull my arm away, but her grip tightened, digging into my flesh. Her eyes, usually so captivating, now seemed to glow with an unnatural intensity in the dim light. They were black, bottomless pools, reflecting nothing but the terrible darkness of the woods. "Let go of me," I yelled, panic finally breaking through my attempts at composure. I yanked harder, but she held fast. Her strength was incredible, impossible for someone of her slender build. A slow smile spread across her face, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. "You are scared," she observed, her voice a purr. "Good. It is important to be present." My blood ran cold. "Present? What the hell did that mean?" "What do you want?" I stammered, my heart thundering. My eyes darted around the clearing, searching for an escape, a weapon, anything. But there was nothing but trees, the ancient well, and those ominous stones. She finally released my wrist, but not before giving it a final, crushing squeeze that left my hand tingling with pain. "I want to show you something," she said, her smile widening. "Something truly special." Before I could react, she opened her door and stepped out of the car. The sudden rush of cold, damp air, and the intensified sounds of the forest, the rustling leaves, the distant calls, the unsettling silence made my skin crawl. "Come on," she beckoned, her voice carrying an eerie lightness. She walked towards the well, her movements fluid and graceful, like a creature of the night. I sat frozen, a deer in headlights. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to lock the doors, floor it, and get out of here. But something held me back. A terrifying curiosity, perhaps. Or maybe a deep-seated fear of what she might do if I defied her. She had just demonstrated impossible strength. What else was she capable of? Slowly, reluctantly, I opened my door. The ground was soft and muddy under my feet, the air thick with that metallic, earthy smell. The moonlight was a cruel spotlight, illuminating the scene in stark, unsettling detail. Serafina was standing by the well, running her hand over the moss-covered stones. She looked up at me, her eyes glinting. "Did you know," she began, her voice low and conspiratorial, "that this well is not just a well, it is a portal?" I scoffed. A nervous, disbelieving sound. A portal. To what? Narnia. I tried to inject some humor, some normalcy, into the situation, but it fell flat. The only humor was how pathetic I sounded. She did not laugh. Her expression remained serious, almost reverent. To a place beyond, a place where the veil between worlds is thin. Especially on nights like this. She gestured vaguely at the moon, which was now higher, a pale, watchful eye in the inky sky. My mind raced, trying to find a logical explanation. Was she on drugs? Was this some elaborate prank? A cult initiation? But the look in her eyes, the sheer conviction, told me she believed every word. And that was terrifying. Look inside, she urged, stepping aside. Hesitantly, I approached the well. The air around it felt colder, heavier, charged with an unseen energy. I peered over the edge. It was deep, impossibly deep, a gaping maw of blackness. I could not see the bottom. The sides were slimy with moss and a faint, sickly sweet odor like something decaying wafted up from the depths. What am I supposed to be seeing? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Not seeing, Serafina corrected, her breath warm against my ear. She had moved silently, standing right behind me, feeling, and then I felt it. A faint vibration, a low hum that seemed to resonate in my very bones, coming from the depths of the well. It was not a sound I could hear with my ears, but rather a sensation, a pressure in my head, a chill that spread from my spine outwards. It felt ancient, vast, and utterly alien. What is that? I whispered, my voice trembling now. The echo of what lies beneath, she said, her voice a soft caress. It is calling, calling. My mind reeled. This was too much. This was insane. I took a step back from the well, my heart pounding. We need to go, I insisted, turning to face her. Right now? This is not funny. Serafina. Her smile vanished. Her face hardened and her eyes narrowed, losing their wonder and gaining a cold, calculating glint. Funny, she repeated, her voice dripping with venom. You think this is funny? She took a step towards me, and I instinctively recoiled. I do not know what this is. I admitted, my hands raised in a placating gesture. But I do not want any part of it. I want to leave. Oh, you want to leave? She mimicked, her voice mocking. But you have not seen the best part yet. She reached down, her slender fingers brushing aside the leaves and dirt near one of the large, dark stones. Beneath it, half buried in the earth, was a small, ornate wooden box. It looked old, weathered, its surface intricately carved with symbols I did not recognize, symbols that looked vaguely occult. My blood ran cold. This was not just an this was a ritual site. She opened the box. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried herbs, was a collection of objects. A small, wickedly sharp knife, its blade dulled with age, and something else, something that looked like dried blood. A silver locket, tarnished and old, and a bundle of dried, brittle bones, small and fragile like those of a bird or a small animal. What are those? I asked, my voice barely audible. My eyes were fixed on the knife. Serafina picked up the knife, turning it over in her hand, admiring its cruel beauty. The moonlight glinted off the ancient blade. Tools, she replied simply, her gaze lifting to meet mine. There was a terrifying hunger in her eyes now, a predatory gleam that made my stomach clench. Tools for what? I demanded, my voice rising. I had to get out of here. Now, she took another step towards me, the knife glinting in her hand. For making connections, she said, her voice low and dangerous. For opening the way, my heart leaped into my throat. I did not wait for another word. I spun on my heel and bolted. My feet slipped on the muddy ground, but I pushed through, adrenaline surging through my veins. I ran towards the car, my only goal to get inside, lock the doors, and somehow, miraculously, drive out of this hell. Do not be foolish. Serafina's voice, calm and chilling, followed me. It sounded closer than it should have. I did not look back. I fumbled for the car door handle, my fingers clumsy with terror. I yanked it open, scrambled inside, and slammed it shut, locking it with a frantic press of the button. The thunk of the locks engaging was the sweetest sound I would ever heard. My hands flew to the ignition, fumbling with the keys. Please. God, let it start. Let me get out of here. But as I twisted the key, the engine only coughed. A weak, pathetic sputter. It died immediately. I tried again. Nothing. Just a disheartening click. Panic, raw and absolute, seized me. The car was dead. My phone had no signal. I was stranded. Then, a tap on my window. I jumped, my head snapping up. Serafina was standing outside the driver's side, her face pressed against the glass. Her eyes, magnified by the window, were wide and unblinking, like a nocturnal predator. She was holding the knife. She smiled, a slow, terrifying grin that stretched her lips too wide. "Did you really think it would be that easy?" she purred, her voice muffled but distinct through the glass. I scrambled backwards, pressing myself against the passenger door, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked around wildly. The woods were a solid, impenetrable wall. There was no escape. She raised the knife, not threateningly, but almost playfully. She ran the tip of the blade along the glass, drawing a thin, silvery line. The sound was a high-pitched scrape that set my teeth on edge. "You came all this way with me," she continued, her voice still calm, almost conversational. "You trusted me. That means something, does not... Please." "Serafina," I begged, my voice cracking, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I swear." Her smile widened. "Oh, I know you won't." And then she brought the flat of the knife blade down hard against the window. Not hard enough to shatter it, but hard enough to make the entire car shake. Hard enough to make me jump out of my skin. She was not trying to break in. She was enjoying this. She was toying with me. She circled the car slowly, like a shark around its prey. I watched her through the windows, my eyes wide with terror. She peered into each window, her face a mask of chilling amusement. When she reached the passenger side, she paused, her eyes locking with mine. Then she leaned down, her lips almost touching the glass. "You are perfect," she whispered, her voice a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to penetrate the glass and burrow into my brain. "You are exactly what I needed." My blood ran cold. Perfect for what? What did she need? She straightened up, then walked back to the front of the car. She stood directly in front of the headlights, her silhouette stark against the weak beams. She raised the knife high, then plunged it downwards, not into the car, but into the earth directly in front of the bumper. Then she began to speak. Her words were not English. They were a language I had never heard before, guttural and ancient, filled with harsh consonants and drawn-out vowels. It sounded like the rasping of dry leaves, the snapping of old bones, and the whisper of wind through empty tombs. It was a language that felt wrong, a language that vibrated with a dark, primal power. As she chanted, the air grew colder, the metallic smell intensified, and the low hum from the well grew stronger, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to shake the very ground beneath the car. The shadows around us deepened, twisting and stretching, taking on grotesque, shifting forms. The trees seemed to lean in closer, their gnarled branches reaching, clawing. And then, from the depths of the well, I heard it. A sound. Not the hum anymore, but something else. A faint, wet slithering. My eyes were fixed on a black hole in the center of this nightmare. The slithering grew louder, accompanied by a low, guttural groan that seemed to emanate from the very earth itself. Serafina's chanting reached a fever pitch, her voice rising and falling in an unnatural crescendo. her body tensed, her head thrown back, her eyes closed in what looked like ecstasy. The well began to glow. A faint, sickly green light, like phosphorescence, began to seep up from the darkness, illuminating the moss-covered stones around the rim, and with the light came a smell, putrid, sickeningly sweet, like decaying meat mixed with old sulfur. Then a shape emerged from the well. It was slow, deliberate. First, a long, segmented appendage, slick with whatever oozed from the depths, reached over the rim. It was thick, covered in coarse, dark hairs, and ended in something that looked like a cluster of barbed hooks. My stomach rebelled, and I fought down a wave of nausea. Another appendage followed, then another, pulling a massive, indistinct mass up from the well. It was enormous, far too large to have fit into that narrow opening. It was dark, glistening, and utterly horrifying. I could not make out its full form in the shifting shadows and the sickly green light, but I saw enough. Enough to know that it was not of this world. Enough to know that it was ancient, evil, and hungry. It was a nightmare given flesh, a creature from the deepest, darkest corners of cosmic horror. It seemed to have too many limbs, too many joints, too many eyes, or what looked like eyes, glistening wetly in the green light scattered across its bulbous, shapeless head. Serafina stopped chanting. She stood before the monstrous thing, her arms outstretched, her head bowed in reverence. Her voice, when it came, was a whisper of adoration. "My love," she breathed, "I have brought you a gift." The creature turned its massive, shapeless head towards the car. Its countless eyes, or whatever they were, focused on me. I could feel its gaze, a cold, probing pressure that pierced through the metal and glass, through my very soul. It was assessing me, weighing me. A low, guttural rumble emanated from its depths, a sound that vibrated through the ground, through the car, through my bones. It was a sound of ancient hunger, of immense power, of unimaginable malice. Serafina turned, her face radiant with a terrifying joy. She looked at me, then back at the creature, a bridge between two worlds. "He is strong, is not he?" she cooed to the monstrosity, like a child presenting a prized toy, full of life, full of fear. The creature took a step, a slow, deliberate movement that made the ground tremble. Its massive form seemed to ripple and shift, defying all laws of physics. It was coming for me. My mind shattered. The last vestiges of rational thought evaporated, replaced by pure, primal terror. I was going to die here, in the middle of nowhere, sacrificed to some unspeakable entity by a woman I met on Tinder. The absurdity of it was almost as horrifying as the reality. I screamed, a raw, animalistic shriek that tore from my throat, echoing through the suffocating woods. I hammered on the horn, a desperate, futile blare that was immediately swallowed by the growling of the creature and the terrifying, joyful laughter that now bubbled from Serafina's lips. The creature was closer now, its putrid smell filling the car, seeping through the vents, choking me. I could see the individual hairs on its appendages, the slime glistening on its form. Its eyes, those countless, wet eyes, seemed to bore into me, stripping away my sanity. I closed my eyes, pressing my hands over my ears, trying to block out the sights and sounds. But it was useless. The hum, the growl, Serafina's laughter, they were inside my head, echoing in the hollow chamber of my skull. I felt the car begin to shake violently, not from Serafina hitting it, but from something far, far larger. A tearing sound, like metal being twisted and ripped apart, filled the air. The roof of the car groaned, then buckled. I opened my eyes, just for a second. Through the shattered sunroof above me was a gaping maw. Not teeth, but rows upon rows of needle-sharp, chitinous protrusions, glistening with a viscous, dark fluid. The stench was unbearable. And then, the darkness descended. Not the darkness of the night, but a deeper, more profound darkness. A darkness that tasted of oblivion, and the unspeakable hunger of something ancient and terrible, last thing I heard, before everything went black, was Serafina's voice, a sweet, chilling whisper, right beside my ear. Thank you for the perfect date. Let us ease into the next chapter. I would always consider myself a pretty average guy. Nothing special. Work a decent job, pay my bills, spend my weekends trying to catch up on sleep, or pretending I am going to finally clean out my garage. I was in my late 20s, and honestly, the dating scene had always been a scene. Not a good one, just a scene. I would try the bar thing, the friend of a friend thing, even that weird speed dating event once that I still have nightmares about. So naturally, I eventually downloaded Tinder. Figured, why not? Everyone else was doing it. For a while, it was exactly what you would expect. A lot of swiping, a lot of awkward opening lines, a few dates that went absolutely nowhere. I was about ready to throw in the towel, convinced I was destined to spend my golden years talking to my cats, when I matched with Serafina. Her profile picture was captivating. She had these striking, dark eyes that seemed to hold a secret, and a smile that was both inviting and a little mysterious. Her bio was short, just a few lines about loving nature, old books, and exploring the unknown. I figured, hey, sounds intriguing. Definitely a step up from Loves Dogs and Brunch. We started chatting, and right away, it felt different. She was articulate, funny, and surprisingly quick-witted. She did not bombard me with questions, but her responses were thoughtful, making me feel genuinely engaged. After a few days of texting back and forth, we decided to meet for coffee. I chose a quiet little spot downtown, figuring it was low-key enough for a first meeting. When she walked in, I swear my jaw almost hit the floor. She was even more stunning in person. Tall, with long, dark hair that fell past her shoulders, and those same intense eyes that seemed to see right through you. She wore a simple dark dress that somehow made her look both elegant and understated. The conversation flowed easily. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure movies to our childhood memories. She had a calm, almost serene demeanor, but there was a spark in her eyes when she spoke about things she was passionate about. She asked about my hobbies, my dreams, even my fears, listening intently to every word. It was probably the best first date I would ever had. I left feeling optimistic, a feeling I had not experienced in a long time. A few days later, we were texting again, making plans for a second date. I suggested dinner, maybe a movie, but Serafina had a different idea. She texted, I have been thinking, there is this incredible spot, I know, way out past the city lights, where you can see the stars clearer than anywhere else. It is a bit of a drive, but trust me, it is absolutely breathtaking. We could pack a thermos of hot chocolate, maybe some snacks, and just watch the universe. My first thought was, a bit of a drive. My second thought was, stargazing. It sounded incredibly romantic, a little adventurous, and totally out of my usual comfort zone. But Serafina had a way of making everything sound appealing. And after such a great first date, I was willing to be adventurous. I mean, what could go wrong? It is just stargazing, right? Sounds amazing, I replied, a little too eagerly. Just tell me where and when. She sent me an address that was definitely outside the city limits, way out in the sticks, but I figured it was just part of the appeal. The more remote, the clearer the stars. I made sure to charge my phone, filled up my gas tank, and even dug out an old blanket from my trunk. I wanted to make a good impression. The day of our second date arrived, and I picked Serafina up from her apartment. She was wearing jeans and a thick sweater, her dark hair pulled back in a loose ponytail, looking effortlessly beautiful. She had a small backpack slung over her shoulder, which I assumed held the hot chocolate and snacks. The air was crisp, and the sky was already darkening. Promising a clear night, we started driving, making small talk, laughing at silly stories. Everything felt perfectly normal, even exciting. We left the city behind, the streetlights slowly giving way to open fields and dense forests. The road became narrower, less frequently traveled. My phone, which had been buzzing with notifications earlier, suddenly went silent. I glanced at the signal bar. One bar, then none. Looks like we are really heading off the grid, I chuckled, trying to sound lighthearted. Serafina just smiled. That is the point, is not it? No distractions, just us and the stars. Her voice was calm, almost hypnotic, but something about the way she said it sent a tiny, almost imperceptible shiver down my spine. It was probably just the cold, I told myself. As we drove deeper, the road turned from paved asphalt to gravel, and then to a barely maintained dirt track. Trees pressed in on both sides, their bare branches clawing at the twilight sky. The silence in the car grew, broken only by the crunch of tires on gravel and the distant hoot of an owl. I started to feel a prickle of unease, a faint whisper of doubt in the back of my mind. This was not just a bit of a drive. This was a full-blown expedition into the wilderness. Are you sure this is the right way? I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. My GPS stopped working a while ago. Serafina leaned forward slightly, her eyes scanning the dark landscape. Oh, I know this place like the back of my hand. Just a little further, there is a turnoff up ahead, just past that old twisted oak. And sure enough, a few minutes later, there was an ancient gnarled oak tree, its branches reaching out like skeletal fingers. Just beyond it, a barely visible track veered off into an even darker patch of woods. It looked less like a road and more like an animal trail. I hesitated, my foot hovering over the brake. This looks pretty secluded. Serafina turned to me, her dark eyes reflecting the dim glow of the dashboard. Her smile was still there, but it felt different now, wider, almost predatory. That is the beauty of it. Mark, no one ever comes out here. It is our own private observatory. My stomach did a slow, nauseating flip. The words "no one ever comes out here" echoed in my head, suddenly sounding less romantic and more ominous. But I was already so deep in, and I did not want to seem like a coward. I took a deep breath, gritted my teeth, and turned the wheel, guiding my car down the narrow, overgrown track. The branches scraped against the sides of my car, making a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. We drove for what felt like an eternity, the path getting rougher and rougher until it was barely discernible. Finally, the trees opened up slightly into a small, desolate clearing. There were no stars visible, only the oppressive canopy of trees overhead. No scenic overlook, no open sky, just woods. And at the very end of the track, the path simply stopped. There was nowhere else to go. I pulled the car to a stop, the engine sighing into silence. The darkness outside was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of my headlights, cutting through the inky black. The air was heavy, still, and bitingly cold. I glanced at Serafina. She was staring out into the dark woods, her profile illuminated by the faint dashboard light. Her eyes seemed to glow with an unnerving intensity, and that serene smile was fixed firmly on her face. It was not the smile of someone enjoying a romantic evening. It was the smile of someone who had a secret, a very dark secret. "Do not worry," she whispered, turning her head slowly to meet my gaze, her eyes gleaming in the dim light. Her voice was soft, almost a purr, but it sent a fresh wave of ice through my veins. "We are almost there, and this is going to be a night you will never forget." The way she said "never forget" was not a promise of romance. It was a threat, a cold, hard, terrifying promise. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to put the car in reverse, to turn around, to get out of there. But before I could even process the thought, Serafina reached across the console and switched off my headlights. The world plunged into absolute darkness. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage. What was that for? I stammered, my voice sounding weak and thin in the sudden, suffocating blackness. "We do not want to disturb the residents," she said, her voice still unnervingly calm. "And besides, the path is right here." She gestured vaguely into the impenetrable darkness beyond my windshield. We walked the rest of the way. Walk? My mind reeled. Walk where? Into that black abyss. My rational brain, what little was left of it, screamed that this was insane. This was not a stargazing spot. This was a trap. I do not think that is a good idea. Serafina. I said, trying to inject some authority into my voice, though it cracked slightly. It is pitch black out here. We could get lost. We should just head back. I reached for the ignition, my hand trembling. But Seraphina's hand shot out, her grip surprisingly strong as she clamped down on my wrist. Her fingers felt cold, like marble. Oh, but we have come all this way. Mark. It would be such a waste. Besides, she leaned closer, her breath a chilling wisp against my ear. I know this path. I have walked it many times. Her grip tightened, and I could feel the cold dread spreading through my chest. This was not a suggestion. It was an order. My mind raced, trying to find a way out. I was isolated, my phone was dead, and I was with a woman who had suddenly transformed from charming to utterly terrifying. "Come on," she said, her voice dropping to a whisper. She released my wrist and opened her door. The soft click echoed. Loudly in the oppressive silence, "It is just a short walk." I watched, frozen, as she stepped out of the car and vanished into the darkness. I was left alone in the stifling black, the faint scent of pine needles and something else. Something metallic and faintly sweet, filling the air. My options felt non-existent. Staying in the car seemed like a temporary reprieve, but for how long? And what if she just left me there? What if she came back with something, with a deep, shaky breath? I forced myself to open my door. The cold night air hit me like a physical blow. I fumbled for my phone, instinctively trying to use its flashlight, but it was still dead. Useless. I cursed silently. "Mark, are you coming?" Her voice drifted from the darkness ahead, surprisingly close, as if she had not moved far at all. I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. I managed, my voice barely audible. I stepped out, my feet sinking slightly into the soft, damp earth. The darkness was disorienting, absolute. I could not see my hand in front of my face. "Stay close," she instructed, and I heard a rustle of leaves as she moved. I tried to follow the sound, my arms outstretched, blindly navigating the uneven ground. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves, made me jump. The woods around us seemed to press in, alive with unseen things. "How can you see anything?" I whispered, tripping over an exposed root. "My eyes adjust quickly to the dark," she replied, her voice now directly in front of me, startlingly close. "And I know this path by heart. Just follow my lead." I heard her footsteps, light and sure-footed, leading me deeper into the woods. My own steps were clumsy, hesitant. My heart hammered, a frantic drumbeat against the silence. The cold air began to seep into my bones, carrying with it a faint, unsettling odor. It was earthy, like damp soil and decaying leaves, but underneath that, there was another smell, something acrid, vaguely chemical, like old cleaning supplies mixed with something organic. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end. We walked for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only 10 or 15 minutes. Each step deepened my dread. I kept trying to convince myself that I was overreacting, that she was just eccentric, that this was all part of some elaborate, quirky, romantic gesture, but the gnawing fear in my gut told me otherwise. This was not quirky. This was terrifying. Finally, just when I thought I could not take another blind step, the trees ahead seemed to thin slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible glow appeared in the distance. It was not the clear night sky she would promised. It was a muted, yellowish light, barely piercing the gloom. "We are here," Seraphina whispered, her voice laced with an undeniable sense of satisfaction. As we pushed through a final thicket of thorny bushes, the trees opened up into a small, desolate clearing. In the center, bathed in the sickly yellow flicker of a single bare bulb hanging precariously from a wire, stood a cabin. It was less a cabin and more a shack. Dilapidated, leaning precariously to one side, its wooden walls weathered and rotting. The windows were dark, boarded up in places, and the roof sagged like a tired old man. It looked abandoned, forgotten, swallowed by the encroaching forest. and it was radiating an aura of pure, unadulterated menace. This was not a place for stargazing. This was a place where bad things happened. My blood ran cold. "Serafina, what is this place?" I demanded, my voice raw with panic. I took a step back, my eyes darting around the clearing, desperately searching for an escape route, but the dense woods pressed in on all sides. She turned to me, her face illuminated by the dim, flickering light from the cabin. Her smile was gone. Her expression was utterly devoid of warmth, her eyes cold and calculating. "Welcome home, Mark," she said, her voice flat, emotionless. Before I could react, she reached into her backpack and pulled out a rusty, old-fashioned key. With a deliberate, unnerving slowness, she walked up to the cabin door. It was made of thick, dark wood, scarred and gouged, and had a heavy, rusted padlock hanging from it. She inserted the key, twisted it, and with a loud, metallic clunk, the padlock sprang open. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what was happening, but my thoughts were a chaotic jumble of fear and disbelief. This could not be happening. Not to me. Not on a Tinder date. She pushed the door open, and a wave of cold, stale air washed over me, thick with the cloying sweetness of formaldehyde, the metallic tang of old blood, and something foul, musky like decaying flesh, yet sterile. My stomach churned, and I clapped a hand over my mouth, fighting back the urge to vomit. "Inside," she commanded, her voice sharp, leaving no room for argument. I stood rooted to the spot, paralyzed by terror. "No," I choked out, shaking my head. "I am not going in there." Serafina's expression hardened. She took a step towards me, and in her hand, suddenly glinting in the dim light, was a long, thin object. It looked like a surgical scalpel. My eyes widened in horror. "You do not have a choice," she said, her voice losing all pretense of calm. It was now laced with a chilling, psychotic edge. "You are perfect for what we need. Mark, I have been watching you for weeks. Your profile, your routine, your habits, you are exactly what I was looking for." My blood froze in my veins. Watching me. This was not a random date. This was orchestrated. I was prey. Adrenaline surged through me, overriding the paralyzing fear. I spun on my heel, a primal scream tearing itself from my throat, and bolted back towards the direction of my car, blindly crashing through the undergrowth. The scalpel, the formaldehyde, the terrifying calmness in her eyes, it all clicked into place with sickening clarity. This was not a date. This was a nightmare. "You can run, Mark, but you can't hide." Serafina's voice echoed through the woods, surprisingly close, laced with a chilling amusement. Her footsteps were light, disturbingly fast, crunching through the leaves just behind me. I ran faster than I ever had in my life, my lungs burning, my legs pumping like pistons. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes and skin, but I barely registered the pain. All I could hear was the pounding of my own heart in my ears and the relentless, rhythmic crunch of her footsteps pursuing me. The darkness was a terrifying maze. I stumbled, fell, scraped my knees, but scrambled back up, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. I had to get back to my car. It was my only hope. If I could just reach it, lock the doors, somehow drive out of here. I thought I saw a faint glimmer of my car's outline through the trees, a distant, rectangular shadow. Hope surged, giving me a fresh burst of speed. I pushed through a particularly dense thicket, branches tearing at my jacket, and burst into a small, slightly clearer patch of forest. And then I stopped dead, a guttural gasp escaping my lips. Before me, half hidden beneath a pile of decaying leaves and broken branches, was a shallow, freshly dug pit. And in the pit, partially uncovered, was a human hand. Pale, unnaturally still, fingers splayed, reaching out as if in a silent plea. A gold ring glinted dully on one of the fingers. My stomach lurched, and this time, I could not hold it back. I choked, gagged, and vomited violently onto the forest floor, the acidic taste burning my throat. This was not just a serial killer. This was a burial ground. A cold, Slender hand clamped over my mouth from behind, stifling my cries. Serafina, her other arm wrapped around my chest, pinning my arms to my sides. Her breath was hot against my ear, smelling faintly of mint and something else. Something metallic. "Oh, Mark," she whispered, her voice a low, deranged purr. "You found one of my little secrets. Such a shame. You were supposed to be different. You were supposed to be special." I struggled, thrashing wildly, but her grip was like iron. She was impossibly strong. Her fingers dug into my flesh, and I could feel the sharp edge of the scalpel pressing against my throat. "Do not worry," she continued, her voice growing colder, more detached. "He put up a fight too, but he is much happier now. You will be too. We all will be." I could feel the cold steel of the blade against my skin, a thin line of burning pain. My eyes darted around, desperately searching for anything, any last chance. And then, through the trees, I saw it. A faint, distant glow. Not my car. Something else. A house. A road. It was too far, too dim. But it was there. Hope, fragile but fierce, ignited in my chest, with a surge of desperate strength. I bucked forward, twisting my body with all my might. Serafina grunted in surprise, and her grip loosened for a split second. It was all I needed. I slammed my elbow back, connecting with something soft. She cried out, a sharp, angry sound, and her hand moved away from my mouth. "You little rat," she shrieked, her voice devoid of its earlier calm. I did not wait. I spun around, pushing her away, and bolted again, ignoring the scalpel that had left a shallow, burning cut on my neck. The faint light was my beacon. I ran towards it, stumbling, falling, picking myself up, driven by a terror that transcended pain. Her enraged shouts followed me, mixed with the sounds of her crashing through the undergrowth behind me. She was fast, terrifyingly fast. I could hear her getting closer, her heavy breathing echoing my own ragged gasps. The light was getting brighter now, a steady, yellowish glow. It looked like a street lamp. I was getting close to a road. My legs were screaming in protest, my lungs felt like they were about to burst, but I pushed harder, one foot in front of the other. Survive. Survive. I burst out of the tree line, tripping over a curb, and landed hard on asphalt. I scrambled up, my eyes wide with terror and relief. I was on a small, deserted country road, and in the distance, a single streetlight cast a lonely glow. I could hear Serafina right behind me, her heavy footsteps thudding on the asphalt. I glanced over my shoulder and saw her emerge from the trees, her face contorted with fury, the scalpel glinting in her hand. She was gaining on me. "You are not getting away. Mark," she screamed, her voice raw, feral. Just as she lunged, a sudden, blinding flash of light pierced the darkness. A low rumble grew into a roar. A pair of headlights, blazing brightly, appeared around a bend in the road. A car. A miracle. I did not think. I just threw myself into the middle of the road, waving my arms frantically, screaming at the top of my lungs. "Help, please. Help me." The car screeched, its tires protesting loudly as it swerved, narrowly missing me. It came to a jarring halt, its headlights illuminating Serafina, who had frozen at the edge of the tree line, caught in the sudden glare. She looked like a ghost, her face pale, her eyes wide with shock. The scalpel in her hand glinted. The driver, a middle-aged man with a shocked expression, rolled down his window. "What the hell is going on out here?" he yelled, his voice trembling. "She is trying to kill me," I gasped, pointing a trembling finger at Serafina. "She has a knife. She brought me here to kill me." The man's eyes widened further, taking in my disheveled appearance, the blood on my neck, and Serafina standing eerily still, the scalpel still in her hand. He did not hesitate. "Get in!" he shouted, unlocking the passenger door. I did not need to be told twice. I scrambled into the car, fumbling with the seatbelt, my eyes fixed on Serafina. For a moment, she just stood there, staring, her face a mask of thwarted rage. Then, slowly, a chilling smile spread across her lips. It was a smile of pure malice, a promise of what could have been, a silent vow of what still might be. She turned, melted back into the shadows of the forest, and vanished as quickly as she had appeared. The driver, still visibly shaken, slammed on the gas, speeding away from that terrifying patch of woods. He called the police on his cell phone, his voice shaky as he recounted what he would seen. When the police arrived, they took my statement. I told them everything about Tinder, Serafina, the drive, the cabin, the hand in the pit. They were skeptical, but the cut on my neck and my frantic state were undeniable. They sent a search party to the location I described, but they found nothing. No cabin, no pit, no body, no sign of Serafina. The clearing was empty, just dense woods. It was as if the entire nightmare had been a figment of my terrified imagination. They chalked it up to a possible hallucination caused by trauma or a prank gone horribly wrong. They advised me to stay away from dating apps and get some counseling. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced. The cold grip of her hand, the smell of formaldehyde, the chilling smile, the hand in the pit, it was all real. I deleted Tinder, of course. Deleted all my dating apps. I have not been on a date since. Every time I see a dark-haired woman with intense eyes, my heart seizes. Every time I drive past a patch of woods, I feel a prickle of fear. I never saw Serafina again. But sometimes, when I am alone in the dark, I swear I can still hear her voice. A faint whisper carried on the wind, a chilling promise echoing in the silence. This is going to be a night you will never forget. And she was right. I never will. The next chapter unfolds right now. Hey everyone. So this story is not one I found online. It is a personal one. And trust me, I wish it was not. It is about a Tinder date that went from promising to absolutely terrifying. And it left me looking over my shoulder every single day since. My name's Alex, and I am just a regular guy. Early 30s, live alone in a decent apartment, work a pretty standard office job. Like a lot of people, I dipped my toes into the online dating pool a few years back. It was mostly hit or miss, some awkward coffees, some decent conversations that fizzled out. But then, I matched with Sarah. Her profile was great. Pretty, warm smile, witty bio that actually made me laugh out loud. She seemed adventurous, but also cozy. If that makes sense. We started texting, and the conversation just flowed. We talked about everything, our favorite movies, travel dreams, even our worst dating horror stories, which, ironically, now feels like a cruel joke. After a week of solid texting, we decided to meet up, a casual drink at a bar downtown, nothing too fancy, just to see if the chemistry was there in person. I remember getting ready that evening, feeling a genuine buzz of excitement. I had not felt that in a while. I picked out a decent shirt, tried to tame my hair, the usual pre-date ritual. I got to the bar a little early, grabbed a booth, and ordered a beer. A few minutes later, she walked in, and wow, she was even prettier in person. Dark, wavy hair, bright, intelligent eyes, and that same warm smile from her pictures. She spotted me, her face lit up, and she walked over with this easy confidence that immediately put me at ease. We shook hands, a nice firm grip, and she settled into the booth across from me. The first hour was fantastic. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, cracked jokes. She was engaging, listened intently when I spoke, and had this infectious laugh that made me feel like I was genuinely enjoying myself. I remember thinking, okay, Alex, this could actually be it. This could be a good one. My guard was down, completely. I was just focused on the easy banter. The way her eyes sparkled when she talked about her passion for photography. The subtle way she would lean in when I was telling a story. We were talking about our morning routines, just a casual topic, and I mentioned how I was not a morning person at all, needed at least 2 cups of coffee before I could even string a sentence, together. Sarah chuckled, took a sip of her wine, and then she said something that made my blood run absolutely cold. I can imagine, especially with that World's Best Dad mug you use, looks like it holds a pretty generous amount. I froze. My beer glass was halfway to my mouth, and I just stopped, suspended in midair. The smile on my face slowly faded. That mug was special. It was an old chipped ceramic mug my dad used to use, and after he passed away a few years ago, I started using it every single morning. It was a comfort thing. It was personal, and most importantly, I had never posted a picture of it online. Not on Tinder, not on Instagram, not on YouTube. Nowhere. It was just mine. My mind raced, trying to find an explanation. Had I accidentally shown it in a background of a selfie? No. I was careful about that. Had I mentioned it in a text? No, definitely not. My World's Best Dad mug, I asked. My voice a little too high, a little too strained. Sarah just smiled. A small, knowing smile that did not quite reach her eyes. Yeah, that one, it is pretty distinct. I just noticed it. Noticed it where I pressed, my heart starting to pound a little harder in my chest. The warmth of the conversation had evaporated, replaced by a sudden, chilling dread. She shrugged, still smiling. Oh, you know, probably in one of your photos, a reflection, maybe, or I just have a good memory for details. She took another sip of her wine, her gaze unwavering. I tried to rationalize it. A reflection, maybe, but I would scroll through my own profile pictures in my head, and I could not recall a single one that would show that mug. It was always tucked away in my kitchen. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. The rest of the date felt off. I tried to push it aside, to convince myself I was overreacting. Maybe it was just a weird coincidence, or I would forgotten posting something. But the ease was gone. Every time she smiled, it felt a little less genuine, a little more like a performance. Every time she looked at me, I felt like she was not just looking at me, but through me, like she already knew everything there was to know. I made an excuse about an early start the next day, and ended the date shortly after. When I got home, the first thing I did was practically sprint to my kitchen. There it was, sitting by the sink, still a little damp from my morning coffee. The World's Best Dad mug. I grabbed my phone and meticulously went through every single photo I would ever post it online. Tinder, Instagram, YouTube, even old forgotten posts from years ago. Nothing. Not a single trace of that mug. A cold knot formed in my stomach. How did she know? It was not a guess. It was too specific. It felt like she had seen it. But how? I tried to shake it off. Maybe she saw me once walking past my apartment building and somehow glimpsed it through a window. But my apartment was on the 3rd floor, and the mug was usually on the counter, not by the window. It felt like grasping at straws. I told myself I was being paranoid, that it was just a strange coincidence that I was blowing out of proportion. People say weird things on first dates. Right. But the unease lingered. It was a prickly sensation at the back of my neck. The next morning, I woke up to a text from Sarah. Had a really great time last night. Alex, we should definitely do it again soon. It was cheerful, normal, too normal. My gut screamed no, but my logical brain, the one that hated confrontation and wanted to believe the best in people, told me to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe I was just being a jerk. I replied, thanked her for the evening, and agreed to a second date. A casual coffee this time, during my lunch break later in the week. The week passed, and the mug incident kept replaying in my head. I found myself checking my windows more often, glancing at my front door. I told myself I was being ridiculous, but the feeling of being watched, even if it was just in my head, was hard to shake. Then came the day of our supposed second date. I had a busy morning at work, and decided to grab my usual coffee from a small independent shop a few blocks from my office. It was a place I went to every single day, without fail. A creature of habit, that was me. I walked in, ordered my usual, a large black coffee, 2 sugars, and leaned against the counter, scrolling through my phone while I waited. That is when I heard it. A familiar laugh, just a few feet away. I looked up, and there she was. Sarah, sitting at a small table by the window, sipping from a coffee cup. My heart gave a lurch. This was not the agreed-upon coffee shop for our date later. This was my coffee shop. My daily routine. She looked up, saw me, and her face broke into that wide, warm smile. Alex. What a coincidence. Small world, huh? My blood ran cold again, but it was not just the coincidence. It was the cup she was holding. It was a large black coffee. 2 sugars. The exact same order I got every single day. I had not even realized I would already ordered it that morning, that it was already being made. I managed. My voice suddenly dry. Small world. She gestured to the empty chair across from her. Come join me. Your coffee should be ready any second. I forced a smile. Oh, I actually just grabbed mine to go. Super busy day. Gotta run. It was a lie. My coffee was not even ready yet. She frowned slightly, but the smile did not completely leave her face. Oh, that is a shame. Well, I guess I will see you later for our date then. Actually, about that, I said, trying to sound apologetic but desperate to get away. Something just came up at work. I am so sorry. I am going to have to reschedule. I knew I would not. I knew this was the end. Her smile tightened, just barely. Oh, okay. Well, let me know when you are free then. I mumbled something about texting her, grabbed my coffee the second it was ready, and practically ran out of the shop. I did not look back. I canceled our second date via text a few minutes later, saying work was crazy and I needed to focus. She replied almost instantly. No problem. Alex. I understand. Just let me know when you are free. I am very patient. Patient. That word chilled me to the bone. It was not a normal response. It felt ominous. That is when the real nightmare began. It started subtly. A few days after I canceled, I got a text from her. Saw you at the gym today. Looking good. I had not told her which gym I went to. It was a small, local place, not a big chain. I ignored the text. The next day, another one. Your neighbor's cat is so cute. What is its name? My neighbor had an indoor cat, a fluffy Persian named Mittens, that rarely ever went outside. How could she possibly know about Mittens? Then came the little things at my apartment. My mail, usually neatly stacked, was sometimes slightly askew like someone had flipped through it. The spare key I kept under a loose brick by my back door. A secret only my closest friend knew about was suddenly missing. I searched everywhere, convinced I would misplaced it. But deep down, I knew. The feeling of being watched intensified. I would be sitting in my living room at night, lights off, watching TV, and I would swear I saw a shadow move outside my window, just at the edge of my peripheral vision. I would jump up, pull back the curtain, and there'd be nothing. Just the dark street, the occasional car passing by, but the feeling would not go away. It was a constant, creeping dread. I started taking different routes to work, changing my coffee shop, going to a different gym. It felt like I was trying to outrun a ghost. I told a couple of friends about it, trying to make light of it, but their faces showed their concern. They told me to go to the police, but what would I say? A woman I went on one date with knows my coffee mug and my neighbor's cat. They would laugh me out of the station. One night, I was home, trying to relax. The paranoia was getting to me. I decided enough was enough. I went online and bought a cheap, motion-activated security camera. Nothing fancy, just a small, discreet one I could set up inside my apartment, pointing towards my front door and my windows. I figured it would either confirm my fears or put my mind at ease. I hoped for the latter. I set it up that evening, checked it was working, and tried to get some sleep. The next morning, I woke up feeling exhausted, but a tiny bit hopeful. I grabbed my phone, opened the camera app, and checked the recordings. There were several. Most of them were just me moving around my apartment. But then I saw it, a timestamp from around 2 a.m. The camera was pointed at my living room window, which faced the street. And there she was. Sarah, standing on the sidewalk across the street, just staring at my apartment. She was not moving. She was not doing anything suspicious. Just standing there, perfectly still, her face illuminated faintly by the streetlights, looking straight at my window. For nearly 10 minutes, my heart hammered against my ribs. I scrolled further. Another clip from 3 a.m. This one was pointed at my front door, and I saw it. The doorknob slowly, almost imperceptibly, turning. Someone was trying my door, and then a faint click, like a lock being tested. It was dark, but I could make out a hand, pale and slender, on the doorknob. My stomach lurched. It had to be her. She had my spare key, or she was trying to pick the lock. I did not sleep that night. I sat on my couch, a baseball bat clutched in my hands, staring at the front door. Every creak of the building, every distant siren, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. I called the police the next morning, but without a clear image of her face at the door, or any actual forced entry. They said there was not much they could do beyond filing a report and advising me to change my locks and be vigilant. They told me to call them immediately if I saw her again. I changed my locks that day. All of them. Deadbolts. Chain locks. I bought curtains for all my windows, even the ones I never used. I felt like I was building a fortress, but deep down, I knew it was a futile effort. She had already been inside my life in ways I could not comprehend. A few days later, I was home alone, trying to unwind. It was late, maybe 11 p.m. The apartment was dark, except for the soft glow of my laptop. I was trying to distract myself, watching a movie. But every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every sound outside sent a shiver down my spine. Then I heard it. A faint, almost inaudible click at my front door. My blood ran cold. I had just checked the locks an hour ago. They were all engaged. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I muted the movie. Silence. Just the pounding of my own heart in my ears. Then, a soft scrape, like a shoe on my hardwood floor. Inside my apartment, I did not move. My eyes darted to the kitchen, where I kept a heavy chef's knife. Too far, I scanned the living room. Nothing. My mind raced. Was I dreaming? Was this just my paranoia finally tipping over into hallucination? Another sound. A rustle. Closer. I knew. She was here. Adrenaline surged through me. My hands were shaking, but I forced myself to be silent, to listen. The footsteps were incredibly light, almost silent, moving slowly from the entryway towards the living room. I was cornered. My only option was to confront her. I grabbed the heaviest thing I could find near me, a sturdy metal lamp, and slowly, carefully, got to my feet. My heart was a drum solo in my chest. A figure emerged from the darkness of my hallway into the dim light of the living room, silhouetted against the streetlights filtering through my new, thick curtains. It was Sarah. She was just standing there, in the middle of my living room, facing me. She was not wearing anything menacing, just normal clothes, but her eyes were wide, unblinking, reflecting the faint light like a predator's. And on her face was that same unsettling, knowing smile. "Alex," she whispered, her voice soft, almost melodic, but utterly devoid of warmth. "I knew you would be here." My hand tightened around the lamp. "How did you get in?" I demanded, my voice a shaky whisper. She took a slow, deliberate step towards me, The spare key, remember, the one under the brick. I told you I am patient. You are insane. I breathed, taking a step back. Get out of my apartment, or I am calling the police. She chuckled, a soft, chilling sound. Oh, Alex, you do not understand. We are meant to be. I know you better than anyone. You do not know anything about me, I yelled, trying to sound braver than I felt. And then she started talking, and what she said broke me. I know you hate mornings, but you love the smell of coffee brewing. I know you bite your nails when you are stressed, but only your pinky fingers. I know you still watch old cartoons on Saturday mornings, the ones from your childhood, when you think no one's watching. I know you secretly miss your dad more than you let on, and that is why you still use that mug. My blood ran cold, colder than it had ever been. These were not things you could find online. These were intimate, private details, things I had not even consciously acknowledged myself, things I had never ever told anyone. I know you dream about a little cabin by a lake, far away from all this noise. I know you are afraid of heights, even though you pretend you are not. I know you regret not telling your mother something important before she passed. I know, Alex, I know everything. Her voice was calm, almost soothing, but each word was a hammer blow to my soul. It was like she was pulling thoughts directly from my mind, things I would bury deep, things I would never spoken aloud. It was not just stalking, it was like she would been inside my head. I felt a primal scream building in my throat. This was not just a stalker. This was something else, something utterly terrifying and incomprehensible. How do you know that? I choked out, my voice barely audible. She took another step, her eyes fixed on mine, because I listened. Alex. I watched. I learned. We are connected. We are the same. She lunged in, not with violence, but with an eerie, desperate embrace. Her arms shot out, trying to grab me. I reacted purely on instinct, swinging the lamp wildly. It connected with her shoulder with a sickening thud. She cried out, a sharp, surprised gasp, and stumbled back. That was my chance. I did not think. I dropped the lamp, turned, and bolted for the door. My hands fumbled with the locks, adrenaline making my fingers clumsy. I heard her scrambling behind me, a low growl escaping her lips. Finally, the deadbolt clicked, the chain slid, and the door burst open. I did not even look back. I just ran down the stairs, screaming, yelling for anyone. I did not care who heard me. I just ran out into the street, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I kept running until I saw the lights of a convenience store down the block, and I burst inside, panting, yelling for the clerk to call the police. The police came, of course. They took my statement, went to my apartment. They found the lamp on the floor, some minor scuff marks, but no sign of Sarah. No forced entry, they said, which only confirmed my fear that she had used the spare key. They filed a report, but without any physical evidence of her being there beyond my terrified testimony, it was hard for them to do much. They said they would patrol the area, keep an eye out. I did not stay in that apartment another night. I packed a bag, stayed with a friend for a week, and then found a new place clear across town in a different neighborhood, a different city even. I changed my phone number. I deleted all my social media. I quit my job and found a new one. I tried to erase every trace of my old life, every connection that Sarah could possibly exploit, but the fear never really goes away. I still see her sometimes, in crowds, in reflections, just for a split second, that unnerving smile. I know it is probably just my mind playing tricks on me, a lingering trauma, but I can never be sure. And the worst part, the part that still keeps me up at night, staring at the ceiling, is how she knew. How did she know about the mug? The cat, the private thoughts, the deep-seated fears, the regrets. It was not just stalking. It was like she could see inside my very soul. I never went on a dating app again. I never will, because what if there are more like her out there? What if she was not just a person, but something else? And what if, no matter how far I run, she still knows? I am Alex, and this is my story. And I still do not know how she knew. Get ready, here comes the next story. The loud, final click of the lock echoed in the tiny room, a sound so utterly definitive, so utterly final, that it felt like a physical blow. My breath hitched in my throat, a ragged, pathetic sound, and my heart, already a frantic bird in my chest, slammed against my ribs with renewed terror. I stood there, in the almost darkness, frozen, my mind reeling, trying to process what had just happened. Alex. The Alex I knew, the guy from Tinder, the one who'd seemed so charming, so normal, had just locked me in a literal closet in a dilapidated farmhouse in the middle of nowhere. It felt like a bad dream, one of those hyper-real nightmares where you are screaming but no sound comes out. Alex. I croaked again, my voice weak, barely a whisper. I spun around, my hands instinctively reaching for the door. It was solid old wood, rough beneath my fingertips. I yanked on the knob, once, twice, 3 times, twisting and pulling with all my might. It did not budge. Of course it did not. Then I started to pound, not just a gentle knock, but a desperate, frantic thumping, fueled by a surge of pure, unadulterated panic. Alex, let me out. What are you doing? This is not funny. My voice, initially hoarse, grew louder, ragged with fear. I yelled his name, a desperate plea, an accusation, a furious demand. Alex, open this door right now. The only response was silence. A thick, heavy, suffocating silence that pressed in on me from all sides. No footsteps, no voice, no sound of him even lingering outside. It was as if he had simply vanished, leaving me trapped in this suffocating box. The silence was almost worse than the initial shock, because it confirmed that he was not playing a cruel joke. This was real. My hands started to ache, raw and stinging from pounding on the unyielding wood. I stopped, leaning my forehead against the cool, rough surface of the door, trying to catch my breath. The air in the room was stale, thick with dust, and that pervasive smell, stale sweat, mold, and that unsettling, vaguely chemical tang. It clung to the back of my throat, making me gag. I pushed myself away from the door and took a shaky step back. My eyes, still adjusting to the gloom, scanned the tiny space. It was exactly as he would described. Small, windowless, barely bigger than a closet. The single, grimy mattress was shoved against one wall, its faded floral pattern barely visible beneath layers of dirt and what looked like old, dried stains. My stomach churned again. Panic began to morph into a cold, creeping dread. This was not just a misunderstanding. This was something far, far worse. The Alex I had met online, the one who'd laughed at my jokes and talked about his love for hiking, was gone, replaced by a stranger with dead, empty eyes. My mind raced, trying to piece together the events of the evening, searching for any red flags I might have missed. But there were none. He had been charming, attentive, a little quiet maybe, but nothing that screamed future kidnapper. I sank to the floor, my legs suddenly too weak to hold me. The floorboards were rough, splintered, and cold against my skin. The darkness here was absolute, save for the faintest sliver of light filtering in from under the door, a thin, mocking line that only served to highlight my confinement. I hugged my knees to my chest, trying to make myself smaller, trying to disappear. My mind started to replay his last words. "You will be comfortable here." The flat, emotionless tone. The way his eyes had fixed on mine, devoid of any warmth. It was chilling. What did he mean by comfortable? And for how long? A new wave of terror washed over me, colder and more intense than before. This was not just about being trapped. It was about what came next. As the initial adrenaline started to recede, the silence of the house pressed in even harder. I strained my ears, desperate for any sound, any indication that I was not utterly alone in this forgotten place. Every creak of the old house, every rustle outside that I could not quite identify, made my heart jump. Was that a floorboard groaning upstairs? Or was it just the house settling? My imagination, already running wild, started to conjure up images of what could be lurking in the shadows beyond my door. I finally managed to stand again, my legs trembling. I needed to do something, anything, other than just sit there and succumb to the fear. I started to examine the room more thoroughly, running my hands along the walls. They were rough plaster, peeling in places, but solid. No windows, just as I would observed. No vents, no hidden doors, just 4 oppressive walls. I turned my attention to the mattress. It was old, stained, and smelled faintly of mildew, and that same chemical tang that permeated the air. I tried to lift it, hoping to find something underneath, a loose floorboard, a forgotten tool, anything, but it was surprisingly heavy, and my weak attempts only managed to shift it slightly, revealing more dust and cobwebs. As I pulled my hand back, a shiver went down my spine. There was a dark, almost black stain on the mattress, larger than the others, and it looked crusty. It was too dark to tell for sure, but a cold knot formed in my stomach. It looked like dried blood. My breath hitched. Blood. My mind flashed back to the metallic smell. I would noticed when Alex opened the car door earlier. I would dismissed it then, attributed it to the old house, to decay. But now it clicked into place with horrifying clarity. This was not just an old, abandoned house. This was a place where things had happened. Bad things. And I was now a part of it. The chemical smell suddenly seemed more sinister. Not just stale sweat, but something meant to clean or disguise other smells. My heart pounded a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I stumbled back from the mattress, bumping into the wall, my eyes wide with a fresh wave of terror. This was not just my room. This was a room that had been used before, and probably not for comfortable sleep. Time lost all meaning. Minutes stretched into hours. Or perhaps only a few minutes passed, but it felt like an eternity. My throat was dry, and a dull ache started in my head. My bladder, too, was beginning to protest. The basic needs of my body, usually so easily met, now felt like insurmountable obstacles, adding another layer of misery to my predicament. I tried to call out again, but my voice was hoarse, barely a whisper. I listened, strained for any sound from outside. I thought I heard footsteps again, distinct this time, not just a house settling. They were heavy, slow, moving somewhere in the house, maybe downstairs. Then, a faint, muffled thud, and then silence once more. It was agonizing, this game of listening, of imagining. Each sound, or lack thereof, fueled my paranoia. My eyes, now somewhat accustomed to the gloom, started to pick out more details. The peeling wallpaper on the walls, stained with dark, mottled patterns, looked like Rorschach tests. Each splotch twisting into grotesque faces or shadowy figures in my terrified mind. I traced a finger along a particularly prominent stain, and a piece of the old paper flaked off, revealing the rough wood beneath. It felt like the house itself was decaying around me, slowly crumbling into dust, and I was trapped within its morbid embrace. I decided to try the door again. Maybe he would forgotten to lock it properly. Maybe he would come to his senses. Hope, a foolish, fragile thing, sparked momentarily. I twisted the handle. Still locked. I pushed against it, shoulder first, but it was solid, unyielding. It was useless. Despair began to settle in, heavy and cold. How long could I stay here? What did Alex want? Was he coming back? The thought of him returning, of seeing those dead eyes again, sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Then, a new sound, more distinct this time. It was a low, guttural moan. It was not loud, but it was unmistakable. It came from somewhere deeper in the house, perhaps downstairs or maybe even through the wall. My blood ran cold. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing, straining to hear it again. Was it an animal or something else? I held my breath, listening, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst. The sound did not repeat, but the fear it instilled was immediate and profound. It was not just me and Alex in this house. There was something else, or someone. I backed away from the door, my eyes wide, darting around the tiny room as if expecting something to materialize from the shadows. The air suddenly felt heavier, thicker with unspoken horrors. That chemical smell, that stale sweat, the bloodstains on the mattress, it all coalesced into a terrifying picture. This was not just a random kidnapping. This was part of something bigger, something ritualistic, something deeply disturbed. My gaze fell on the grimy mattress again. I had to know more. I forced myself to approach it, my hands trembling. I knelt down, trying to ignore the stench, and ran my hands along the edges, feeling for anything unusual. My fingers brushed against something hard, tucked deep into a tear in the fabric on the side closest to the wall. With a surge of morbid curiosity mixed with dread, I dug my fingers in and pulled. It was a small, tattered piece of paper, folded multiple times. My hands shook so much I almost dropped it. I unfolded it carefully in the dim light, my eyes struggling to make out the faded writing. It was a single word, scrawled in what looked like shaky, desperate handwriting held below it, almost invisible, was a series of tiny, almost imperceptible scratches. As I looked closer, I realized they were not random. They were tally marks. Countless of them carved into the fabric of the mattress itself, some faint, some deep, each one a silent scream, a testament to endless, agonizing days. My stomach lurched. My throat closed up. This was not the first time this room had been used. I was not the first one. The sheer weight of that realization crushed me. The previous occupant, what had happened to them, the bloodstains, the chemical smell, the moan. I would heard a horrifying mosaic of possibilities formed in my mind. A fresh wave of panic, raw and primal, surged through me. I was not just trapped. I was next. The realization hit me like a physical blow. Alex was not just a kidnapper. He was a predator, and this house was his hunting ground. I scrambled up, clutching the note, my eyes darting frantically around the room. There had to be a way out. There had to be. I ran my hands along the walls again, more frantically this time, searching for any weakness, any loose brick, any crack. My fingers scraped against something rough near the bottom of the wall. Where it met the floor, it felt different. Not plaster, but a small, rectangular gap. I knelt down, pressing my eye to the gap. It was tiny, barely big enough to peek through, but it offered a sliver of vision into the narrow hallway outside. It was dark, but not completely black. A faint, sickly yellow light, probably from a bare bulb, somewhere further down, cast long, distorted shadows, and then I saw it, or rather him, Alex. He was standing at the end of the hallway, his back to me, silhouetted against the faint light. He was just standing there, absolutely still, like a statue. But what made my blood run cold, what made my breath catch in my throat, was what he was doing. He was holding something, a long, thin object, glinting faintly in the weak light. He was slowly, meticulously, cleaning it with a rag. My mind screamed at me, but I could not tear my eyes away. As he turned slightly, the object caught the light, and I saw the unmistakable glint of a sharpened edge. It looked like a very long, very thin knife. Or maybe a scalpel. He wiped it clean, then slowly, deliberately, ran his thumb along the edge, testing its sharpness. A shiver, colder than anything I would ever felt, traced its way down my spine. The empty eyes, the flat voice, the chemical smell, the bloodstains, the note, the moan. It all converged into a single, terrifying truth. This was not a date gone wrong. This was a nightmare. I was living, and Alex was not just my captor. He was something far more monstrous. And I was trapped in his house, waiting for my turn. The sound of his footsteps, slow and deliberate, started to move down the hallway, away from my door, towards the source of that faint, sickly light. I pulled back from the gap, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode through my chest. The note crumpled in my sweaty hand. I was alone again, but the silence no longer offered any comfort. It was a predatory silence, the kind that precedes the kill. And I knew with a horrifying certainty that Alex would be back. I just did not know how long I had, or what he would bring with him. My pathetic croak of "Alex, please, what is this?" was met with no answer. It never would be. The game had begun, and I was losing. And that is when I knew, with absolute terrifying clarity, that I might never see the light of day again. Another story comes into focus. This is not some online horror story I stumbled upon. This is my story, and trust me, I wish it was not. It is about a Tinder date that shattered my sense of security, leaving me looking over my shoulder every single day since I am Alex, just a regular guy in my early 30s. Like many, I dipped into online dating, mostly a string of awkward encounters. Then I matched with Sarah. Her profile was captivating, warm smile, witty bio, adventurous yet cozy. Our texts flowed effortlessly, covering everything from movies to travel dreams, even our worst dating horror stories, a cruel irony. Looking back, after a week, we decided to meet for drinks, and I felt a genuine buzz of excitement I had not known in ages. She was even more stunning in person, her easy confidence instantly putting me at ease. The first hour was fantastic. Her infectious laugh, the way her eyes sparkled when she talked about photography, I thought, this could actually be it. My guard was completely down. We were just chatting about morning routines when I mentioned needing coffee to function. Sarah took a sip of her wine, then casually dropped a bomb. Yeah, I can imagine, especially with that world's best dad mug you use. Looks like it holds a pretty generous amount. My blood ran absolutely cold. That mug was special, an old, chipped ceramic piece my late dad used. I would never posted a picture of it anywhere online. My mind raced, desperate for an explanation. My world's best dad, mug, I stammered, my voice strained. Her smile did not quite reach her eyes. She shrugged, hinting at a reflection or just a good memory. But I knew better. The warmth of the date vanished, replaced by a sudden, chilling dread. Every look, every smile, it all twisted into something sinister. My heart hammered against my ribs. A frantic drumbeat of pure terror. The air in the cozy bar, which moments ago felt so inviting, now seemed to press in on me, suffocating. Sarah was still smiling, a soft, almost innocent curve of her lips, but her eyes were different. They held a knowing glint, a subtle flicker of something predatory that I had not noticed before. Or, perhaps, had not wanted to notice. "Oh, you know," she said, her voice a little too light, a little too casual. "Just a common mug." Right. Lots of people have them. Maybe I saw one like it somewhere, and it just stuck with me. She took another sip of her wine, her gaze unwavering, watching my face. She was enjoying this, I realized, with a sickening lurch in my stomach. She was enjoying my discomfort, my confusion. My mind was a whirlwind. How could she possibly know? I ran through every social media post, every shared photo, every casual mention to friends. That mug was a deeply personal item, a memento of my late father. It sat on my kitchen counter, tucked away in a corner, never featured in any of my carefully curated online life. It was a private comfort, a quiet memory. And now, this woman, this stranger I would met on Tinder, was using it as a weapon. "No," I managed, my voice barely a whisper. "No, I do not think so. That mug, it is very specific to me." My eyes darted around the bar, suddenly seeing threats everywhere. Was someone else watching? Was this a prank? A setup? But the chilling certainty in Sarah's eyes told me otherwise. This was no joke. Her smile widened, just a fraction, but it felt like a gaping maw. "Is it Alex? Or do you just think it is?" That was it. The casual tone, The way she used my name, the implied challenge. It was a declaration. My fight or flight response screamed at me to run, to get as far away from her as possible. But I was trapped, caught in the public gaze of a bar, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy. "Look, Sarah," I said, forcing a nervous chuckle that sounded hollow even to my own ears. "This is a little weird. Are you sure you are not messing with me?" She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her gaze locking onto mine. "Why would I mess with you?" "Alex, I thought we were having a nice time." The words were sweet, but the underlying current was pure ice. "Unless you have something to hide." The accusation hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. I felt exposed, vulnerable, like she could see right through me, past my skin, into the very core of my private life. The thought of her knowing about the mug was not just unsettling. It felt like a violation, like she had been inside my home, inside my sanctuary. "No, I do not have anything to hide," I stammered, scrambling for an exit strategy. But I just remembered I have an early morning tomorrow. A big presentation. I really should get going. Her smile did not falter. "Oh, that is a shame. I was having such a wonderful time. But I understand. Work calls." She picked up her glass, swirling the wine, her eyes never leaving mine. "Maybe we could do this again." "Alex, when you do not have such an early start." The thought of seeing her again sent a fresh wave of nausea through me. Yeah, maybe. I will text you." The lie tasted bitter on my tongue. I knew with absolute certainty that I would never text her again. I fumbled for my wallet, pulling out a 20 to cover my drink and hers. No, it is on me," she said, her hand reaching out and gently, almost possessively covering mine on the table. Her touch was cold, sending shivers down my spine. "Consider it a thank you for a memorable evening." I practically recoiled, pulling my hand away as if burned. "Right, thanks. Well, good night." "Sarah." I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair slightly. My legs felt shaky, like they might give out from under me. She watched me go, her smile still fixed, those eyes following my every move. I did not dare look back. I just needed to get out of the bar, out of her sight, out of this terrifying encounter. The night air hit me like a shock, cold and sharp, as I stepped onto the street. I walked fast, my pace quickening with every step, my mind racing. I pulled out my phone, pretending to check something, but really just trying to look busy, trying to seem normal. My eyes scanned the street, darting from shadows to parked cars, convinced that she would follow. That she was following. I fumbled with my car keys, my hands shaking so badly I almost dropped them. I practically dove into my car, locking the doors with a frantic click as soon as I was inside. My breath came in ragged gasps. I started the engine, the familiar rumble, a small comfort in the storm of my panic. I pulled out of the parking spot, checking my rearview mirror obsessively. Every car, every pedestrian, every flash of light seemed to be her. I drove home, taking a circuitous route, convinced that she knew where I lived. The world's best dad, mug. It was proof that she had been there, had seen it, had known. When I finally pulled into my driveway, the familiar silhouette of my house offered no comfort. Instead, it felt like a trap, a place she had already breached. I killed the engine and sat there for a long moment, the silence of the car amplifying the thumping of my heart. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to calm myself, but it was no use. The dread was a physical weight in my chest. I got out of the car, keys clutched tightly in my fist, ready to use them as a weapon if needed. My eyes darted around my yard, scanning the bushes, the shadows under the porch. Every creak of the house, every rustle of leaves in the wind, sounded like a footstep, a whisper. I unlocked my front door, pushing it open slowly, cautiously. The darkness inside seemed to swallow me whole. I flipped on the light switch, bathing the living room in a sudden, harsh glow. My eyes immediately went to the kitchen, to the counter where the mug usually sat, and there it was. My world's best dad mug, exactly where I would left it that morning. Chipped, faded, but undeniably present, it sat there, innocent and unassuming. Yet now it was a symbol of absolute terror. I walked into the kitchen, my steps slow and deliberate. I picked up the mug, turning it over in my hands. It felt heavy, cold. How could she have known? It was not just a guess. The way she described it looks like it holds a pretty generous amount. That implied a visual, an observation. I spent the next hour meticulously checking every lock on every door and window in my apartment. I pulled back curtains, peered into closets, even looked under my bed like a child afraid of monsters. Nothing. No forced entry, no signs of a break-in. But the feeling persisted. The icy certainty that someone had been there, had seen my most private spaces. I grabbed my laptop and started a frantic deep dive into my own online presence. YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, even old, forgotten MySpace profiles. I scrolled through years of photos, posts, comments. I searched for world's best dad mug, coffee mug, dad. Nothing. Not a single post, not a single photo that featured that mug. It was like a ghost, an invisible object that only existed within the confines of my apartment. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe a reflection in a window, in an old photo, a friend who saw it and mentioned it to someone, but I had not had anyone over in weeks, and the mug was never a topic of conversation. It was just there. Part of my morning ritual. The more I searched, the more frustrated and terrified I became. There was no logical explanation. Only one chilling conclusion: Sarah had been in my apartment. Or she had placed a camera, or some kind of device, to watch me. I blocked Sarah on Tinder, on my phone, everywhere I could think of. But the digital disconnect did nothing to alleviate the gnawing dread. The damage was done. My sense of security was shattered. The next few days were a blur of paranoia. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like footsteps. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, checking my rearview mirror, scanning crowds. I slept fitfully, waking up in a cold sweat, convinced I heard something outside my window. I tried to tell a friend, Mark, about it. I downplayed the terror, tried to make it sound like a weird date story. She said she knew about a mug I had. I explained, trying to sound casual, like a specific mug that I have never posted online. It was creepy. Mark just laughed. Dude, maybe you mentioned it, or you posted it once and forgot, or she saw it in a reflection in a photo you took. People are good at picking up on details. No, Mark, you do not understand, I insisted, my voice rising. It was specific. She knew it, held a generous amount. She saw it. She had to have seen it in person. He just shrugged. Look, Alex, online dating is full of weirdos. Just block her and move on. She probably just Googled you and found something obscure. Or she is just trying to mess with your head. His dismissal stung, but I understood it. Without concrete proof, it sounded like the ramblings of a paranoid man. And in a way, but I knew, deep down, that this was different. This was not just a weirdo. This was an invasion. A few nights later, I came home from work, utterly exhausted. I tossed my keys on the small table by the door, kicked off my shoes, and headed straight for the kitchen. I needed a glass of water. As I reached for a glass, my eyes fell on the counter. My heart seized in my chest. The world's best dad mug was no longer in its usual spot. It was sitting directly in the center of the kitchen table, perfectly centered, almost like an offering. And next to it, carefully placed, was a single red rose. A cold, raw scream tore through my throat, but it came out as a choked gasp. My hands flew to my mouth, stifling the sound. My entire body trembled uncontrollably. This was not a coincidence. This was not a reflection. This was a clear, undeniable message. Someone had been in my apartment. Again, while I was gone, the rose, so beautiful and vibrant, felt like a threat, a twisted gesture of intimacy. It meant she had been here recently. She knew my schedule. She knew when I was away. I backed away slowly, my eyes glued to the mug and the rose, as if they might suddenly move, suddenly attack. My mind screamed at me to call the police. But what would I say? A woman I went on one date with moved my mug and left a rose. They would think I was crazy. But this was proof. This was something. I grabbed my phone, my fingers fumbling, and called Mark. He answered, sounding groggy. "Alex, what is up, man?" "She was here." "Mark," I whispered, my voice hoarse with terror. "She was in my apartment. She moved the mug. She left a rose." There was a pause on the other end. Then a sigh. "Alex, are you sure? You have been really stressed lately. Maybe you moved it yourself and forgot, or a friend stopped by." "No," I yelled, the sound tearing through the quiet apartment. "No one has been here, and I know I did not move it. It was on the counter, and now it is on the table, with a rose marked." "A rose." Okay, calm down," he said, his voice now tinged with concern. "Just take a picture. Take a picture of it, and then call the non-emergency line, okay? Just report it. They can at least send someone to check it out." I did, my hands shaking. I took several photos of the mug and the rose. Then, with a deep, shaky breath, I called the police. The officer who arrived was polite, but clearly skeptical. He listened patiently as I explained the Tinder date, the mug comment, the escalating paranoia, and finally, the rose. He inspected my apartment, checked the locks, and found no signs of forced entry. "Mr. Miller," he said, his tone kind but firm. "I understand this is very unsettling, but without any signs of a break-in, and with no direct threats or contact since the date, there is not much we can do. It is possible someone has a spare key, or perhaps you left a window unlocked. The rose, while unusual, is not a crime." "But she was in my home," I insisted, gesturing wildly at the table. "She knows about my mug. She left that rose." "We can file a report," he offered, "and I would advise you to change your locks immediately and be more vigilant about securing your home. If she makes direct contact, or if there is any actual property damage or theft, then we can take further action. For now, it is a he said, she said situation, and she has not technically committed a crime." He left, and I felt more alone and vulnerable than ever. The police, my friends, no one truly believed me. I was on my own. That night, I did not sleep. I stayed up, pacing, looking out the windows, a baseball bat clutched in my hand. I changed every lock on every door and window the very next morning, installing deadbolts and reinforcing frames. I even bought a cheap security camera system and set up motion detectors. For a few days, nothing happened. The silence was almost more terrifying than the previous intrusions. It was the calm before the storm. I was sure of it. I started leaving the "world's best dad" mug on the kitchen table, daring her to touch it again. It became a morbid challenge, a symbol of my defiant terror. Then came the email. It was from an anonymous address, with the subject line, "Thinking of you." I almost did not open it, but a morbid curiosity, coupled with the desperate need for answers, made me click. There was only one attachment, a photo. My blood ran cold for the 100th time. It was a picture of my living room, taken from the perspective of my armchair, and in the foreground, perfectly in focus, was the "world's best dad" mug sitting on my coffee table. The picture had been taken that morning, just hours before, because I recognized a specific magazine I had left open next to the mug, and then I saw it. In the bottom right corner of the photo, barely visible, was a reflection in the glossy finish of the coffee table. A distorted, shadowy reflection of a face. A woman's face. Smiling. This was it. Undeniable proof. She had not just been in my apartment, she had been watching me. She was there while I was probably making coffee. Oblivious, just hours ago, the thought sent a violent shiver down my spine. A wave of nausea so intense, I almost threw up. I immediately called the police again, frantic, my voice cracking. This time, with the photo as evidence, they took me more seriously. They sent a detective. This is concerning. Mr. Miller, the detective said, examining the photo on my laptop. The reflection is blurry, but it is clear someone was inside, and the email originating from an anonymous source makes it harder to trace immediately. They started an investigation. They dusted for fingerprints, finding none, checked for hidden cameras or listening devices, also finding none to my dismay, and tried to trace the email, but Sarah was smart. The email was routed through multiple proxies, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint. They advised me to stay with a friend or family member for a while. I called Mark, who, after seeing the photo, finally understood the gravity of the situation. He insisted I stay with him. Packing a small bag, I felt like a refugee in my own home. I grabbed essentials, but I could not bring myself to touch the world's best dad mug. It sat there, on the table, a silent sentinel of my violated privacy. Living at Mark's offered a temporary reprieve from the constant fear, but the paranoia was deeply ingrained. Every unfamiliar car, every late-night shadow, every notification on my phone sent my heart racing. The police tried to locate Sarah. They used her Tinder profile information, which, it turned out, was entirely fake. The photo was a stock image, the name an alias, the phone number disconnected. She had vanished into the digital ether, leaving no trace. The detective told me they had very little to go on. She is a ghost, Mr. Miller. She covered her tracks incredibly well. We will keep an eye out, but without any current contact or a clear address, our hands are tied. I felt like I was screaming into a void. She was out there, somewhere, and she knew everything about me. A week passed, then two. The police investigation stalled. I started to think, maybe, just maybe, she had moved on. That I was safe. I slowly began to consider going back to my apartment. One evening, I was at Mark's, trying to relax. Watching a movie. My phone buzzed. It was a text message from an unknown number. My breath hitched. The message read, "I miss our coffee talks. Alex, hope you are enjoying your new locks. They won't keep me out forever. Just wanted to make sure you were thinking of me. And of him. He would be proud of you for being so strong." Attached was another photo. This time, it was not of my living room. It was of me. Me, sitting on Mark's couch, watching the movie. My face, caught in the glow of the screen, was visible. The timestamp on the photo was just minutes old. She was not just in my apartment. She was outside Mark's apartment. She had found me. She was watching me right now. A primal scream tore from my lungs. Mark, startled, jumped up. "Alex, what is it?" I shoved the phone into his hands, my own trembling violently. "She is here. She found me. She is watching us." Mark stared at the photo, his face draining of color. The realization hit him, hard. We were not safe. We called the police immediately. They arrived within minutes, sirens wailing, turning our quiet street into a beacon of emergency. They searched the area but found nothing. No one. Sarah was gone, a phantom in the night. That night was a blur of police interviews, frantic packing, and a desperate search for somewhere, anywhere, safe. Mark and I decided to leave the city, at least for a while. We could not stay there, not knowing she was out there, always watching. We drove for hours, heading north, far from anything familiar. We ended up in a small, remote cabin owned by Mark's uncle. It was isolated, no internet, minimal cell service. It felt like the only place we could truly hide, but even there, the fear persisted. Every shadow was Sarah. Every distant sound was her approaching. I could not shake the feeling that she was not just watching me, but that she was inside my head, knowing my thoughts, my fears. I never went back to my apartment. I had Mark pack up my belongings later, selling the place without ever setting foot inside again. The thought of that apartment, of her presence there, was too much to bear. The police eventually closed the case, unable to find Sarah. She was a ghost, a nightmare that had materialized from the digital world and then vanished, leaving only a trail of terror in her wake. It has been a year since that date. A year since my life irrevocably changed. I have moved to a new city, started a new job, tried to build a new life. But the scars remain. I never use dating apps anymore. The thought of putting myself out there, of revealing even the smallest detail of my life, sends shivers down my spine. I check my locks multiple times a day. I scan crowds. I never sit with my back to a door or window. I am always aware of my surroundings, always looking for her. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I swear I can feel her gaze. I can feel the cold weight of her smile, the chilling certainty in her eyes. I wonder if she is still out there, if she is still watching, if she will ever decide to make another appearance. And the world's best dad mug, Mark packed it for me, along with a few other personal items. It sits in a box in the back of my closet, wrapped in old newspaper, a constant, chilling reminder of the day my life became a horror story. I can't bring myself to throw it away, but I can't bring myself to use it either. It is a trophy of her invasion, a symbol of the privacy I lost, and the peace I may never truly regain. Because some nightmares do not end when you wake up. Some nightmares just become your life. And you learn to live with the chilling certainty that somewhere out there, she is still thinking of you. And she knows where you are. Thank you for joining us on Daily Story. Your time here truly means a lot. Your time and attention truly mean a lot. If you would like to support the channel, you are welcome to subscribe, share your thoughts in the comments, or pass this story along to someone who might appreciate it. More true stories will be waiting for you soon.